Hello, everyone. We are back, and I'm so
We're
glad we
back.
are back. Yeah, like it was like this short break was a little bit too long for me. But with
Yeah.
me today, as always, my co-host Sint, and with a special guest Zadel. So welcome, Zadel. We are very happy to have you.
Thank you so
How are
much.
you,
I'm
Zidane?
very happy to be here. Thank
Yeah,
you
like
for
it's such a pleasure because we ended in such a strong note. Like the last weekend of Thunder Division was such a blast, and I think that we can even uh, go back in time a little bit so that we can like remind ourselves of your triumphant last weekend, and at the same time, there are two teams who are going to be fighting today because they have to really take the longer route to get to
Yeah.
the MEC.
That's what it means, Nish. When the competition is high, I told you some teams are gonna drop off. These are the two teams we're gonna see today. We're gonna play, and also, it's been 2 weeks. I'm happy to be back, and I'm looking forward to the show today. It's gonna be a lot of games, a lot of interesting matches. So yeah, what more can we say? Looking forward to it.
We can go straight to the leaderboards of Thunder Division so that we can remind ourselves like who did get the invites and how the Thunder Division ended up. Like I would say that for after the first half of Thunder Division, the first place of jackpots was a little bit of a surprise because
Yeah.
like we were so glad that they found what they were missing, like the missing ingredient of communication, and then they just proved like how strong they were. At the same time, Minerva
Definitely.
Fury, the same. But since we have Zedel here, like I would like to know which of these teams,
Yep.
like if you have to pick like only two of them, which of them would you like to play once more with the squad you had at the end of Thunder Division?
which team I want to face
Yeah, one more from Thunder
one more
Division.
time to win
Yeah.
or to for the experience.
That's up to you. That's up to you. We can't answer that. That's up
I
to
mean,
you.
for the experience, I would love to play against Walkie against Jackpots. Can be a
Okay.
good experience because they're top one. They seems to be the best team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I don't think that the second team is like that good enemies, to be honest.
Really?
So yes, probably the first team for the experience.
Okay. That sounds really like a big small we could call it a challenge. Like a gauntlet was strong.
Yeah.
So because both of you have the invite, so you will definitely see each other in the regular season of Mobile Legends European Championship. So
Yeah.
we are looking forward to that.
And I just want to say, like, this list is very interesting because it is, like you said, Nish, it was only at the second half of the tournament phase where we started seeing things move around. Omniglitch was number one at first. They started off very strong. But then, what happened is that Minerva Fury, we saw Omniglitch also kind of lose later on in the stages. And Jackpots was just, they turned on, they started getting 2-0s. And this is really the result of this. One thing that's really surprising to me, actually, I got to give you a lot of respect to them. People thought, they said, the beginning of the tournament, they said, I only see Void Kids losing, something's not working, I don't know what's going on. For me personally, I didn't know what was going on because it looked I gotta be honest, didn't look very strong in the beginning, initially, when you started playing. Maybe because you were playing the stronger teams, I don't know. But then again, I said there is potential that they can still qualify if they put up just a little bit better, and you did. Honestly, here you have 7 points. I mean, what can you give us a little bit insight? What happened? Because it started off a little bit weak, I gotta say, and then ended very, very good. Ended very good. You had good games against Black and other teams. What happened?
Yeah, you're right. Totally. We started with 6 lost straight. Imagine the mentality of the team at this moment. I mean, the mental of the team was still good because the coach was still here to say that we can still win and motivating us. But yeah, what changed a lot for me, in my opinion, is a lot the drafting. The drafting.
Okay.
Like we got a drafter in the team, and that's all. Just with the drafting change, you can make a big change for me. But yes, of course, we try to improve again and again in training, the evening, of course. But the most changing thing is probably the draft for me.
Actually, we are just looking at the highlights, and we are seeing Ake. And I have to say that Zadel, you were the first to take 2-0 from Ake because they were always having a draw. How did it feel to be the first to break their record of draws? Because even in the prediction, I think that most of us did the prediction of a draw.
Yeah,
so,
or even 2-0 for Ake, honestly.
Yeah.
Just hadn't been seeing much, but yeah, I mean, how did it feel? You 2-0 Ake, first 2-0. They hadn't been lost even 2-0 against Minerva Fear or some other, like the other strong teams here.
I also feel like we kind of broke their, I don't know, their level or their synergy or their confidence, because after this 2-0, they didn't really win that much.
No,
but yeah, but it was really good feeling. But for me, they are not the strongest team, so, and they did a lot of mistakes. Obviously, a lot of times they were playing 4v5, and that's how we just managed to come back. Because yes, in the first game we could just get destroyed, and they could have also 2-0 us. But in the first game we just came back, and then after this came back, I think we just won in the mental shit, and we just ended them very easily.
Yeah, I think also,
Sorry, I think that MLBB is very dependent on mentality because it's such a quick game, and really, like, you only need one mistake to punish your or even end the game. So I think that's the most important thing. And since, as you said, like, you turn around the first game and you got the momentum, you are just riding it so well, like afterward.
And I just want to talk about, no worries. I just want to talk a little bit about the mentality and your team. It feels like, for me, I agree with when you said the draft, 100%. But also, like, it feels like nowadays you trust your teammates more. You guys are not doing the responsibility of the XP. You know, you guys trust that he will do his job, not over rotating, not trying to do too much. You know, if you trust that everyone's gonna do their job, you start winning a lot more. I felt like the trust was there for Void Kids. So I would just want to know, like, how is the mentality for you guys? Because a lot of times people thought we're gonna lose, but it seems like you never give up. Like, you never, once you make a mistake, you don't let it affect the continuing of the game. So I just want to know, how do you think that, like, unless it's finished, the game is never over, or how do you feel?
Exactly. In every single comeback games, and also even in 20 minutes games that we lost, we were always trying to really come back, and we were still communicating. And what I remember the most is just wait the enemies for the mistake, just scale. And that's how you gotta play when you lose the early game, I guess. Like in the VC, everyone were just like, just wait, don't worry, we can still win, you know, we can still win the game, it's not over.
Yeah, but for example, I can see that even from Method Black, like, they were at the end of the leaderboards, but at the same time, even with when they were playing you, they took one game from you, and they were really trying to get back, because, like, for them, they were not really playing all the time, so, and they weren't playing for a long time, so maybe they needed more time, like you did, like, because we saw it in more cases than one, that in the middle of the tournament, the whole atmosphere of the teams changed, like jackpots, Void Kids. Like, for example, even like Stolen Angels, they had such a strong performance at the beginning, but from the half of the tournament, like, so many teams catch up to them. And the same goes for Minerva Fury. Like, at the first day, they showed such a dominance, and then slowly the other teams just caught back, because you just see how they play, you see what they draft, you can prepare better. So the whole concept of Thunder Division, how do you see it, Zadel? Is it a good way for even for the future, like, to be able to be like, is it a battle of being able to adapt to your opponents, or how do you feel about the Thunder Division?
I think it's not that hard to understand. I think it's just, for me, the fact that a lot of teams could catch up, and like some teams were dominant and then they seem weaker. For me, it's because all the teams are like we're not that strong, like not as strong as Asia teams. That's why like they can't be that consistent. It depends a lot of about the for me the level of the 5Q, and I don't think there's any 5Q that are like that strong. Always consistent, always disciplined about their mistake. Like just the fact that we can come back such a crazy game. Enemies have 8K gold lead. We must lose, but we managed to win. Why? Because they make mistake, and that's their mistake. And we take their mistake and turn it into a win. But of course they did. If they just because for the team that just dominates the early game, they must win. Like most of the time they must win, but they're just not. I can't say they're not good enough, but they are not disciplined enough.
Okay, I totally get what you are saying, and I like that you started with the discipline, because I want to like really highlight your efforts, because I think most of the people who are following you, they see what kind of dedication and discipline you are showcasing in your real life, and I think that can really easily translate into your performance in game. So can you just bring us closer to Zedel as a person? Like, what is your week like? How does it look like? Because you are still going to school, as I know.
Yeah, but it doesn't take much time. The school doesn't take much time, and I just have like 3 days of school in the week, and in my free time I just do content, or I just go sport. I go to the gym, and I try every evening we try to train with my team, and that's all.
I just want to ask about the content, because a lot of people first knew you as a content creator, but now you're kind of playing tournaments. Do you see yourself more as a professional in terms of player, or a content creator? How do you see yourself? I gotta ask, wondering.
When people ask me about this, what do I do?
Or both, maybe both. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. I just say that I wanna be both, and I'm both. Like I'm a content creator and I'm a live streamer, and I also want to
and actually, Zedel, I want to highlight this kind of approach, because it's so important right now, and it's so important even for other players who are watching this right now. Like, I would say, take notes, guys, because if you want to be a professional player, you need to create content. You need to highlight your brand. You need to be really, like, for example, I don't think that I can say this on air. but no, I can't. But I would say differently. I would recommend for all the players to build their brands, because right now you have the platform. You are fighting on the best tournament in Europe right now. People are watching you. You have everything. Like you cannot have better conditions to start creating your content and building your brand around your professional playing of MLBB. And really, like, heads down to you, Zedel, because you are really doing it. So you should make some masterclass for European players.
And also, Nish, as a tournament, we're not against people. We want people to create content. Other tournaments, other games, usually they take down the content of someone made a video of this, that. No, but we support it. So I think definitely what you said, Nish. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
And just as you said, we are going to support you, and I'm going to show you how, because right now we are going to see the rosters of the teams, and I have very good people with me, because I think that a lot of these players, so we can I want to see where is each one of you going to be biased. But let's go to the rosters of the teams that are going to play in relegations promotions, and see what kind of promo we did for you, so you can use it afterwards. A minute of silence for the players. No. Yeah, so I think that I would give word to Zadel because I think Zadel has the most the biggest
knowledge about this. Yeah.
not just knowledge. I think that he knows these guys the best. Like, how do you see this team, Zadel?
No, I don't know them that much, but what can I say about their team? Their dedication to the game also, and that they're training a lot. And I think it's one of the best team of the games of tonight for me, because they always play together. They always try to improve, and I just wish them good luck.
Yeah, actually,
definitely.
even when we had because me and Sint, we had Nikki and Danzo as special guests, and both of them were really, because they were here when you were starting to turn around, when you were starting to win, and they really were excited about you. And I'm really happy that even with this high competitive mindsets as you have, because I think that it's super important for all of the players to think about themselves that they are the best, and they just want to take the other challenge, like the challenge of beating the others, and show that they are the best. I think it's good that we see the sportsmanship we saw even during the
yeah, 100%. And I just want to confirm here. So Zadel, we have the beef between Danzo and Nikki is down. It's over with, right? It's solved.
I mean, yes, it's over, but
it's over.
But it's not, because on MEC hopefully we will see
it's not over,
each other. It will never be over.
Yeah, you still believe you're gonna beat them, yeah? If you play against
Of course, I'm far better than Denzo. Like everyone knows.
Okay, next team. Let's see who's gonna be the next one. Ooh, what can we say about these people? I really like this team, by the way. But I'm gonna go ahead and give you the time here, Zadel.
Do you know any? Did you even play with any of these guys?
I don't really play with a lot of people from a lot of great players, but I know them, and I know that Haruto is really good, Xian is pretty good, Hangi is really good, Origami also. So yes, of course, I think everyone has a lot of expectation from them.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I think
they will. For me, they will probably go top one. For me, they will go top one. Like they will not lose.
I can just highlight because they changed their name. Originally in Rising Division, they were playing under the name of One Last Time, and they changed their name for the Relegation-Promotion tournament. So they ended up on third place. So yeah, we can have a lot of expectations for this.
But especially I think Z. Yeah, Z are one of the best junglers. But let's see, Method Black though. Here we have a team that's really surprised many by really, I guess, not doing too well. I would say not doing too well. Higher expectations. Zadel, you played against Method Black multiple times, obviously on stream in this tournament. So what do you have to say? They changed their XP. I think I'm not seeing, or they added for Benzi, who I know is XP. I don't know if they changed their XP, Alexis, but they added the 1 XP as well, and they added the Drex, who I guess is gonna take over the roaming positions over Zing. What can you say about this team from the time that you played against them, Zadel?
I just want to remind that, of course, yes, you can make some change, but like the biggest point is the 5. Is one brain in the 5. Like if you just gotta play your macro well, and you're gonna perform. Like it's not only about one person. So yes, we can say like they didn't perform well, but it's not only one person who didn't perform well. Like it's the 5. All I can 100%.
say. Yeah, we'll see like what they can bring to this tournament, because there's a lot of line for them. But then we have.
Throw boy. They got throw boy in here. That's interesting. Wow,
I didn't expect this kind of reaction, so I'm really glad to see these kind of reactions. Actually, this is really a new squad that has a really big goal. Like they ended up during the Rising Division on 4th place, but I would just have to highlight that all of these teams from Rising Division, they were so close to each other. Like if we put one more tournament, the whole leaderboards could be totally different. So as I can say, I have big expectations from this team.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
we have our another team that had a lot of changes. Not a lot, but the most they could. So they have 2 new players. They have Sirius and
Afro.
Actually, Afrodi, I think, was already a sub, but
he was never playing really, right? He was
Yeah,
never really.
but that's Kuzen, I think, is in the core team. So we'll see. Like, I'm really looking forward because Toby, he's such a calculative person. He has everything in his sheets and tables, so he collects all the data. So I'm really looking forward what kind of new roster this will be and how they will perform.
Yeah, I think Toby's been playing really good. One of the best roamers in this tournament today. Okay, let's see.
I just want to highlight that this team is Zakota's darling. So we always hear about big
Romanians,
mistakes.
right? Romanians. I think Romanians. Yeah, Zakota. I support you, and I support.
But I don't think that all of them are from Romania. I wouldn't dare to say that. But at the same time, we heard a lot, and I have to say that I have really big expectations from this team, just based on what I heard about them.
Actually, we're even wrong, Nish. It's even Zakota's team. It's not his darling. It's his actual team that he's in right now. So interesting, Zakota. You're gonna be hoping for them. But yeah, they've been playing really good. I think Shrek, extremely good XP. Other than that, I feel like the team has a lot to prove. I'm not saying that out of ego. I'm just saying the placement. Maybe people thought they would play better in the Division Rising, but they had the chance today to prove their worth. So I'm gonna look forward to that.
They definitely do. They end up of 5th place during the Rising Division, and it was so close. It was like not even 0.25 difference in points. Yeah, so it was really close. Fake time. Oh my god! Not just Minerva Fury. I'm really looking forward to these guys. The whole squad is from Ukraine, so I think that there's I think it's such a big benefit when the whole team is talking with their native language. So I have really big expectation, and I think they were not so stable with the results during the tournaments of Rising Division, but at the same time they managed to get really closely. They were in the 6th place, but I was kind of expecting them to be a little bit higher. So I think there's a lot of expectation, not just from me, but from the whole Ukrainian community. So I hope we will see a lot of fans cheering these guys, as we see when Minerva Fury is playing. So I have a lot of expectations for these guys.
Definitely.
And then we go for our EMC champions.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm looking forward to this team.
Oh yeah.
If big mistake was Zakota's team, that this is my team. Let's go. What can we say about this team? Obviously, they changed a lot. The lineup changed a lot, Nish. They've proven themselves pretty good, I would feel, in the Rising. They came second. I expected them to come first, but they advanced. Sure, they advanced, but now today they have a lot to prove. First opinion is they changed the marksman and the XP since they did the qualifier. I know that they have Dracarys. I think the only female in this stage or even tournament that's playing now.
I think you can say she's the only girl in the whole fall season of Surge. So yeah. I think there will be a lot of eyes on this team. Even for the fact,
just even the marketing, even the marketing is genius. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But they are not the first. I would say that ZL has the first, had the first girl who performed so well. I still remember Neferia. We even had such a good clip of her when she was playing Moscow. So yeah.
And these are the two. Groups. I just want to throw out the questions and then first impression, which group is better? Just which group is harder? You have to put your team in one of the
groups. Which group is harder? Which
Yeah.
group has the best teams? For me. Oh, what was the name of the last team?
Memento Mori.
Memento Mori.
Probably the Group B for me. Group B. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Is it purely because of Memento Mori, or which team is like doing the overweight over
Each.
the?
To be honest, I don't know many teams, so I
Mhm.
can't really tell. Like I just forgot the names and the players of the teams. Like I forgot who is in Big Mistake for. But for me, yes, I would just say Group B, just because of Memento
Damn.
Mori.
Yeah,
Fake
okay.
time.
Dakota, he forgot your team, yeah? He doesn't know. The big mistake, Vlad and Shrek and the guys, yeah? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, Zadal, sorry.
Yeah, actually, I would just say that we have to do a lot of promotion for these teams, because, as you said, we didn't stream the whole Rising division. So today this will be the first stream tournament for these guys and these squads. So I'm really looking forward to it. And this is the schedule.
Why, yeah, definitely. And this is why people should tune in. These are new teams except Method Black and where are they? Ake. Everyone else is pretty new. You haven't seen Eternal Oblivion play, Big Mistake. You haven't seen Fake Time. These are new teams. So, I mean, you're going to see something completely different, maybe new playstyles, drafts. I don't know what to expect. This is the schedule. So obviously, first game, Eternal Oblivion against, I'm not trying to pronounce, but I'm going to say Bamboozle, though. Are we going with our predictions, or what are we doing here, Nish?
I think we should only get the predictions from Zadal, because we did the prediction, and I think that the best strategy, like I really have to highlight, Scared Yet used the best strategy for predictions. He just put draw to everyone because
Scared Yet said that.
He said how we should do predictions. But
exactly.
Zadal, what would you say, like, for the first match?
Can you just remind me the name of the jungler of each team?
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Danzo.
And
Danzo.
And Xian first. Danzo and Xian. And Danzo against Xian, And Xian has that team.
Okay.
And on the other side, you have Iki, Danzo, and
for me, it's going to be a 1-1 between in the first games. Maybe 2-0 for the right side, but nah, just say 1-1.
Okay. Then you have Likey against Sixi.
Sixi.
I don't know. I pronounced it correctly, but
that's you pronounced it correctly. But I haven't seen too much of him, so But what do you think?
I would say 2-0 for Glitch.
Yeah, Glitch Code has a good roster. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But,
okay. I would just say, like, really quickly, Ake against Big Mistake. What do you think?
Who is the jungler of Miss Mistake?
Silly's coming.
I would just say I don't know the team, so I would just say no, I can't tell. I just 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay. But we are slowly getting to the matches, and I'm super excited because, as we were talking, like, we did a lot of talking, and we tried to bring you the teams as close as possible. We don't know the teams. We didn't see them perform. There were a lot of changes, even with Ake and Method Black. So there's a lot of surprises for us for the whole weekend. Zadal, thank you so much for being part of this pre-show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Zadal.
Thank you so much.
I
know that you are going to do a small watch party, so I'm looking forward to it.
And any last words for the people watching? Where can they find you? I mean, obviously they know your YouTube. Shout everything out, man. We do the free promotion right here.
Guys, come on my live stream watch party. I'm going to watch party with another European streamer. It's called Dazai on YouTube. So just come watch party with us. It's going to be very fun. Also, if you guys don't want to watch our reaction, just watch the stream here.
Actually, there's one thing that we have that you don't have, and that's the giveaways. So I hope that you definitely have to send some people over so that we can give everything that we prepared for this tournament. But at the same time, as I mentioned, we are trying to bring you the best MLBB in Europe. So like, follow, and be part of the journey of all these teams that are going to hopefully next year are going to get the opportunity to go even globally with the MLBB. So thank you, Sin. Thank you, Zadel. And we are going to leave everything to our casters because Relegation-Promotion is starting. So enjoy your time.
Enjoy, guys.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Man, oh man, after an exciting Thunder Division, ladies and gentlemen, and the open qualifiers out here, we are ready with the promotion relegation matches. Yes, the panel was there, they discussed about every single thing, Zakota, but what's gonna happen in the games up in front of us? Teeny Bamboozle taking on Eternal Oblivion, the best of two series, that's going to be the big question. First of all, tell me, how are you doing, my boy?
Well, I'm excited to be casting again with you, Scared, but I'm excited a little bit more about the game. Two very strong teams. A team that I know very good, Team Bambusade, the Romanian ISCF team, I support them always, and Eternal Oblivion, where I have some friends as well, so it's gonna be a very hard game for me to cast. Because I personally, we're gonna see the predictions. I did a mistake. I didn't check the team rosters previously, and I said, it's gonna be a sweep, but I'm not saying for which team. But let's take a quick look at the schedule, Scared.
Yeah, you mentioned about that. We already have the first teams up in front of us, but the rest of the games are going to be pretty exciting as well. Method Black taking on Glitch Code, then RK taking on Big Mistake, and Fake Time up against Memento Mori. We never imagined Memento Mori to not be in the main leagues, but rather out here in promotion relegation. But here's the fun fact, it's a big chance that this one of the fan favorite teams could eventually have their own fairy tale run, or maybe the Cinderella run, which we always talk about, right, Zakota?
Exactly. I mean, who do you have for winning the whole thing, Scared?
Why do you ask me the questions for which I don't have the answer for? You know, right? I'm farming stats these days. I'm pretty sure you missed out on the messages, right? When everyone was asking,
I read.
Yeah. So you want me to pick one team out here? You know what? I'm actually gonna say Jackpots for the whole
Jackpots to win the entire thing?
Yeah, the entire thing.
All right, I'll keep your word on that. I'll remember this day. You know.
All right, that's 17th of October. It's 8:41 my time. You check your time as well, but yeah, that's the time as well noted, right? But who do you have got for winning the entire thing if not Jackpots?
A secret. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling it. Yeah, I just made you say it. I'm not telling you.
Hey!
It's secret. It's secret.
My goodness, my man. Hopefully that's not one of Victoria's secrets not to be revealed out there. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a new change out here coming in, because normally we would have all the normal classic matches which we always cast on, but this time we will have these proper mechanics of game as well. Either the broken walls or dangerous grass, expanding rivers or flying clouds. We can have one of those. And here's the fun fact, Zakota. Now that adds in a new element into the game altogether.
I mean, I agree with you completely. On the dangerous grass map, you're going to see a little bit more of these scampish heroes like Adita, something, Eudora even maybe. And on Broken Walls, you're going to see a lot more heroes who have better mobility, even funny, maybe more YSSs, but like... Yeah. I think the worst one is Flying Cloud for either of the teams. If you're defending and you go on that cloud, you cannot do anything, you're going to fly, you know? But Scared, which one out of these four is your favorite?
You talk about both of these, right? I think so Flying Cloud can actually help so many setting heroes up so well, right? If you're defending and then you pick up that Flying Cloud, no one can do anything to you. You're flying up in the air. So if you are a Tigreal, boom, Flying Cloud, tap on the disable, you pop down, instant implosion, everyone's surprised. So I think so there could be a lot more surprises depending on the map that we are going to play on. But before all of that, ladies and gentlemen, the best of two series up in front of us. T-Bamboozle taking on Eternal Oblivion out here, draft in front of us itself. Now, there's a lot of things that we always talk about, but I'm pretty sure the bans are not going to change regardless of what changes in the patch notes out here, man.
I think it's gonna change a little bit more. Right now, Angela Fredern is coming back to life like in the previous times when Angela was extremely broken. Yeah. Even now, I think when we first see Alice on the stream, we said Alice, I think, is the worst hero in game, yabba yabba yabba. But now I think Alice is one of the best setting heroes in the game, because I tried her out, I experimented with her, I said, let me give you another chance, you know? In jungle, it's not good. It's only good on roam or XP, from experience.
Yeah. I mean, for EXP as well, I think so it becomes a bit more difficult for her to keep up with other EXP laners. But in terms of rotating, brick walling the other side, I agree. Yes, you play just like how you normally play an Alert. You stay back, you get your levels, you make sure you get the last hit on the minions, and apart from that, that's all. But I agree. And you have to go full tank with Alice. You can't go anything else. So I've been seeing a lot of Alices as well. I'm lucky I'm not seeing them in my ranked games though. But I mean, I'm unlucky probably because we haven't kept up with the meta. But all jokes aside out here, it's going to be the Lancelot Grog ban early on, answered back by Zushin on the other side. I'm pretty sure it should be the Baxia as well, but I agree. The Angela Fredrin combination has been disastrous for everyone.
I mean, it has been, but let's take a quick look at the bans. We're yapping a little bit out of context. We're going to see the Lancelot Grog from the blue side. We're going to see the Matilda Zuxin from the red side. I mean, it's pretty standard ban. We can do, you know, the old combos, Fredrin, Angela. Tank junglers are climbing back to the top. Yes, you can play now more assassins, more squishy, but you're gonna lose in the late game because the sides are so strong nowadays. The XP is so strong, the gold is so strong, and especially the middle is extremely strong. So it's such a two-edged dagger, you know. If you go for a YSS, you're gonna be risking another tank, something to frontline for your gold or for your mid lane.
And that's one of the big things out here which you mentioned, right? If you actually go for an assassin jungle or maybe like a marksman jungle with the East Shin, yes, now you need a proper tanky EXP lane. You need a proper roaming that's got a lot of hit points that can take those hits. So you can't go for those utility roams which we normally talk about. While if you've got that tanky jungle up in the mix, now you can change up your roamers for the utility roamers, the Mathildas, the Angelas as well. Hopefully we're going to see Rafaelas being brought back up as well, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen soon out here. Interesting ban out on the Ruby though.
It's I know I understand why they banned the Ruby. They don't want to give it because it's such a strong pick. It can be flexed into 3 roles, as you know: gold lane, XP lane, roam. You know, 3 different roles. Strong hero. Also with the Baksha, same things. 3 roles. So it's good to ban these heroes out of the pocket. You know, hey, we don't want you guys to be playing with this hero because it can be a pocket pick. You can play it in 3 roles, as I said. And it can work extremely well. You can set, you have so many abilities, you can heal a lot. If you buy the War Axe, even, hey, if you're brave enough, you can go Ruby jungle and you can do a ton of damage, heal a lot, and you're not going to be contested. You're going to have so many stuns. But right now, what's going to be the first pick I'm going to expect is going to be the Arlott or the Angela.
Yeah, I'm also
even
leaning towards Fredrin can be picked up, but would you really want to give Angela on the other side? That's the main thing, right? If you've got Angela, it's fine. Enemy can pick up the Fredrin. You still have a Kai to kind of counter that, right? And you can play along with some of the other picks with Angela. Maybe you can pair up with the Phoveus into the EXP. Even CC is open now that we're talking about it. CC had the highest ban rate in Thunder Division, and that's still left open out here.
I mean, right now, I think most of these teams studied their opponents a little bit more, so they're not going to ban that blindly. We're already seeing with the Ruby pick. Maybe it's one of Paxi's, or maybe it's going to be one of Professor Black's picks. But right now, we're going to see the Angela first, because it can be flexed in the mid lane, flexed in the roam. It can work extremely well in either of these positions, but possibly it's going to be the mid lane Angela we're going to see.
Yeah, it gives you a lot more room to work with. But at the same time, that would mean you're probably going into a Harith into the gold lane, or maybe a Nathan into the gold lane as well. And how's the Nathan pairing up out here in EU, man? Because people have actually been quite a lot of head over heels on that Nathan, at least out here. To be honest, the late game potential is actually pretty good.
I mean, for any marksman in general, the late game is the best stage for them. But like personally, when I played, I didn't struggle versus any Nathans. I mean, it's most likely what the people on Nathan's teams are doing. Because if they're peeling for the Nathan, yes, Nathan's gonna have a much bigger impact. But I don't think he's really good enough to be picked in a professional play right now.
Probably. That's what I was thinking as well on the other side. Now, how are you gonna counter this Angela? A big question. Locking in the CC instantly, along with the Kimi as well. So Kimi in the mid, I like it. You have that range advantage. You can constantly go for the poke as well. But Farsa is left open, and that can be picked up instantly by Bamboozle.
I don't know about that. I think waiting a little bit more for the marksman is the wise choice, but right now it's gonna be Haruto on the gold lane, and Professor is gonna be the XP. So is it gonna be a gold lane CC or a XP lane CC? We already know Origami is a very strong mage. I think one of the best in Europe right now. But Skylove, you know, I play with him. I played versus him, and I know he has extremely good game mechanics. He's fluent with his heroes. That's like the best thing. Same with Origami. Both of them are really fluent in it. They're fluid. They just go with the hero. They don't go against the hero. We're gonna see the Fredder in chip. I like that. That can work. So it's guaranteed an Angela mid lane, or if they're brave enough, what if it's a Fredder in XP and a chip jungle? Come on.
My video is not stuck. I am literally giving you that look. I think so. I was making some blunderous arguments with picking up Nitan in the pro play, but you out here, my man, are saying a chip into the jungle. Zakota, I know you cook. I know you cook a lot as well, right? You've been one of the most active players out there in the EU, and not just in this one title, in multiple titles. But come on, man! You know,
I mean, hey, the best thing to do in pro play is to experiment. What if they played in Scream's chip jungle? What if it works really well for them? You never know, but we're gonna see the Akai on the jungle pick. The first time we're ever gonna see the Panda.
Yeah, out here, but
oh, it's actually
it's fine.
It's Isunshin. I'm predicting it.
You're not predicting it. We
I'm
got the
predicting
call in Arias. Shut up, you're not
It's
predicting
Yishin.
it.
I'm telling you, scared. We're seeing things.
Alright.
If you guys see the panda there, you guys have to subscribe to Surge. It's actually Yishin. But what's gonna be the next ban going on Eternal Oblivion or one last time?
Ban out an Irithel at this point, right? You mentioned about it's a Ascension pick. There we go. It's a Ascension pick. But I think so an Irithel ban would be pretty nice at this point. One of the good late game scaling heroes that can absolutely destroy you with the Malefic gun as well, extra range. And I think so Irithel is one of the natural counters of Kimi as well when you move in towards the mid to later stages of the game. A lot of mobility, becomes difficult for Kimi to target, but it's actually going to be a Granger stopping the early snowball.
I think it's going to be... Listen, I might sound a little bit... cooked, yeah, like mentally, but I think it's gonna be an Obsidia pick from either of these sides because Obsidia is open and it's really annoying. I think, honestly, if Eternal Oblivion picks up the Obsidia, Fredrin is gonna just suffer. Because I'm a Fredrin main, I have like, I don't know, so many games on him. When I first played versus Obsidia with Fredrin, you know, learning experience. Maybe, you know, I played Battle so I didn't know her kit. A third, fourth time, it was not fun anymore. The Fredrin cannot do anything. You cannot go and chase, you can taunt.
Yeah.
Yes, but you cannot catch up to her. She can just run away, especially with that skill, with that 500% movement buff. I mean, it's different universes, man. Like, you cannot catch up to her. And especially if she's smart, she goes with Purifier like a Flicker, you're done for.
That's one thing, but at the same time, you know, I personally feel that if Eternal Oblivion pick up that Obsidia, that means they're heavily relying on that mid to late game scaling. And
Scared.
if by any chance, yeah. Go ahead.
Freya ban.
I mean, I just wanted to ignore the fact that there was a missed ban and a Freya ban on the other side.
You wanna know why?
Go for it.
Haruto was on the global Freya grind, I think, last season. So I understand what the Team Bamboozle is feeling. I mean,
that's like a Hellcut ban against
scary.
Take. Alright, fair. That's like one of the respect bans.
Not really. You can still counter Freya and you can still counter Hellcourt, but it's still they're masters of the craft. But even though Team Bamboozle missed a ban, is that just pure ego, Scared? Is it ego? Come on.
I don't think so, it's ego. I personally feel that they kind of missed out on that ban. They lost that timing. But here's the fun thing now. Yeah, they've missed out a ban. It's a Freya ban for the respect as well. It's a Kalia pick coming in on the other side. Good for that pick off. I like it. But now since this is the composition, right, I do not want to see an Obsidia in here. I probably would go in for, if you really want to go for another marksman in the gold lane, go for a Beatrix. If not, I'm pretty sure you can simply go for a fighter for the EXP lane, put CC in the gold lane. That should be it. While on the other side, it wasn't a misban actually. It was a Lapu Lapu ban along with the Freya. So they were targeting that EXP lane considering that CC was going in gold. I like the idea.
It is going to be an XP laner for Team Eternal Oblivion because they're going to have 3 marksmen and that's already going to be too much. So they're going to be too squishy. Kalea is going to get fully countered by Fredrin and Fredrin is smart. And I know Danzo is a decent Fredrin player, but he plays it with a very interesting build. However, we're going to see the X-Borg and we're going to see the Irithel.
Straightforward, yeah. I knew that if there's a Kimi and a Ascension on the other side, it's a double marksman comp on the other side. You need to have a pretty good scaling marksman. I understand the idea behind an early game snowballing marksman like the Granger and the Harith, but I think so that is a little bit too risky. You already have a Fredrin in your jungle. You've got the Angela in the mid lane. You have a lot of early game presence. You just pairing it up with a late game scaling hero, it's perfect.
Alice, I feel an Alice is gonna come true. I don't know why, but they're missing the centerpiece, the frontline tanking. Kalea is a little bit too squishy early. And I think Alice is going to complement everyone extremely well because, you know, you have the YSS stun, you have... I don't think Khalid. Because Khalid is better on roam. Same with Hilda. Both are better on roam. In my opinion. I mean, when I played with them, it was like hellish to, you know, be a jungler. You're going to get invaded 24/7, you know. It's extremely fun to play jungle in this patch. You're just going to get invaded, you're going to lose your buff, you're going to get mad, and it's going to be really fun. But even so, I mean, I think it could be a Gatotkacha XP to keep it safe, to keep it simple. Either that, Alice or Gatotkacha, one of these two heroes, I think it's the best choice Eternal Oblivion has. It's risky to pick an actual full-fledged fighter because you're going to lose out a ton of the front. I mean, look, they have Chip, they have Fredrin, and they have X-Borg. they can all be tanky heroes. You just need one damage item on Xborg and you're fine. Same with Frederick. If you can get one damage. Even Warax, it works really well. People think it's a troll item, but you do a lot more damage with Retribution at full power.
I agree. Those are the experimentations that you eventually get to once you've been grinding in the game like a madman out here. But I want to really see what's that last piece. I understand the point which you're mentioning that you need a proper front lining right now, considering you don't really have a proper tank. But I think so since CC after that first damage item will also go for that tanky route in towards that mid to late game, you will have a proper front lining. Kalia will also be able to pick one up. Either ways, you're forcing a Purify on Irithel. So I think so a Gutout or an Alice could work really well. At the same time, I'm also looking for some other options that rely more on that blade, armor and dominance ice combinations, just to make sure that the Irithel would eventually burn herself down with those basic attacks.
I mean, if you look at the draft of Team Blue, they have a super safe, well-rounded composition. They have two fronts, they have backline dive in the chip, they have Angela to support from anywhere on the map. She can just go and, opposite lane. I mean, it works really well, but what Team Oblivion really needs is a centerpiece. As you said, yeah, it can work, but I was thinking, they're really prone to invade right now. If someone invades, that this machine is going to suffer for the rest of the game and is going to be seen. So I think they need a denier, something that can deny the invades. Because with Chippy and Frederick, you can be a pretty easy target. If you start on the blue side with YSS, you're going to clear a little bit faster. But the Frederick, if he starts on blue, is going to probably march to your red buff. I mean, considering this is blue side, I think top lane is going to be XP, so he's going to get a lot of help from the Xborg as well. So it really depends. You need a really strong early game fighter. Arlott is left open on the table and he's a pretty good denier, but even so, a Paquito could work as well, technically here.
I agree that Paquito would be nice, but I'm also looking at the mid to late game scaling, right? Yes, Paquito would be pretty good in the early game. You can deny as well with those constant jabs. Once you transition to that late game, I think so that's where things will be difficult. Once the hard guard will be on Shaki, on that Irithel, it's going to become difficult for Paquito to catch her instantly and burn her down. So that's one way how I'm looking at it as well. But since you said denier, early game presence, everything falls in peace once you've got the Khalid as well. Plus with the Fricker Raging Sandstorm, you can actually go for certain surprises. But what about Thams? What about Thams?
No, Tamus, no. Please. I've played enough rank this season. I think when I see Tamus and XP laners with Vengeance losing to stuff you shouldn't lose to normally. I mean, they were losing to a Guinevere XP, global 23 Tamus on my team, 313, 7 minutes. I mean, you cannot save him. It's not to be saved. But like,
bro, no, he's trolling, man. He's trolling. The global 23 was a troll at that point. He probably gave the ID to one of his younger siblings. It's not possible. I agree that there's a lot of ifs and buts with him, but 313 is just not acceptable against a Guinevere. All you need is a freaking Athena shield early on and she's done.
No, just Radiant armor, just even like tough boots and you're gonna be fine. That's all you need on Tamus. But I mean, keeping in mind right now, we're gonna see the Harv, we're gonna see the Granger band. Those are heroes that Eternal Oblivion themselves denied. So the goal laner, Nikki, he has Irithel. So they just want Irithel to go into the CC for that stalemate game. CC is gonna play under tower, Irithel is gonna play under tower as well because of the Kalea. So it's gonna be a stalemate on that gold lane. But even so, if you just take a quick look at the bans, banning the Lapu Lapu, I mean, I don't know if you watched some scrims or played some scrims recently, Scare, but I've seen a lot of Lapu Lapu into Obsidia because Lapu Lapu's, bravest fighter has his immunity, podcasting, stunning, you're full crowd control immune, and you can really fight at Obsidia with the Lapu Lapu if you go for a double marksman comp like YSS Kimi. So it can work extremely well. But even so, I mean, what else is there like to be discussed? But
I think so. There could be
I don't know about it.
Early game denying is going to be a bit of a problem for Uranus, right? You guessed it, they have picked it, but I don't personally like it. It's a very hard late game scaling composition. You don't have a win in EXP, you don't have a win in I mean, you can technically win in gold lane, but that's still Shaki just
Scared.
he's gonna enjoy his time.
What if it's an Uranus jungle and it's YSS gold lane with Kimi on the XP? I mean, Assisi on the XP. But I mean, I think we have a lot. We just, we're gonna get in game number 1 between Tini Bambusel and Eternal Oblivion. I mean, it's gonna be a blue start for the Fredrin, same opposite side buff.
Yeah.
YSS, what we were talking about. If the Fredrin can clear the blue buff first because of the top lane, it's gonna have invade priority. I don't think anyone's gonna go check. Skylove, Saki in the mid lane just to sustain a little bit, to sustain a lot more damage and try to fight for the Little Wonder. We're gonna see the YSS getting a little bit more experience from that dying beetle crab, but even so...
Oh, instantly, fight coming in out here. Xian going in, Super Paxi is the first one to get that pick and look at the damage. Give me, oh my goodness, Skylove. Surviving by the love wave out here, by the skin of his teeth, as Origami will finally move back. You mentioned that early game fight which could happen, that early game invade, and Xian knew exactly what was cooking up.
I mean, right, Fredrin is the weakest under level 8 or level 6, if I'm being completely honest. So you need to really farm up some items. Dreadnought is a priority. But as we said, the heroes that can camp in bushes, we have the Chip, we have the Kalea. Two really strong heroes on this dangerous bush map. But look at Danzo, he's so far behind in gold. YS is about to get his level 4. But, I mean, he is extremely behind. He doesn't even have his golem yet. I mean, let alone, I think he's gonna have to go for a safe build in the Cursed Helmet.
Yeah, probably. You want to have that extra bit of clearance as well to help you out, since Xian already is the one who's leading. But out here in the prediction chart, ladies and gentlemen, everyone has went in 2-0 for either one of the teams except me. I'm the only one who believes in both of them equally. Alright. Zakota, you also gone in 2-0 for Team E. Bamboozle out here towards the turtle, though, is where we're going to focus more on. Purify, wait it out, or hold on a second. Shaki, he just made sure he's got the distance. Look at the poke. Oh my goodness, Danzo couldn't move a muscle.
I mean, personally, I would say is the... I mean, the Xborg was losing trades to Uranus in that top lane. I don't know if you're noticing the map.
Yeah,
but they were losing the trades. And Fredrin, just you get invaded one time, you cannot do anything for the rest of the game. So I think you're gonna win the predictions this time, Mr. Scared. I mean, who knows? Maybe Sint as well, because he voted 0-2 for Team Oblivion. But, I mean, let's see. Paxi is the guy who got the kill, so it's not that big of a deal. If it was Origami or it was Jian who got the kills, I think it would have been a bigger mistake. But even so, Jian opted for that red retribution, for that flame retribution, to help him fight these tankier heroes. I mean, that's what I personally go as well into this lineup. But on Fredrin, I would have went the bloody retribution to sustain a little bit more damage. Maybe even opt for the cursed helmet build with the guardian helmet, the old Fredrin build. But look at Professor Black, completely denying Karti the minion wave.
He's level 6 already. How dare I doubt the Uranus of Professor Black out here? My man is just destroying Karti for the second time in his life.
Oh, for the second time.
That's the
some
Xbox
beef
lore,
I don't know about. But
that's the Xbox lore,
pressuring.
man. It's the Xbox lore. Hold on.
I mean, I don't know. Saki?
He just destroyed Saki instantly. Like, he just walked in straight up on his face right now. He needs to run away, as again the chase was there from Nikki Chiki. He's gonna move all the way back as well, thanks to that hard guard's mobility, as Haruto was constantly dishing out a ton of damage. But my goodness, Eternal Oblivion are doing whatever the heck they want.
I mean, I told you that red retribution, that flame retribution did a ton of work. You get burn damage, you get increased damage scaling, and it just completely melted down Saki. But even so, we're gonna see a Cheap going angry like a bull, charging through. But look at that stalemate. CC managed to freeze everything. Right now, we're gonna see Uranus moving towards the bot lane. He is on a mission, just fighting in the tower, not a fear. Hold on. Uranus, he might die. He doesn't die.
Before that, it's definitely Chip gonna fall down out here. Shortcut being put in finally, and there's the support coming in. Nikichiki instantly pushing Origami back out there, as again the hard card is on Danzo. He wants to catch someone. Haruto is up on his face. There's also the ultimate of Xbox all the way behind. But a lovely retrieve win from Fredrin out here. And on the back of it, he's gonna move back, retreat back to safety. No kills being found whatsoever. But this turtle being taken now, that's going to give good time to Bamboozle.
Now that I look a bit more at the drafts, I can see why they chose that Uranus because he can all the time leave lane and just let Origami double lane. Or even Jian to clear his lane. It's past minute 5, so you know, just annoying, giving vision. That's the job of the Uranus. And then now we're gonna see a primo spot positioning coming in from the Kalea in the triple bush in the top lane, trying to gank that Xborg out. Just look at that.
Oh, there's another one. Hard guard, yes, on top of Karti, but doesn't matter. He's gonna be instantly deleted. And I like the cancel on Skylove's hard guard too, because he knew that there's no way saving Karti up there. He did not have flicker or anything, so he had to move back. And even in the mid lane, if you really look at it, half of the HP of the tower is already gone, and they are still invading the purple.
I mean, not much you can do as a Fredrin right now. As I said, you need your first items, you need your levels. But look at that damage, but look!
Shortcut, finally being brought out. There's going to be the ultimate of Xborg yet again on the back as Origami finally gets taken down thanks to the help coming in from the hard guard. Super Paxi all the way behind out there, should be isolated. There should be an instant kill out there, but guess what? Professor Black answers back to Karti. Even the heavy crossbow is not doing enough damage. Professor Black instantly answers back.
Really good escape coming in from Pax. It was like he was a gymnast. Just look at the gold and level difference right now. And look at Professor Black, he's level 9. He's higher level than Zanzo. I mean, as Jan as well. 2 levels higher than the opposite jungle. Taking a quick look at the builds, we're going to see the Fredrin going for the first item, Oryx. I mean, personally, I would have went for something to help me, like a Radiant Armor. Just counter 2 of the team's heroes. Even go for a Dreadnought or a full Antique at this point, because this is gonna melt you. Why this is gonna melt you? And I mean, personally, Kalea can do a ton of damage towards you, but first we're gonna see that YS is getting a third rank complaint. But
Lasting Insanity, lovely. And Professor's Black been taken down, but there's the kidnap coming in for the Tsunami Slam. Instantly, Nikichiki is going to make sure he runs back to safety. The flicker by Origami. Missed out on that target now. Skylove is also there, but no hard guard available, but they do not care. Karti answers back though, but all of them are so low in the HP, my man. They need to run back, but they are not. As there's the Mountain Shocker, Sheehan finally punishing Karti as well, overstaying in the bot lane.
I mean, that is what we're talking about in the drafting scenario. They are missing out a ton of the magical damage compared to Team Eternal. They have 2 magic dealing heroes, they have 3 physicals. I mean, the difference is, high, because they cannot do anything. A Fredrin cannot do anything, he's skill based. Same with Xborg, he is skill based. Yes, he does more true damage, but Nikki is the main damage dealer of the team. If Nikki doesn't do anything, what can they do? Right now, Karti has the leading kills for Team Bambusei. He has the only 3 kills.
Instant knockup coming in, and that's the delete on Danzo. He's not going to survive out there. Saki, yes, he did land in the shortcut, but it doesn't matter. No one's going to pop in through it. As before anyone could actually take the teleporter, they all were destroyed in an instant. I
mean, Lamb's waiting to be slaughtered. That's what it feels like. 4,400 gold difference. We're gonna see Nikki Ikichiki trying to clear that top lane presence, but not able to do so. They don't have any heroes who could split push safely and return beside, maybe possibly the Angela, but she's still too slow. Yes, she can ult away, but not much you can do in this scenario. You're already at Telos. You lost the early game, what your team was built for, but Baxi, forced to flicker out.
Hopping in yet again as well. The mid lane tier 2 almost getting taken down now. 12 more seconds for the law. There is no map control for Bamboozle. 5,000 gold behind. And if they force a fight, they are not going to win it. And I think so this should be a free Lord coming in for Eternal Oblivion.
I mean, it is only a 3 tower difference. 2 turtles for the side of Eternal Oblivion, 1 for Tiny Bamboozle. But right now we're going to see a lot of damage coming from Karti. But still, look at Urano. He just walks it away. You know, when you get injured playing football and your friends tell you to keep walking. But a free lore play coming from Jian, not 1 ounce of interest into countering that. I mean, how can you do it? Only if maybe you're lucky with a chip, you go in, they don't notice you somehow. Maybe they're looking at only the game, they're not looking at the top left of the map. But even so, what can they do? Right now we're gonna see Danzo going for extremely weird items. Warx into Queen Wings. It can work, but personally I would have went for the usual all bit, because right now I'm behind, right? That's the thought of Redden. You're behind. You go for a Curse Helmet to be a little bit faster in clearing the jungle, to try to catch up to Jian. And maybe even go for a Dreadnought or Radiant first, because Tremendous and Agility, but pick off.
Yeah, another one right onto the Xbox. They know who the problem is as the Mountain Shocker comes in instantly to try and take them down, but a knock up on Danzo, stunned by the shortcut. But all of that just to save their life, and I had no clue why Danzo made that dash. Walked into his own death out there, and he will fall as the Lord marches in the top lane. And that's a free tier 2 down bottom as well. And the Holy Shield should be popped in, considering that last 2 minions might eventually want to walk in as well. The constant poke as well from Origami. The shield is still up, so at least that is a good thing.
But the mid lane won't be up for long. We're gonna see the minions marching down the mid lane right now. They're in range. We're gonna see the Ryze popping that.
Lasting Insanity out here in the middle in front of everyone, as all of them will fall one after another. Level 15 YSS as the Tsunami Slam on Saki ends his life as well. Nikki Chiki has got the heavy crossbow, but how much can you do? It's only a level 11 Irithel. The Lord hopping in from top will eventually get taken care of though, so it's just one minion, but the wave is gonna march in from mid and then from top.
Not much they can do. They just have to wait for Saki to try to make an injury. But look at Super Paxi.
Nah, they're just gonna go in for the end instantly. There is no chance in hell for Team Bamboozle to win out that one. My goodness, what an instant win. And we were talking about how Eternal Oblivion has a late game composition. They ended the game in under 15 minutes, my man.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. Under 15 minutes, they ended at 11-11, I believe. But even so, the Irithel was level 11, so per 1 minute you had 1 level. That's extremely difficult to play. And you were so far behind. I mean, they were lacking magical damage. That was the biggest flaw in their draft.
True.
That maybe you said, yes, maybe the Nathan could have worked that he had a little bit of escapability, but I don't know how it pairs up into the CC. But I mean, hey, it's only game number 1, who knows? Maybe Team Bamboozle is gonna tie it up to get your prediction right. Maybe they're gonna get swept by Eternal Oblivion and get the Saints prediction, you know?
You may never know, man. That man had the highest success in terms of prediction for the Thunder division. So you may never know. Synth might actually pull that one off. But I agree. Here's the big thing out here. I don't know how well Nathan would have paired up, considering again you need those levels, and the game was eventually lost from that mid lane itself. The first blood right towards the Litho Wanderer, that's where Danzo got picked off. And if Fredrin gets picked off so early on, then there is absolutely no way in hell he's going to make that comeback until, as you rightly mentioned, you build up some different items. You go for a lot more HP based route instead of your standard War Axe into the Queen's Wings route. So I understand where the problem started to pair up, and it eventually became a snowball effect, and Eternal Oblivion rode that snowball.
Really well said. I was going to mention the snowball effect coming into play as well. They just kept going with it, and they just got punished. Not much you can do in that scenario. It's really hard for a Fredrin to catch back up and go, because again, you're a tank jungler. You have one of the slowest clear speeds in the current meta for jungles. I mean, look at YSS. He has the ultimate. He has so much damage coming from his passive as well. His skill too. You can just reset everything. You know, it's gonna be an easy peasy game for you to just keep on farming. And they just had that Kalea, which was a really strong hero in that dangerous bush map. I mean, not much you can do, right? I mean, you just get picked off. You don't know where she is. There's so many bushes. You have to think a lot. Even if you see the little eye above you disappear instantly. Which bush is it though? Because usually you can predict. Triple bush, a middle bush. But look at the man of the game. 607 Jian YSS player. I mean, really well played from him. Really good farming, really good kiting. Even though he lost the first turtle. I mean, if he didn't get a kill to come back with it, I think it would have been a pretty big loss. Yeah. Because they would have gave Team Bamboozle too much of a snowball effect as well. Getting that one retribution could have maybe changed the game for the better if they didn't fight afterwards. But you cannot run away as a Fredrin or even as Angela. Once you're caught, you're doomed.
Exactly, and that was the main problem in the entire game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at the highlights as well for the previous one. And this is the exact point we mentioned where things started to roll out of control. Danzo falling as the very first man. That's something you do not want for your own jungler, and everyone survived on the other side. So no trade whatsoever. A decent amount of gold lead instantly in the first minute. Now that means you either ways don't have any magic damage as well. No proper crowd control to stop the onslaught. And then at this point, I just felt that Saki did not anticipate how much damage Shien can actually deal it.
I mean, it's that red retribution, that flame retribution putting in work. It gives you a lot of stolen effects. You get lower damage and you get lower HP, and they get more damage and you get higher HP. So it's, you know, it's better. But even so, the only guy who killed anyone during these games is just Carty with the Last Insanity. Not much you can do in that scenario. But even so, Saki got caught out multiple times, same as Danzo, out of positioning. Not much you can do. As I said, as a Frederick, you need to build up items, you need to build up just your team. Because it's so different. For Jian's teams, the team plays for him. The team has to play for him. But in Danzo, you have to play for the team. You have to play like a support. And Danzo isn't really a great support jungler. He's more of an assassin player. I've seen his jungle before. He's a really good player, but I don't think tank really suits him. So it's it's a two-edged dagger. It can work really well, but I don't think this game was the Fredrin.
Yeah, they were just struggling on every single front out there at that point. So I agree, it wasn't really a Fredrin game at this point. To be honest, the early drafting was looking pretty decent with the Chip, with the Fredrin, with the Angela. It was looking fine. But then everything started to snowball out of control. Also considering the fact that they did not really have anything in the EXP lane as well for any kind of magic damage. I think so. Maybe picking something else would have helped them up.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to draft into a YSS. You have Lancelot bound. The counter to YSS is usually Lancelot. I mean, the Hayabusa currently, I think it's really weak. Just from personal experience, when I played Hayabusa, it feels really weak for some reason. And what could have you went? Maybe if you went for a fighter jungle, but they're not really great. If you went for an Akai to pin them down, to push them away, it's still so hard. I think Fredrin was the correct choice, but at the same time it was not. Because they just gave too much heroes to Team Oblivion. I mean, if you go Fredrin, you need a support. You need a really oppressive mid lane. You could have forced the Angela to go on roam. You could have gotten an oppressive mid laner. Maybe even a Kadita that game, I think, would have been great. Or something like an Eve to work extremely well with the Fredrin. You get stuck into that sandbox type of team fight. You get taunted in by Fredrin, you stay in, that RWM. You get a lot of damage in on you. But it's so hard to play currently because they had the YSS. They had the Uranus. Someone who can really bully that Eve. You can get out with YSS. You can just go in their face with Uranus. And I mean, I think that like maybe if they didn't ban out the
I think so at this point, yes, I agree. They should have eventually just put up Angela into that roam position itself, not really changing a lot of things out there. But at the same time, man, I also feel that there could have been more choices in terms of picking up their fights when they wanted to take those fights as well. Because you've got the Fredrin, right? You've got those taunts right on your faces too. So I think so. Instead of going for that litho fight early on, they could have gone in towards the other end, maybe just gone in for their own rotations towards their own buff. Maybe avoiding that one pick is something that I kind of want to see from them. Once that was basically lost, then it was an eternal snowball effect from Eternal Oblivion. So that's something maybe they can work with. But I agree. Overall, it was a bit of a problem in terms of their macro and micro in-game. A little bit in the draft. My man Zakota, it seems like his mic has decided to disobey him. Everything was working fine until it wasn't, just like the draft of Teeny Bamboozle. But we're going to be fixing that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. Yeah, now we can finally hear you, Zakota. Say something? No, we can't hear you. We still can't hear you. It's fine. We're going to be fixing those things up, ladies and gentlemen. I know that there's still a few more things to discuss right now. We'll have the look at the post-game statistics as well to see how things panned out in the previous one, while at the same time, we'll be making sure that the lobby is ready. In the meantime, you guys can quickly go on to the channel, subscribe, and show your support as well, because this is the promotion relegation now. Some teams who were playing all the way up have been brought back down. They will have to compete with all of these players out here as we have a quick look at the statistics of the game. The rich guy absolutely is going to be the same Sheehan along with the carry. Yes, he dealt the most damage. But guess what? The sandbag's going to go in for Professor along with the wingman. My man on the Uranus did a lot. it seems like they're still going to be hopping in for that fix. But yeah, overall, if you really think about it, both of these men, first of all, the guy in the jungle, Cheyenne, then Professor, onto that EXP lane. The two late game scaling heroes, the Yi Sunshin along with the Uranus, you know that they're not going to be that big of a threat in the early game, at least until the turn level 4. But even after all of that, Professor winning that EXP lane battle against the Xborg, and then Cheyenne as well early on in those fights against the Fridrin, against Danzo, he was able to dish out a ton of damage. And you mentioned about the fact, Zakota, it was that Retribution, not going in for the Ice Retribution was the best choice in that case. So a lot of things were eventually brought down to those macro and micro decision, but that's been something that we've been trying to, understand as well. Those micro decision making can impact the game in such big manner. Like it's literally the butterfly effect coming in. Saki also not really anticipating the amount of burst Cheyenne eventually had, and then in the later stages of the game, we clearly saw the strength of Kalia being brought in as well. Paxi just going in for those tsunami slams constantly. It was absolutely insane. And I believe, Zakota, you're back. Are you? Nope, he's absolutely not. He's still here. He's trying to fix everything. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. He'll be back soon. I'm pretty sure that he's probably sad about the fact that he could not get his prediction right for the first one. It's okay. It's okay, my man. Don't worry. You're going to be hopping back into that prediction chart. Yeah, we can hear you.
So I think that
we can't hear you again. we heard a couple of words, and it seems like he's more or less like a solar eclipse out here. Pops in after every year or two. But on the other end of the spectrum, Haruto onto that CC, 8 assists, playing into that gold lane as well, picking up the War Axe with the Brute Force breastplate along with the Oracle, making sure that he's able to soak up all the damage and the crowd control specifically that was coming in from the other side, right? The Brute Force breastplate gives you that extra bit of the CC immunity time as well, just like how the tough boots eventually lower down the control time. Same as the passive of Brute Force breastplate too. So adding on to that fact, building up the Oracle, getting some extra bit of HP back with your Yo-Yo Blitz, specifically when the only magic damage dealing hero on the other side is Skylar on Angela. I think so that was a pretty good decision making. And on the back of it, you also had Origami picking up that Sky Piercer on the Kimi and going 4, 1, and 7. I believe the only time he was picked up was around that Litho Wanderer over towards the mid-river part near the Bear Crab of Cheyenne. That was the only time when Karti was actually able to pick him off. Apart from that, he was always present in those team fights. And then adding onto that Bloodwings too, with that extra bit of mobility. It all helped them out perfectly. And Professor at the end, man, with the dominant size, with the Oracle, yeah, good luck trying to finish him off. One good thing that I really liked was the fact that Nikki eventually went in for the Heart's Claw into the Berserker's Fury. He realized he was going to be the main carry of the game, so he had to make sure he gets that early burst damage. And that's how you can see a lot of damage being dealt by that man. 35,000 overall for his own side. Apart from him, it's Danzo, yes, following up close, but then it's Saki, and then it's Skylar. Now that's the big thing, right? Even though you have an Angela, if you don't really get that early snowball in, you do not see that magic damage pop in whatsoever. And that becomes a bit of a problem. While on the other end of the spectrum, it is not Cheyenne with the damage, it's not Origami either, it is Professor. 43,000 damage dealt on a Uranus. And then Haruto. Not a single kill for this man, but he dealt 33,000 damage. So it's literally not the marksmen's, but more like both the side laners doing a phenomenal job onto their own positionings. Even Paxi was able to drop. If anything, Cheyenne dealt the least amount of damage. My man had 607 KDA. That's the strength of Yi Sun-shin. Just one passive attack and that's exactly what's needed. I hope Zakota is here. And he's still not here. It's fine. The game duration out here, 11-11. Seems like a wish coming true for Eternal Oblivion as we have a look at the damage taken for both of these teams. It was anticipated. Professor is going to be the main sandbag. And Zakota was mentioning how Saki on that chip can eventually find some angle. Maybe he can find some timing to catch anyone on the other side by using those extended bushes. But the big thing was, Professor was always on his face. His main job was to make sure that he figures out where Saki is, and once the team was ready to take that fight, that's when he would leave him and then he'd go in to take those fights. And fun fact, Saki was mostly near the team fights, so Professor either ways could give the vision while be with the team. And that was one of the big plays coming in now. I did like the idea of the hard guard onto Karti to give him some extra bit of movement speed, a little bit extra sustain, so that the Firaga armor stays up for long, while they can also deal good amount of damage to the other side. But apart from that, yeah, it was nothing. So having a last look at these itemizations, pretty fair. No big differences out there. Fleeting time as the first item for Saki, I think so. Could have gone in for a bit more defense, considering the fact that he was being bursted down instantly. Apart from that, as we already mentioned, even Zakota said Danzo going in for the War Axe along with the Queen's Wings wasn't the most ideal choice. Maybe just adding the Molten Essence of the Cursed Helmet would have helped him clear out the waves faster, or rather clear out the jungle creeps a little bit faster. That could have gone in a long way and maybe helped him out in the longer run of the game, as they were able to steal away one turtle. But apart from that, absolutely nothing. One Lord going in for Eternal Oblivion, eventually into the closure of the game. It was an absolute well-orchestrated draft and an even well-orchestrated game. Now the big question is, will Eternal Evil go for a 2-0? Because this was an absolute dominating win. We'll just have to wait and see onto that one. As overall, if we think about it now, there's got to be some changes in the draft. You can't really let those CCs go to the other side. You can't even let the Kaliyas flow through. If you go down the memory lane again in Thunder Division, there were a lot of Kaliya bans, right? And the moment there was a Kaliya pickup, you knew that the game is going to become very difficult for you. If anything, the chip was let through most of the times. Eventually, the shortcut was not that big of a deal for people to deal with, but the Kaliya was. The CC was. Now, those are the two picks that you once have logged in, you know that it is going to be a pretty smooth sailing in terms of the roam as well as that EXP, if CC is in EXP or probably gold, because that also gives you that flexibility to work with. So I did like the idea as well of the CC early pick. Maybe banning out a CC and not really going in for a full-fledged respect bans of the heroes like the Freyas and maybe some more like the Ruby into the early banning phase. Maybe those are the few things that they can potentially change. If anything, I want to see those kinds of things changed, right? I understand the fact that Ruby is pretty decent in terms of the flexibility. You can play in 3 different lanes. There's a lot of yes, but at the same time, if you see an early Ruby pick, then you can eventually pick something that can counter her pretty well, right? Something that can kite around her pretty well. Maybe something that you can just pick a Purify and then Ruby is going to be left out alone in the wild. So maybe changing a few things at that point could eventually work. Letting that Ruby flow through, banning out the CCs, right? Pick one up and let one flow through to the other side. That was the strategy which at this point we did see coming in from Bamboozle, but it didn't really work out for them. But now, what we are constantly having the discussion about is what's going to happen in that game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. But before we move on to that game 2, we're going to be heading into a small break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. My oh my, the surprises just never end whatsoever because the predictions of most of the people have eventually gone down in drain except for just two. That's going to be Synth and me. So let's see which one's prediction eventually comes true because only one could happen. Eternal Oblivion can either 2-0 Team Bamboozle or Bamboozle can make it 1-1 Zakota. We discussed everything about that first draft itself. What do you think is going to happen in the second game?
I think either Team Bambuse is gonna win. I mean, it's gonna be second pick right now, and I think first pick is the strongest currently. But
Yeah.
I mean, Team Oblivion extremely strong. Eternal Oblivion just showing that dominance in the start, that almost invade like a play coming from Jian, and I mean from Origami as well. Just put the game on a snowball as we mentioned previously. But even so, it's still we don't know what's gonna happen in the future. But I think Oblivion is gonna seal the deal and get Sin's prediction right. What I mean, scared yet you want
Okay.
it to be a 1-1, you want it to be a tie, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna be different. Maybe it's gonna be somehow a draw, but I don't think so. Because we're showing just the first game. I think they're not ready to be on the stage. They just still a bit shy, getting warmed up, just like Void Kids, you know.
I'd say yes. Now that we actually consider the parallels that's been happening between both of these teams, I would say yes. Yeah, there's been a bit of a miscommunication between Team Bamboozle, and there's been quite a few things that have happened out here. But at this point, we've got to have to make sure that you focus down out here right now because Zakota, the previous one was Dangerous Cross, but this one is going to be the Broken Walls. And you mentioned that because of those broken walls, now you've got a lot more avenues to run around with, to move around with. That means a lot more picks like the Fanny can eventually come into play. Some things that can move around a lot of those walls, right? And by moving on the walls, I do not mean Ling. Please do not pick Ling. That's just not viable.
I mean, personally, I would go for something that's extremely good at cornering people, like a Badang or a Grok. Because you're going to take advantage of the more openings in the wall, you're going to make a bit more plays. Same with like fighters like CC, you can chase a little bit more. Even so, in the top lane tier 2 turret, you can have such an opening into that push. If you're marching down with minions or even with the lord, it's going to be so good for that team that's attacking. This is more of an attacking map. The previous map was more neutral for either of the sides, same with expanding rivers. But I think this one is extremely attacker heavy. It's not fair for the defending team because they have so many walls that are open, just giving the enemy team a little bit more opportunities to go and try to look for a pick of more ability to chase it, got catch, and more ability to go and like invade with Khalid or with Hilda. You can just escape in different ways. You cannot be predicted this time. You're either gonna go right, you're gonna go left, you're gonna go in the middle, you're gonna go backwards, I don't know, climbing on the walls. But we're gonna get straight into the draft in game number 2 of series number 1 between Team Bambuse and Eternal Oblivion. Scared. Who do you think is gonna be the first ban?
I've got no clue, man. Probably gonna go for the exact same bans like the previous one. I kind of want to see a CC ban coming in this time around, right? If you don't want to pick a CC up or the Angela up, just ban her away instantly. Do not let the other team get their hands onto that pick, right? Something along the lines of the Baxia as well could be that what you keep banned. And now that you mention it, the teams would want to go for certain pick-off compositions. I think so it is fair enough to say if Eternal Oblivion does not want to pick a Kalia, ban her out.
I mean, I don't think one can be a threat. If you go like one tanky hero with Blade Armor and Tikorias, one is done for. I know you main her, I know you're a main, but whenever I face a 1-1, it's easy for me. I don't have an issue dealing with her, even if it's a good 1-1. Or like, I don't know, pro level 1-1, I still think it's an easy hero to counter. You can get out of range, you can escape her crossbow tank, you can be a little bit tanky. You're just gonna sustain the crossbow tank. You just can go glue into a 1 and you're gonna be fine. But even so, you're gonna see the Harit, Matilda getting banned out, Jukshin follows through out the door, Lancelot as well. So this is gonna be a pretty even Stevens draft. Like last game, both of these, I mean, all 4 of these heroes are banned. So what would work here in the next one? Are they gonna ban out again the Freya, or are they gonna keep it and let Haruto first pick it?
Ruby was the ban for Bamboozle in the previous one. I do not want to see a Ruby right now. There's an Angela open, a CC open, there's a Baxia that's open. All of these are pretty good picks. A Baxia-Angela combination can destroy your entire lineup instantly in the early game. And now that you've got a lot more openings around the map as well, yes, why not? The mobility that Baxia has can be used up perfectly. And I think so Eternal Oblivion read onto that, so they're going to make sure that doesn't happen. But now the question is, do you ban out the Angela or do you ban out the CC? You know that Haruto did give you a lot of problems.
I think the Freya has to be banned out, considering Haruto can work his own goal lane, own XP lane. I mean, any where you put him with Freya, it can work, Mr. Scare. But like, if you think about it, you can go Freya Digi, and you can do anything with that hero combination. Even so, you can go with an Ixia or something that works really well, like a Digi Fredrin. Again, a pretty strong strategy, but I'm gonna see the YSS getting banned out. They're just respecting Jian's pick. But the Hayabusa still left on the table. Akai on the table. Fredrin. Joy, not so much. I don't think she's that great anymore. She can be countered extremely easily with like Alea, Hylos. Something that can deny her a dash. Even a Badang with a slide pushback is gonna be a denier. But Scared, what do you think is gonna be? Maybe is gonna be the Freya? Angela?
Or a CC. Angela or a
I
CC.
don't think so. I don't think an Angela. Kimi.
Alright. Kind of fair.
It
was working.
yeah.
It worked for them in the previous one. It can work for this one as well. Not a lot of flexibility in terms of that, but still fine. I think so the Angela Fredrin can be picked up instantly by Bamboozle. But yes, it did not work out in the previous one. Maybe this time they're able to execute it a little bit better and punish Eternal Oblivion to let those through out in the drafting phase itself. So that's one part of it. Or maybe they want to go for something entirely different. Maybe pick up the Kalia and deny it to the other side.
I don't think they're gonna go for the Kale. I don't think Psyche plays it. I mean, Psyche plays it. I think they're gonna go for the Badang roam to try to catch them in like a set scenario, or maybe even a Kufra. Kufra has been getting really popular again, so I think it can work. But even a Grok. Grok is open on Tiban is a really strong hero on Broken Walls because you have so many more openings. And I think that's the hero that they should go for. I think run and gun. You know, you're a Grok, you cannot be killed. I mean, as a Fredrin, as a tank jungler, if they do opt to go for a tank jungler, even an assassin jungle, you cannot do anything to Grok. I mean, I know that from experience. I was playing one time against this Grok, he has 600 defense with passive up. I mean, how can you do any damage to him as a Fredrin jungle or an Akai? For example, the Gatotkacha Chichi. I don't like that.
I'd say CC fine, but now that he picked up the Garrod, you know what? I'm gonna say it's okay. It's okay. I can see the synergy being built up by the Curtain's Call and the Avatar of the Guardian. And at the same time, the Garrod, Roam, EXP, question mark, CC, EXP, Gold Lane, it's still a question mark. So that could be something that they might want to work around with. But yes, you'd need to be pretty aggressive with this kind of composition. You can't really sit back and let the other team do whatever the heck they want to do. No, you have to be a bit more aggressive. So I still feel that Gatot in the EXP CC in the Gold Lane. But then they don't really have any kind of marksman to pick up. You mentioned about the Grok. You mentioned about that nasty 600 defense with passive up. It's been locked in by Eternal Oblivion along with the Fredrin. Please.
Stop, please, Scared. Oh, Fredrin. I mean, Lapu and Grok. Oh, Scared. This is looking like a complete slaughter. I mean, just giving out Grok. I mean, I understand why you want to go for the CC. You want to deny that Hayabusa pick, but Grok, I wouldn't let him open. He's so annoying. A good Grok can go invade you, take your buff and walk away because you cannot kill him. He's that tanky early game. He's so annoying to deal with. But even so, Gatotkacha, I think he's a pretty safe pick, as you said, with the combo with the Yo-Yo, you know. It's just that it's so 50-50. It either styles someone or it doesn't. Yes, it works against assassin-type heroes. However, I mean, it's still, you know, a risky first pick as a CC. Yes, you can give it to Dennis, but they can go for the Ruby if here Bamboos, they don't ban it.
If anything, if there's an Angela on the other side, that becomes even more difficult for you. But yeah, if you pick up an Angela, where's everyone else going? So I don't think so that's going to happen right now. They've kind of revealed their cards. And at the same time, this is one of those few times when we are going to see Angela being left open. You mentioned it's a Grok and a Lapu as well. So it's going to be corrected pretty soon, people. So don't worry about it. But now there's a big question, right? If it's a Grok and Lapu, how do you counter it? You are forced to go a carry pick in this game. I do not see any other way how you can actually destroy those two defensively tanky heroes.
I mean, you don't do anything. You just get punished. That's what can happen. We're gonna see the Granger getting picked out already. just showing them that the CC is gonna go XP into a Lapu Lapu. It's even Steven's trade. Neither can kill either of them. So, but
It's not
I mean,
that. He's gonna take care of Grok.
they're gonna go for a magical mid laner like a Farsa or like even an Eve to poke him down. Because I think that's the only choice. You need to go for a heavy hitting mid laner. The Harriet's banned out, so what can you go on the gold? Nothing really. Just Granger is good because he has that insta burst damage. You can take care of the Kimi. He can kite away that Lapu Lapu. So I think it's a pretty fair pick. But they just lack a lot of magic. I think they got Katsa should have been just Grok. Just Grok. You had the second pick. They picked up Kimi on the first. I think just Grok is the safest way to go. They're gonna ban out the Ruby Hayabusa for some reason. And the Sicilian, a heavy hitter, gets banned out as well with Angela. So maybe they're gonna go for the Kadita pick on the mid lane to combo with the Grok AOG to try to maybe punish them down, but I don't think that's gonna happen. It's such a rough match. I don't know what they can go on the mid. They had the Kimi, the best mage that's open, is taken. Farsa is still a good pick here, but I don't think it's good into a Grok because you get counter with every single skill. The wall cancels, the skill 1 cancels, the passive cancels, the ultimate cancels you. So you're just a walking bird. That's it. That's what you're gonna do. And there's the Eve I was talking about. I mean, not much you can go, right? I mean, I was thinking Zetian, but Zetian falls off against Grok and Lapu Lapu. And gets punished because she doesn't have any movement. Same with Eve. Eve doesn't have that many movement, but she gets a lot of movement speed from her skill 1. And you know, she does a lot of damage early game. She can be a poke monster into RWM. You can also lock them in a kiting thing with a Gacha. So it can combo well together, right? You can tie them up with CC as well, you know, with the curtain call. But what are they going to go in the jungle? Fredden is still left open, but they're going to be extremely tanky. So they need a jungle that's...
Fredden a refill?
No, I'm thinking it's going to be maybe a Nolan jungle. A Joy Claude.
I mean...
That's good. No, that's a good... I don't know about the Claude. It can work really well into a Granger. It can work well into a Granger, but I think that's just to counter out that Eve. They're just going to play for the late game. But a Joy is a good pick here. No one can really cancel.
Exactly. I mentioned it in the starting as well, right? Now, since the Yi Shen has been banned out, Lancelot has been banned out, one of the prime picks in that jungle position apart from a Hayabusa is actually the Joy, where you can run around, wait for the fights to begin, and now considering that you've got Grok and Lapu Lapu who can dive into the enemy backline, you pair it up with Xian on the Joy. Now, Haruto is going to have a pretty fun time with his Blazing Duet in the backline, and I agree that it pairs up pretty well with the Granger. I think so. In the draft, Eternal Oblivion has won, and we'll have to see.
I disagree. I think I disagree with that, because the Fredrin can use his skill to cancel out that Blazing Duet, can cancel out Joyce's dashes if he's fast enough, but even so, they're going to try to go invade for the Golem, and they're going to achieve a pretty hefty start. They're going to wait for that little Wanderer to spawn in. Saki is there to support him, but look at Grok. That's what I'm talking about. Such an annoying hero. He can just be a nuisance. You cannot stun him as a Fredden. It's a really hard matchup, but even so, the retribution is there. And I believe Jian got it.
Yeah, Jian stole it. That means no level 4 for Danzo. It doesn't have the retribution to take that one now. And guess what? Paxi's probably going to move up to try and annoy him a little bit more out here. So regardless of what you try to do, yeah, there's just not anything you can do if you're Bamboozle. You've got to wait for Eternal Oblivion to make a mistake.
I wonder if Mitos thought of this draft before for Team Romania, because he's a pretty big fan. There is a player in Europe, his name is Kumitos. He really loves the Romanian team, and he helps them a lot. But I think that's a little bit off topic. We're going to see a little bit of a small fight trying to start. But, I mean, it's an even-Stevens game. Right now, the Ferdinand really needs to get at level 4. He is far behind Jian. Jian is going to get a Storm Golem and a free turtle. I think you just have to give it up. You cannot contest it. You're still far behind. He's still level 3. Just about to be level 5. Just get one bug. I mean, one cockroach, as I like to call it, and one crab, and you're going to be pretty hefty in XP.
Yeah.
But the friend is going to go for an invade, not allowing Choi to have any downtime.
That's fair. I kind of like the idea as well, but Saki needs to be pretty safe. He needs to be careful out here. And it's just as you mentioned, they've got the decision. They've decided they're not going to go in for any kind of turtle contest, but rather want to try and take away the buff from the other side. And now since the retribution of Danzo is up and available, so it should be fine, but he needs to take this bear creep, man. Regardless of what the case is, it gives you a ton of EXP. And Super Paxi is just making sure that he's having a problematic time. One more wall and things can become pretty annoying for Danzo to deal with.
Something most people don't know in jungle, I see just good players, good junglers, they do this. They know how to use the retribution, they know how to choose the retribution. Example, in game number 1, game number 2, Jian both getting the red retribution just to deal out a ton of more damage. But look at Jian, he's going to go for the invade, he's going to get that retribution up as well. Not allowing Danzo to, keep the lead. He was for us in the first place, XP-wise, but still, he just got that taken away. And Card is going to fall.
Yeah, there's a bit of a problem out here, but the Vengeance kept him alive out here right now, and the Appraiser's Wrath. On to Professor Black, deletes him instantly. And with that, Danzo's finally catching up onto that farm itself as well as the EXP as they're now finally going for a bit more invade. The AOG did not really catch Xian as he runs back to safety. But there's the perfect taunt, and there's the burst damage, the real world manipulation by a Skylove. Literally sending love shots from Sky out here, making sure that Paxi also uses off the flicker. Lovely catch on the Skylove, but he needs to run away. But there's another one, Raging Sandstorm on the faces as Shane will run away. Appraiser's Wrath did not catch onto the Lapu Lapu as he's trying to sustain through everything, but cannot run away from the range of the Yo-Yo. But guess what? There's a blazing duet out here in mid as well as Danzo barely surviving as Nikki hops into support. And finally they took a break.
The break is not going to be there for long, only 300 gold, the difference. 1-2 waves is going to fix it up, but look at Xian, he's still in the lead in the XP department. He's going to get his retribution up. Danzo also has it, but what is going to happen? He's going to take the first turret. They have the Grok ultimate, that wild charge ready to go. They have, the tectonic charge nowadays, it changed, right? Scared. Tectonic charge.
I don't have any clue as to why they renamed that. I think the wild charge was still pretty decent, but I'm probably just being a bit of hot-headed out here.
I think it's just the memories of Grok, wild charges we've seen. But even so, in the bottom, there was a small trade in the favor of Team Bambuse, just getting that turret plating and that turret itself for a turtle. I think it's a pretty nice trade-off. But even so, Karti is there, Skylove is there. Danzo is going to try to maybe go for an invade towards that Cockroach. She's going to be 1v1 versus that Joy. Electrifying beats were used, but not much damage you can do. But Saki!
Yeah, he's gonna be taken down instantly. Over the Revitalize kept him alive, and there's the blazing duet. Doesn't matter. Saki survives through all of the onslaught, and after that, they also saved the turret. And that is a big trade-off for Bamboozle because they've used up major ultimates in that fight.
That was a pretty good trade-off. Really good. Actually, really good. A Revitalize and an Alp, and he used 4 of them, but a turret as well if taking the process. But look at that, Nikki taking a ton of damage upon that Grok. He's not allowing him to get any items. Karti is there. He has that curtain call available in a few seconds. It's up right now. There's that wall going through. Right now it pushes you back as well, which I've noticed, so it can really work with your passive and skill 1. You can just be like a ping pong ball, you can get pushed back and forth. But even so, we're gonna see the Scorched one getting picked up by Skylove, an anti-heal, a slow effect into Eve. It's a little bit more life-threatening, but even so, Karti is gonna be there. He's gonna be allowing Danzo to get a bit more from. He's just gonna support him in that scenario. But even so, Joy is gonna get a few more minions to get that level advantage upon Danzo. Realistically speaking, Danzo needs to go clear that top lane as soon as he gets that red buff, because the turret is gonna be up and is gonna be behind in XP. Jean is gonna get a few more ravens, he's gonna be level 11, so I think that's gonna be a pretty big lead. Nikki Ikichiki getting that Sky Piercer ready to rock and roll, but scared. Who do you think is gonna get this turtle? Third turtle of the game.
Flicker is out for Skylove, I think, so they don't really want to go for the contest out here right now as Danzo with the concealed
Tectonic charge
from the other side. The Tectonic charge will make one. Lovely AOG to try and push back both of the damage dealers on the other side. Now there we go, the Lapu Lapu hops in. Landshaker not here. Appraiser's Wrath with the Retribution gets that.
Professor Black is so squishy.
Yeah, he is right now. He's going to try and run away from the Flicker. Doesn't matter. Nikki Ikichiki shuts him down with the Rhapsody. It's Teeny Bamboozle eventually getting the better end of the stick.
Again, one big mistake I'm seeing right now that Teeny Bamboozle is doing, they are allowing Jian to farm. Look at his goal. He's not that far behind Nikki. Neither of them are. Neither is Haruto nor Jian. Both of them are 300 kills away I mean, 300 gold away from a kill, but even so, Super Pax is gonna get punished under the turret.
Absolutely, just gets melted down by the yo-yo blitz as well. Now that's something that we always talk about. The red tree is going to be there, so the purple buff for the purple buff. Though the tier 1 on the bottom will eventually fall, I think so the trade-off should come in mid pretty quickly. No Grok to help you out, clear the wave, and the HP of the tower is pretty low as well. I think so this Eve pick has been working out super well for Team E Bamboozle. The constant pokes are something that Paxi can't really tank.
That's what we were talking about in the drafting scenario. That beat down type of draft scenario with two tanks. I mean, technically 3, but Sissy does a little bit more damage than either of them. But I mean, just keeping them contained in one spot, that's a job of Frederick. But look at that.
AOG did connect out here though, and there's the backline. The curtains calls
Haruto.
there. Haruto gets destroyed instantly as Karti is gonna run back to safety. It's a 1-for-1 trade even after all of that. And I think so I'm still gonna give it to Bamboozle. They won out in that trade.
They won out in that scenario because they forced Haruto to use his Purify, allowing Danzo and Saki to punish him extremely hard. But look at Superpax walking in a bush blindly.
It's fine. He's a Grok.
He's a tank. Yeah, he's a rock.
Yeah,
he's one with the map.
It's fine.
If you put Grok in one of these broken walls, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. That's why it's so broken to have Grok here. Because the dominance are getting picked out. Jian is going to go for those electrifying beats.
Yeah, Karti is going to be taken down. No tankiness for him whatsoever. Now that also means that you won't really have a lot of presence all around the Lord as well. Danzo is going to get poked down to the blazing to head with forced out. Catching on to 2 as no Appraiser's Wrath available whatsoever. But guess what? He's now going to send to the flicker boost up. Absolute in behind a double kill for Nikki Ikichiki as he sends them all back home. I question the Granger, but the answer is an absolute melody.
I mean, right now we're going to Danzo getting that Lord down as soon as possible. Jian did have the retribution ready, but he's not going to contest. He's so far ahead of Danzo, but doesn't contest any objectives because he knows he cannot get them because of this beat down type of draft. Let's see a quick ripple. Look at that tectonic charge, really beautiful, but the Revitalize saved that Frederic's life. And the Eve, we know, with our RWM as well. But Nikki Ikichiki just in their face, punishing down every single member of Team Eternal Oblivion. We're gonna see the Lord about to march down, I believe, the mid lane. No, the bot lane, actually. But even so, it's still the minions might push through. Danzo!
Yeah, he could eventually be taken down though, but the AOG connected perfectly to make sure that Danzo
really
survives out of there. It was a big one, I agree. On the back of it now, look at the back line though. There's another electrifying beast. The flicker comes in! And an outplay from Skylove and Nikki! Instantly taking down Shien, and now that is your jungler. The retribution is off. The Lord can actually take down the inhibitor.
That's what I was saying with how fluid Skylove is with those mages. But, I mean, a pretty well executed base defense outside the fact that Jian tried to heal Skylove. I mean, that was the best possible choice he had. Frederick is going to go under a tier to try to taunt them down, but look at Karti in their face. Tectonic charges there, ready to rock and roll. Not going to commit to it.
Absolutely not. They don't really have their jungler right now, and Nikki is on a monster kill. That man's Skypiercer's stacks are probably more than the total kills of Eternal Oblivion right now. And that's the big problem now. The inhibitor up top is going to fall. There's another pick coming in, but there's the Blazing Duet to try and clear up at least something. But Saki,
oh my god!
My goodness! He soaks up every last bit of damage thanks to the Revitalize. And with that, they shut down Super Paxi one more time.
Hit me, baby, one more time. But look at Karti getting that that really good curtain call. AOG
yeah.
Too late, but Starler is there. And he's going to do a ton on Professor Black. Oh,
yeah,
Jian!
He's gonna run away. Look at the back line though, Jian.
Oh my god!
Down Nikki. Finally gets a big shutdown on him, but Karti with the instant trade as well. A freeze to help Danzo survive. So a couple of shots coming in. Holy smoke, the damage from the Yo-Yo Blitz. There is Tectonic Charge, but no one to actually help him out. But there's still Skylove who will be taken down. Origami gets a bit of a shield from the Blood Wings. Eventually sustains through every piece of damage. But they will probably lose the bottom inhibitor, or at least it's only going to be 1 HP standing.
Beautiful base defense coming in from Team Oblivion. 6,000 gold behind. Lord up in 30 seconds. Both teams are going to be up. Their spells are going to be up. And it's going to be an even Stevens fight. We're going to see a big taunt coming from Sakiki, forcing the Landshaker to come through.
Lovely wall along with the ultimate. There's the backline support coming into the blazing duet. But guess what? Haruto actually
AOG.
destroys himself instantly. AOG for the save. As Danzo will finally fall. Origami with the poke damage finally gets him out. Nikki Kichiki is hopping in. He's making sure he wants to do the damage out here. The Purify user by Kati. He will be taken down. Look at the backline. Nikki finds the timing. Takes down another 533 for the Sky Piercer stack. Absolutely maddening by this man.
I mean, if Nicky marches down that lane, I think Jian is going to punish him extremely heavily. He has those electrifying beats ready to rock and go. The Lord is up, but Danzo is down. So I think it's still an even trade. 3 versus 3 right now. Professor Black is there. Haruto is there. He just got his freeze item, allowing him to sustain a little bit more damage. 69 stacks, the funny number. The really funny number. Everyone likes 600 stacks of the passive as well. We're going to see Poxy finally picking up that Antiquariat, respecting Nicky's damage. Professor Black is in position. He's on the blue buff. Sakiki is in the mid bush as well, waiting for the mistakes to happen. Right now, in this meta, you can contest the lore from both sides because it's not going to reset itself. It's going to go back, you're going to go around it. So it's going to be a pretty nice thing for Team Bambuse, especially if the Grok puts a wall in the wrong place.
Oh, and that is technically a wrong place wall. To be honest, if you think about it. Super Paxi still there. Professor Black as well, pretty ready to try and go in for the contest instantly. But they cannot let Nikki Kichiki run wild, run freely. There we go, the electrifying beats coming in.
Retribution!
Appraiser's Wrath will win that Lord battle. The backline is open, so facing duet coming in. They want to take Nikki down, but doesn't matter. He's got a lot of damage to sustain, as well as the kiting ability.
Super Paxi sustained.
Professor Black finally shuts him as Super Paxi will try to survive, but guess what? You took the Lord on the cost of 4 of your own. How are you going to survive? And that's the fun fact. Eternal Oblivion couldn't even took the Lord. Yeah, they actually lost the Lord too.
Origami is the only one person alive who is not wiped out. Karti gets that curtain call down, but look at that. He's sustaining the base damage. Not much you can do right now. We're gonna see Nikki Ikichi. He did fall in that fight, but look at Danzo. He's so tanky. Game number 2. A really beautiful game coming in from Team Bambuse. As well, really well played from Eternal Oblivion. Not much they could have done. They did take up that Grog, but they didn't utilize him at his fullest potential. He did get some nasty tectonic charges, but it was not enough to calm down the seas. But even so, Scared. That was game number 2, making it a draw. So you're the only caster with a correct prediction. How do you feel?
You know, man, it's fine. I've only got one prediction, right? I'm pretty sure I remember it started horrendously for me in Thunder Division when I had every single thing wrong and I was dead at the bottom. The only people who were with me was Kronos at that point. My man has been always with me. And yes, eventually you joined in a little bit later. Yeah, alright, it's a hi to Kronos as well. But again, coming back to the same thing, right? Teeny Bamboozle, when we thought Eternal Oblivion's draft was actually pretty good, them picking up the Eve eventually helped them out so very well. And Saki on the Gatot Kacha in the roam position, I was loving it.
I mean, as I said, the first game I think was stage right. We're just getting in that rhythm, in that momentum of, yeah, I'm actually in a tournament. I'm trying to compete to win for the #1 spot. I think that was the mentality of Team Romania and both Team Oblivion. They realized Team Oblivion maybe went with A. We got the first game super easily, not one contestation. I think we're gonna be, you know, able to sweep game number 2 easy peasy, so they relax themselves. Team Bambuse on the other hand just got a little bit heated up, got their hands, you know, ready to rock. They got them hand warmers up as well, you know, just being ready at any moment. And I think that's what's beautiful about ML. It's just how everything can be turned around, and that's why you're watching Surge right now on the Relegation-Promotion, round robin, day 1, week 1. Spicy game number 1, Scared.
I'd have to say yes, that this full matchup between both of these teams indeed was spicy. It was pretty fun, man. It clearly shows you that the competition is still pretty solid, even in the promotion relegation leagues as well. Because if you really consider how things mostly went in Thunder Division, a lot of games were 1-1. This time around, as I mentioned, Saki on the Gatot was impeccable. And this man did not die even a single time. 1, 0, and 17.
I mean, the Mustache Man did it correctly. He just got those AOGs all the time, that revitalize up as well. Yeah, I think it's the mustache buff. Last time he didn't have a mustache, so I think now it's the buff coming through.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's all I've got to say. I agree, man, because he was always there, right? He was making sure that he tanks up everything well, and there were times when he wanted to join in the fight. That's when he would use the AOG. When he wanted to separate out the members in the back lines, he would force it out. And even when Haruto wanted to join in the fights, he had the Purify available. Saki made sure that that Purify was used up just so Karti can actually poke Haruto down with the Yo-Yo Blitz. And I was absolutely loving it. Even throughout this entire first fight, right, itself, it was a 1-for-1 trade, but the fact that Danzo survived was the main deal. He died first in the previous one. This time he got the first blood. So he was able to get that Fredrin snowball in as well, regardless of the fact that he was a little bit behind early on, but he finally caught on.
I mean, he still went for the same build. He went for the War Axe Queen Wings build. I disagree of it, but you know, whatever works for you works. But I think the unspoken man of the game, I think, has to be Nikki Ikichiki. He was doing so much behind the lines. Yes, the gacha was tanking, everything was getting those sets, but I think Nikki was the real MVP of this scenario. He was getting so many kills, he was farming correctly, he was positioning himself correctly as well. The best Granger in Romania, that's what I have to say. Besides No Way Granger, you know?
You know what? At
Yeah,
this point,
you have to take it from me, you know? I'm Romanian, I know what I'm talking about.
Alright, you know what? I'm actually going to agree with you on that part too. Nikki Ikichiki was playing phenomenally on that Ranger. I thought that it's going to be a bit more difficult for him to catch on to those pretty runny targets, considering it was Shien as well, then Professor. You know that on a Lapu Lapu, you'd want to face tank every kind of damage, and then the Grok. If you see a Grok, you run away, you can't fight him. But look at the positioning of Nikki Ikichiki. In every single fight, he was making sure that he's getting the backline. He is catching onto the Kimi. Origami couldn't really do anything in those fights. He was entirely open. And yes, there were certain tectonic charges used up by Super Paxi, but they weren't really having enough, you could say, utility so that everyone else could actually burst down the other side. They just did not have real proper damage. They had a good poke, but they did not really have those finishing blow damage. I think so it came down to those combinations a little bit where things were problematic. But all in all, yes, it was a pretty decent game. Fair one. I enjoyed it. And we start things off on an equal note.
On an equal footing, we're gonna get ready for an interview soon. Can you guess with who? Scared? Can you guess?
I absolutely have no idea, man.
I'm not telling you as well. You know, it's gonna be kept a secret for
You don't
everyone
know
except
either.
you. I know. I'm aware. I know who it is, but I'm keeping it secret. But I mean, I know what I'm gonna ask him first of all. What would be a question you would ask? How the first? I think I'm gonna predict this. Scared is gonna ask, "How are you feeling after these 2 games?" That's what he would say.
That is obviously going to be the first question, man. I mean, I'm going to welcome people there, so that's basically one. But at the same time, it depends on who it is going to be, right? I would want to ask certain more questions depending on the role that they were playing and how they were viewing the game from their perspective, apart from everything else. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Nikki, considering he absolutely did a fantastic job in this one. But having a look at how things went, Nikki, yes, of course, gold per minute. He's going to be the rich guy. The carry is going to be Origami on the other side, though. He was making sure that he deals a lot of damage. And Sandbag Paxi on that Grok, he just made sure he face tanks everything. But Saki, that's the wingman. Man, this is the kind of wingman you'd need in your games.
And I hope I have this person in my games all the time. I played with the Romanian team for a while in scrims after, I think, last year or 2 years ago in ISCF. There was a really good mid lane player then. He's now, he retired from playing ML, but you know, if you know, you know, that's what I'm saying. But it's such a huge step up in their playstyle and in their mechanics. Everything changed, you know, according to the meta. They evolved with it. They didn't evolve around it. They didn't stick to the same heroes. Danzo back then was known as the Hanzo one trick. Every time you play against him, you ban that Hanzo. But right in the current meta, Hanzo is not viable. You can get countered extremely easy. You just burst down the shadow and you're done. That's all that can happen to you. But Scared, you got the only prediction right. I'm still putting that together. You were the only one who said, you know, I'm gonna go 1-1 for all the games.
I said it to everyone, right? I'm gonna start farming this because the open qualifiers were not eventually streamed up as well, so I have no clue about how well these teams are going to play. And this is literally me watching these teams and all of the players play for the very first time. So I just went in safe. I was like, since all of them had made it to this stage, that means they've got one or the other thing right going in for themselves. So I'm just gonna go all gung-ho. I'm gonna go all 1-1. And to be honest, I don't trust Method Black and Ake to put a 2-0 in their game.
Ooh.
That's one thing at this point, right? I know that those players have got a massive experience. I know that they are super solid in terms of everything that they do, right? If anything, there's a lot of players who see them as their role model. When they go into the game, in the first one, they look super clean. And in the second one, they look like they've forgotten how clean they looked. That's why I think so. There's a lot of competition brewing up as well in even the promotion relegation leagues too. So I think so there could be a lot more surprises hopping up. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to keep you up for those surprises for longer. We've got Danzo up with us out here right now. Hello, Danzo.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. How are you feeling after those two games?
To be honest, I'm not feeling so well because of the first game, as you already saw. So
I mean,
yeah,
it's all right. We all have those rough games. At least you won
Yeah.
the second one, right? And I
yes.
kind of wanted to ask you the same thing. What happened in game one? What were the mistakes that you fixed in game two?
First of all, the mistakes were like the mid and room picks. I don't think Angela and Chip synergized really well, but the biggest reason that we lost, I think it was me, because I died twice in early game, like a robot, and I kind of threw the game. But I learned from my mistakes from the first game, and second game we just destroyed them.
Absolutely. Zagota, all over to you.
Danzo, I have to ask you. You got a build from a player called Alex Infinite on that Fredrin? That
Nah, that
come
guy,
on.
that guy is my fan, bro. He copied my build.
War Axe into Queen Wings is such a scary item composition. I mean, personally, I wouldn't build it. I would go for more of the old Fredrin build, with a cursed helmet. I mean, and especially in game number one, you are so far behind in farm. I would expect you to go maybe for the tank route, not going for that pure damage-ish Fredrin build. I mean, I expect the Queen Wings to go into the build, but not so early. You need an Oracle, you need something to help you sustain the damage, because that's what passive of Fredrin does. But even so, in game number one, I agree with you. I think the biggest mistake was picking that chip on Rome and Angela on mid. I think you should have been swapped around. Maybe you needed a different mid lane to support the Fredrin like the Eve did during this game. That's what helped you a lot. Because as a Fredrin, you lack a ton of damage, and you have that beat down composition, as I said, with the Gatotkacha, Fredrin, Eve. They're gonna be stuck in the RWM, just allowing the Eve to get free hits. Even then, he caught Origami so many times, just off guard, basically.
Yeah. To be honest, you said that Fred lacks damage, but I don't think my Fred lacks damage, because usually I deal lots of damage with my Fredrin, but yeah, if you say so.
If you say so, it's actually pretty fun, man. It's pretty fun. What was the idea behind that Granger lock-in over towards the later stages, man? Because Nikki was finding so many good openings with that Granger pick, and it's like everyone is fighting at one part of the map, and then Nikki just goes in later and he wipes off everyone. So what were the communications going in with the team? What were you guys saying to each other when this man was going 7-0?
I think the plan was like just keep Nikki alive and let me like split push, even though I'm a Fredrin, I can like split push with my build because I have a lot of cooldown reduction with my items and I can move a lot faster than like a tankier build with Fredrin. But yeah, the main plan was keeping Nikki alive and just not throwing the game, like dying for no reason, and mostly that was the plan, yeah.
Alright, fair. Zagota, you got any final few questions?
Yes, how is Sake feeling after game number one? How mad was he?
He wasn't mad at all. He was disappointed because he told me in the voice chat, with Chip, you can't really do something if they invade me. And he was like disappointed because he couldn't help me and I was like helpless. But I don't think it was his fault. Like I already said, first game was on me. I threw. But the second game, he came up on top. I think he was like the man of the match, if I saw that correctly. and he did his job like 2 times better. And yeah.
I agree. 1-0 and 17 on the Gato was absolutely insane. Now, tomorrow you guys will be playing Big Mistake. Any special preparations for them or any message for Big Mistake?
I mean, they are like our besties because we play with each other like almost every day, I would say so. And we kind of know each other's games and each other's plans, and I think it will be fun to play against Big Mistake because I wanna win against Vlad and like to trash talk him a little bit. Not trash talk, but you know what I mean, like tease him a little bit.
If he loses, I'm
Yeah.
gonna trash talk him as well. But one last question before you go, Danzo. Method Black versus Glitch Code. Who do you think is gonna be the winner? What do you think the score is going to be?
To be honest, I saw that Glitch Code changed their team quite a lot. They brought like Vlados, they brought I think was Trollboy, like the jungle of MPL last season. I think they won with I forgot his team
Team Axe, I believe. Or no,
yeah, but
yes, Axe.
I think if I remember correctly, he's an MPL winner, and I think he's gonna bring a lot of good qualities to the team. And also, say their mid laner, I played with him a little bit a few days ago, and he's a good mid laner. But MTB, you said MTB, right?
Yes, Method Black versus Glitch Code.
Okay, Metal Black also is a good team. Did they change? Like I saw they brought Alexis. Am I
Alexis
wrong?
was on the lineup previously, but they brought over a new gold and they bought Bendy on XP as well.
The XP laner, yeah, I know. I'm not really a fan of Benzi on XP, but if they play correctly, they can win. So it's like 50-50. I would say like 1-1. So yeah.
all right. My man has got the exact same predictions as me. But Danzo, thank you so very much for hopping in. It was a pleasure watching you play, and
Thank you for
good
having
luck
me.
for your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. My man. All right. He also thinks it's going to be a 1-1. And that's what I think as well. It's probably going to be 1-1, Zakota. I know that if I ask you for your prediction, you're simply going to say, I'm going to keep that as a surprise. We'll wait for the predictions to show up.
I
What's your
think my
prediction?
prediction, but it's a pretty, normal prediction. I think I also made 1-1 because both of these teams are really even in playstyle. I mean, Gabri is a really good player. Goats is also nice. But Method Black, just my old friends, and with a new lineup, I think it's going to be a big difference.
That's a big thing, right? We were talking about the lineup as well, and that's what we have right now. Drex, Piqué, Alexis, Benzi, Likey, and Rick. So it's not a big change out here, just an extra EXP laner being added into the mix. So maybe Benzi is going to play in the main roster. Alexis is going to take a backseat, though. I'd have to say, Alexis was also doing pretty decent in terms of all of his plays, in terms of an EXP laner, but I'm excited to see what Benzi has got on the table.
I mean, I don't know how strong Drex is, because I believe he's going to be the new roamer. I didn't see him play a lot, but let's take a quick look at the Glitch Code. They have a really, it's a loaded lineup. Trollboy and Vlados, two really strong players. Trollboy is one of my good friends from MPL MENA. And Vlados is, I guess I lost to him in the 2v2 tournament. First round I got him. They got a really big, surprise, I guess, because they got really broken heroes. But even so, Godzi, Sixi, Gabri, Say, and Arikite. I mean, really strong people, considering the fight. But we're gonna get a Flying Cloud modifier. Your favorite one,
Right.
If you're pure of heart, you can fly with a cloud. If not, you don't fly with it.
I'm fine with it, man. I'm fine with it. It's something you can really keep on using up to go for your engages. Like you can actually go for those constant back and forth trades and play a bit more fearlessly if you're some of those side lanes who don't really rely on a lot of HP regen, so that you can recall, quickly hop back on that cloud, move towards the tier 2, then walk your way towards that tier 3 itself. I think so that could help you out, Flying Cloud. In terms of the total impact in game, Flying Cloud is the one that I feel it kind of gives you the least impact out of the three. Apart from the fact that it helps the respawn players move back into their lane quickly.
I think the only use for it is after you die with further, you can go back to your buffs faster and farm a little bit faster. But other than that, I don't think it's a worthwhile buff. I mean, on base defense, if you pick it up by accident, you completely, gave it away, because you have to wait, I believe, 0.3 seconds before you can go down. But first, you're going to see the bans. Blue side is going to be Method Black, Glitch Code on the red side. First ban is going to be the Baksha. I assume it's going to be followed up by the Lancelot or the YSS. I mean, Laichki is a really good Joy player. I mean, I don't know about his tank jungler department. I don't know if he's that great with it because I haven't seen him playing in a long time.
True, man. I mean, those tank jungles is something that we haven't really seen him play, but at the same time, you may never know. What if he's actually pretty decent on that Fred Friend, on those Akais? I mean, it's actually pretty fun to use an Akai. You just push everyone away and take the neutral objectives and wait for your team to do everything for you. But on the other end of the spectrum out here, now, Glitch Code, since they are going to be on the red side, banning out the Zushin, maybe banning out those Angelas, taking care of... I wouldn't exactly say 1-1. I think so that's something that you can let through, but maybe something along the lines of an Arlot, because it actually is pretty decent in terms of making those plays.
I was thinking the exact same thing. In 2 games I've seen, Arlot wasn't banned or picked. And I was thinking, what if they go with the Arlot, you know, Arlot Guinevere. Guinevere jungle, Arlot Roam, or Arlot XP. It can work extremely well. As you know, all the time the Guinevere does the Violet Requiem, it has 6 knockups, so 6 dashes for Arlot to go on top because it stacks. Fun fact, that's why they pick it so much in MPL, that combo. And with the new Guinevere skin, you know, you're gonna look more at the skin than react. So it's gonna be again a double-edged sword. You see the Guinevere, oh, it's a new skin. Let me see her effects. Let her test it out on me. But even so, the Grok is gonna get banned out.
How many diamonds have you already spent on the Aspirants event?
I mean, I got it the first thing. First spin I did on the Aspirants was a Yisunshin collector. After that, I got only replicas, like of skins of epics that I have every skin besides the collector. And then I just get Guinevere, so you know I'm fine with it because I didn't want Vexana because I don't play mage. But everyone in Big Mistake knows my mage is the best. Dingus is below me in Big Mistake. But right now we're gonna see a few nice bans. The Grok Baksha from the side of Method Black. I mean, they're just denying 2 possible roamers. Even so, Glitch Code is gonna go respectfully and ban the Jukshin out, right? That's a pretty standard ban. We've seen it banned in all 3 games so far. And I was expecting maybe some out-of-pocket picks like the Odette. Odette is extremely strong in tank jungle composition because of the, the lantern. Exactly, you do so much damage. You have the highest damage scaling ever.
I agree. With those constant song attacks, you can stack up a lot of that damage with a Wishing Lantern too. I think so that could be one of the viable options now, considering the Grok has been banned out as well, along with the Baxia too. So that means not a lot of people who can eventually stop you from winning it out. But it's fine, Zakota. You don't need to be shy. You can hop back in on the camera. It's totally fine.
All right. Just because you said don't be shy, I'm back. But right now we're going to see the CC getting banned out as well as the Kimi. I mean, the draft so far, the ban side is looking extremely healthy. What I would do, exactly what would happen, but right now we need to see what could be the next possible ban. I believe an XP laner like Arlot or maybe even a Fredrin, a jungler.
Angela?
No. Angela, I don't think... no, I don't think Angela should be banned. It's a strong pick, yes. But other than that, it's risky, it's really risky.
Yisunshin is open. They can eventually go for it if they want to. The question is, would Likey want to go for that one? Since the Lancelot has been banned out, that means he can still pick up the Joy if he wants. We know his Joy is pretty good. He knows his own timings as well at the same time. Since Kimmy has been banned out too, so no mid lane priority for either one of these teams. So it's an Angela though.
It's okay. I mean, if it's an Angela mid lane, I don't approve of it. I like it more on the roaming side, because I play with a lot of girl players, because I'm a cool guy. But even so, the Angela is a pretty pick close to my heart because I'm a Fredrin player, I'm a tank jungle player, and all the time I have Angela, Florin, I got used to it. That's why I play so much tank jungle. It's because of the Florin and Angela picks. I don't know about you, Scared. I don't think...
I am a gold lane player, so you can see my disappointment on the face because you say tank jungle and then an Angela on top of you. I know the only way I can actually win against you is a carry and nothing apart from that. But yeah,
I don't think I've lost to a carry yet with Fredrin. I think I'm just too good. You just go blade armor, you just go some nice items that can just kill the carry easily.
You just don't have good carry players in your field, bro. It's
Right,
okay.
right,
It's
right.
absolutely
I mean,
fine.
I've played versus some of these people in the lobby. I mean, the marksmen at least with Frederick.
They might not have.
They didn't
They might not have picked
They were
up the
feeling
carry,
sick,
so
right?
it's
They were feeling sick.
okay. Yeah, they're under the weather. So they
Under the
everyone
weather,
has
exactly. But looking at Glitchko, they did ban out the Lancelot at the end. The Yisun Shin is ready to rock and roll. Even the Hayabusa, I mean, into this composition, you can maybe go for the Hayabusa, but they're gonna go for the Farsa Kalea. We've seen the Farsa work extremely well versus this peak of type of heroes. I mean, the support type of heroes, the Angela especially.
Yeah.
But even so, it's the Cloud. So you said, you can fly with the Cloud if you're pure of heart, as you know in Dragon Ball. If you're pure of heart, you can go with the Cloud. If not, doesn't pick you up. I mean,
True.
you can go for a set. You can go for a hypothetical set, but it's so easy to read. I don't think I've seen it once during the season. Maybe in your server you have seen it a little bit. It's a little bit different, but Uranus,
Not too much.
Yisun Shin.
I like that. I kind of like the idea, right? You want to go for an artillery burst kind of composition. We want someone that can sustain through a lot of DPS while also deal a lot of damage to you. And considering the Mountain Shocker has got the stun on the second part now, so let's be honest, the Farsa cannot really so easily use up the feathered airstrike every now and then. You've got to be careful with that. But I do like the idea by the Kalia and Farsa, right? You need that pick-off with the Kalia. Farsa does that phenomenally well. But what are you going to lock into your jungle position now? Because you've got to take care of Yisun Shin's farming speed too. You've got to farm up faster than that, along with something that can scale up well, like to take down that Uranus at least. That's going to be a bit of a question mark for me.
I mean, what? Listen. What if it's a Uranus jungle and YSS gold lane? It's possible. I've seen it happen. One day
Zagoda,
you
what have you been eating, my man? And I am pretty sure it is not something good, and I will make sure I cut it off my menu.
I mean, listen. You never tried Yisun gold lane and it shows. YSS gold lane is the best hero and it's so fun. I mean, one time Lancelot and YSS were so broken. I remember my team just going for the second pick. Somehow we got so lucky. 3 games in a row we got YSS, Lancelot of second picks. We insta-locked it. YSS gold lane jungle Lancelot. You cannot do anything in that meta. He was doing so much damage with the Mountain Shocker, and the Lancelot as well with that Corner was doing so much with the puncture. But I mean, it's a fun thing you could do. Like it's nice to mix up. It's it's creative. You have to be creative about the game. You have to look at it differently. What if it's this? It's obvious. The Freya? Okay, that was not obvious. That was not obvious. maybe it's Freya jungle. Maybe it's Freya jungle, or maybe it's Freya gold or XP. It can be so many things.
You know what? For all the clippers out there, please clip that moment and send it to us, because that was an absolute divine reaction from Zagoda. Like the Freya? my man lost a bit of an accent there.
I mean, we have listen. Do you expect the Freya to be picked out in the first pick in the first phase? I don't think. Maybe it was Haruto. I would expect Haruto to play it, but if it's I don't know. It's in glitch code. I think, if I remember correctly, Vlados is the mid laner. Sixi, I think, is the XP, and Gabri is the jungle. I don't remember the lineup. I played against them a long time ago. But even so, it's unexpected pick. However, now listen, let me cook. You go Obsidia, go lane, and you counter the Freya fully because she cannot dash at you. That's the thing. Right. Or you go Min Sitar if you're brave enough. You just go Min Sitar's full damage, don't roll.
Best pick, 100%. Man. I agree. I'm on board with the Min Sitar pick. I'm not on board with the Obsidia pick. Even though I love playing Obsidia in the gold lane itself, right? I enjoy it, but yeah, just don't pick it right now. You're just going to get Tsunami slammed into the feathered airstrike, and then there's no way for you to survive. Out on the other end of the spectrum, though, now that the Irithel is banned, you've got the Gadot Kacha banned out. On the other end, I love the Alice ban coming in, right? You do not want to let it go through into that EXP lane. I'm pretty sure this Freya is going to go in that gold, or it's going to go in the jungle. There's no other part where I'm looking this Freya to go in. So that's something, but here's the thing. I actually played the revamped Freya as well on the advanced server, and I kid you not, I do not like it at all.
I mean, it's a different thing. Right now, I believe it charges in. It doesn't let you do what's it called? Just stay still. You have to go in like a Khalid, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't stun. It actually slows the people.
That's
it's
good.
not even like you're stunning them.
Just remove Freya, because I played too many Freya 1-3 this season. I mean,
I'm fine with it, man. I'm fine with it.
listen. But right now we're gonna see a Freya jungle or a Freya XP. What do you think is gonna be? 50-50, flip a coin. Heads or tails? Heads or tails? I flipped it. Come on.
Heads. Heads.
It was tails. I'm sorry, man. Look,
It's
proof.
fine. You did not even show it on the camera. What the heck do you mean by proof?
But
Wow.
even so, we're gonna see Drex and Benzi pick their heroes. I mean, pick out the remaining heroes because they are the new additions to Team Method Black. The lineup did change. Alexis is now a substitute player, and Super X is missing. And
Yeah, right now.
just a reform, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It can work. It's the new lineup. It's the first time we're gonna see it. Same with Glitch Code. I've seen them in scrims, but I haven't seen them with this new lineup, only with the old one. What do you think Gabriel is gonna pick, and what do you think Drex and Benzi are gonna lock in?
That's the big question mark as well, right? Irithil banned out. You can't pick a Harith against that composition. You're gonna get destroyed instantly. Granger picked up on the other side. The only few things that I can think of is a Claude with the Purify. I don't see any other options apart from that. Brody, if you're bold enough, but that minimal range is going to wreck you up. You have to make the Malefic gun as the first item itself. And even if it's a Brody, it's going to be difficult. Maybe you can go for a bit tanky route on that EXP. Be bold enough, pick an Arlet on the... Or rather, be bold enough, pick an Arlet on the gold.
I believe it's gonna be... I hope it's... I think a Clint would go really well here. You can stun the Freya, you can mobilize the Kalia when she jumps in, you can go for the Farsa as well, and it works pretty nice against the Granger, because if you go for the Heptasis build, it's gonna be a big game change. It's gonna be the cheap... I forgot about Bane. I forgot about Bane completely. I forgot he was goal lane meta. That went 2 games unpicked.
That's good.
He's just gonna spit on them, you know, like, it's kind of rude. He's gonna be drinking, cleaning his mouth and spitting with, you know, damage at them.
It used to be called as rum previously. I know that they changed the name. They've said it's ale now.
It's
fine.
ale. Yeah,
I like rum, man. I like rum.
I remember the old Bane, the human pirate Bane. I don't think you played at the time. The good old days. The Esmeralda on the XP lane is a really good pick. And 6C jungle Freya.
Yeah, I told you. I called you for that. It's going to be a jungle Freya instantly. Because there's no other place which I think Freya would fit in well, if not in the jungle or in the gold position. Now out here, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the second matchup of the evening. The first game being played, Method Black taking on Glitch Code, a team that has fallen from their throne of the Thunder Division now in promotion relegation versus a team that wants to rise up will have to face these old gods. Can they stand against them? We will find that out in the next 2 games.
We're seeing a different rotation now. We see that Gabri allowed Kalea to take that XP crap, just giving her, just giving Gabri a bit more of a farming advantage right now. Just revealing the enemies isn't enough. But let's take a quick look at Benzi. He's going with the impure range emblem, so is Gabri just dishing out on damage, regenerating mana at the same time. Drex on the cheap Bane. Pika. I mean, they don't lack magical damage, they lack nothing. The draft is perfect, I would say. But I think that still, they have a little bit too much magic damage. If they went for a physical roamer, but cheap is still good because you with a Bane, you know that with that shortcut, at Ale, you spit on them, you go with the Shark Wave, and it's gonna be GG over. But
true. That's one thing though, but again, if you're Orek out here right now, you gotta rush in the Holy Crystal instantly. You've also got to get those Lightning Truncheons in a bit later. And I like the fact that, again, even though Sexy is on that Freya right now, he needs to get in close whatsoever. And then you've got the Bane who wants to push you away. Oh my god. Yeah, Benzi still stole that EXP crab away. Now that is a big win for them already, but they want to try and start the turtle out here. Say gets the stun in. They want to burst out this Uranus instantly. Benzi wants to try and run away back to safety as the hard guard comes in, but the turtle was wide left open. There's Sixy who's constantly trying to poke them down, but they cannot get the final finish.
And it just shows how abusive that Freya can be. Just Say! He's gonna punish Drex!
Yeah, Drex almost! He wants to survive! Cannot run away from this bird of prey. Say eventually gets a shutdown on him, and now I can see Glitch Code finally having that early advantage.
I mean, it's not. It's only 600 or so goal difference, but let's take a quick look at the mid lane. There's a fight, just punishing down Picker at with their airstrike just shows how much the mid lane counts right now, because the more damage you have on mid, you're just gonna burst them down. That's why burst type heroes like Kimi, like Farsa, like Eve, they work so well in the meta, is because most jungles can be squishy, most sidelines are squishy, and it just bursts them down. Right now we're gonna see Laiki trying to maybe just go for a vision play right now on the bot lane. Sixy is going there. Urek is a passive player. Back then, when he was really active, he wasn't this passive, he was really aggressive, but with Bane you have to play for farm. If you don't get farm on Bane, you're gonna lose extremely hard. Right now we're gonna see a lot of pressure from Benzi going to Esmeralda, but it's gonna be an even Steven trade. No one's gonna win that matchup. Neither Gabri nor Benzi. Laiki is there, you're just gonna see that cockroach, as I like to call it, but we're gonna see the Freya rotating towards the top and migrating there, as well as the bird, you know. The birds like to go towards where it's hot in the winter, but look at Rex.
Oh, there's the slam on top. The tsunami slam is perfect. Rex eventually get taken down. The trade comes in from the other end. Laiki was able to take him down too.
Weiss is getting punished.
Yeah, he's on his own buff right now. There's Sixy on top, as well as there's a hard guard. Retribution on point though, but still Himpika out here helping out his team, as Sixy will make sure that ultimate will push everyone back. One more second for his own buff now. It's a back and forth fight, but I'd still say it was an even Steven trade.
I think still right now Glitch Code is in the leaderboard because of that Raptor invade. But look at Say, he's gonna get punished down.
Yeah, that's not a good positioning out here, but there we go. Falling Star Mode, Retrieve on by Sixy, so he will run away back to safety as everyone else will move back to Flicker being used up from Godzi. He wants to run away as Gabrice takes up all the damage on his face. No shortcut available. So
like getting those 2 kills in the early game helped him farm a lot, but he still didn't have the retribution ready for the fight. So they should have went maybe to try to stand up Freya. I mean, that's from a logical standpoint, but I don't think like he expected the Freya to do so much damage so fast. I mean, he did help her with the Mountain Shocker, but I think he just tried to poke her out. The plan wasn't to get a turtle, to choose wear the Freya down, make her use her abilities. But look at that! Tsunami slam.
Another pick off though, but Himpika wants to run away!
Oh my god!
At the very freaking edge of the feathered airstrike he stands. Absolutely, and now the shortcut comes into play. The deadly catch into the 2 people on phase. Knockup comes in, and that's Benzi taking both of them. Yes, there's a trade coming in by Gabri, but guess what? He's gonna fall into the wrath of Laiki on the Eastern Shin though. Gabri still wants to survive. SA has got nothing but a flicker to be burnt up. Gabri's gonna get taken down. No! Lucky for him to be alive there.
Right now, we're gonna see getting those magic boots, just getting his book as well. But look at Benzi, he's gonna go in the turret and just strike her down. Vlados is playing. I didn't even notice Vlados is on the lineup. I know he's late.
He's also playing in the gold lane out here right now. Tsunami Slam used upon Benzi. Doesn't really matter. He already had the hard guard on top of him, so that's basically like a waste of utility. And now you don't really have that up for the next 60 seconds or so. So you can't really take this next turtle fight as well. That's basically systematic win for Method Black.
The Tsunami Slam is going to be up and ready to go, so that's going to be another peak of potential. But Freya is in the top lane, so she's going to disagree and just stick to farm. Maybe even put a top lane, but Bane is migrating there. He got his first item, being the Holy Crystal. Look at Drexis all the time, everywhere. I think the best map for cheap is the Expanding Rivers. You can just chase left and right and left, and you cannot be, you know, easily put it off. Because right now Vlados got his Sky Pierce as a first item, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a second item. Yeah, that's a second item. The first one would be a Hunter Strike. It depends.
Because they're really far behind, so I think the Sky Pierce is a wise first item for him. But like he is there, he's got that retribution up.
Shortcut now being used up. One behind is where the players are. Sixy gets the retribution on time though. The Valkyrie's descent is there. A lot of shield on top. And now HPs are falling. Everyone on the blue side. Another knockup coming in from the Spirit Shield. One more basic attack is going to Rick. Will be get taken down. But the Rhapsody comes in from the backline. The deadly catch was used up previously. So nothing for him to save his own life as Vlados will get for Benzi too. Lucky to be alive there, but he's the only man alive. Not for long. SA wants to go for the chase, but does not want to overextend.
I mean, if we take a quick look at the junglers, both of them are on the winning side, but look at that damage!
Absolute phenomenal! My goodness, Rex finally will run back to safety. Too much for their own purple buff though, but at least they will get it. 60 though, on the other hand, was able to steal away that camp out there. Dodges out that
60.
shot! That should be a pick!
God.
No way for Likey to survive through any of that. Leap of faith to close in that gap. And on the back of it now, that's the finally first shutdown they were looking on Likey.
And Freya got that shutdown goal for the Blade of Despair. It's over. I think it's over. Oh god. I mean, if Bane gets his items full, I think it's gonna be a different time, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Tsunami Slam!
Another one. Hempika gets destroyed instantly. Glitch code know what they need to do
60.
and they're winning on every front there because the shortcut used up. Though Likey wants to run back to safety. He was in an area he doesn't want to be at. The TO2 on top is also falling now, Zakota.
I mean, not much you can do with this arrow. They have so much pressure on the silence. They did have the early game advantage, but now Glitch code turned it around. Gabri is just a master at going tanking the turret shots. Say has perfect positioning for those. I mean, Federator, look at what I'm talking about. So much damage, so much poke. But even so, Hempika doesn't have anything to contribute to the game besides that hard guard shield. Right now, he's not doing that much with it. He just jumps on Likey or on Benzi. But not much. They don't have enough damage to deal with it. Bane is not that fed. And they're losing in that position. Crescent Moon is there, not connecting. But even so, look at the Xerxes is so far ahead. 2 levels ahead.
He should get the Lord without any major difficulties out here right now. And looking at the position of Likey, he doesn't really want to go for the contest whatsoever. At this point, I did like the idea of the chip with the Bane in that entire composition. You can always put that shortcut down and surprise everyone with that deadly catch, but it just doesn't have enough damage right now. Still building the second item.
Freya is on his third item. And this battle, he went for the Sea Halberd first to counter out Hardguard as well. Most people went for the Anthill first, just to deny that Hardguard potential. Hempika is still building his book. He got that Flask of Oasis ready to rock and roll. Hunter Strike, War Axe for Likey. I mean, personally, out of one, maybe for a Fury Hammer into
big
a
pick.
War Axe.
That's another pick.
It's Benzi.
Yeah.
It's Benzi. It's fine.
It's Vlados on the other side. I don't think so. He's gonna be fine out there. On the top though, yes, Likey has been taken down. The shotgun was used up and the knock-up coming in.
60.
They want to take down Rex. 60 moving on their faces, just forcing them back. My oh my. And that's the passive being used up of mid and now the bottom.
Top is not there yet, but the Endless is in the hands of Freya. If you're a YS and you're behind, you need to go for the Hunter Strike. You're gonna lack some penetration, correct, but you're gonna do a little bit more passive through damage into these tanky-ish junglers. You're gonna stow Thunderbelt on the Kalia for the slowdown, Oracle as a first item on the Uranus to help him sustain a little bit more damage, Lightning Trunches on a second item on Bane. Maybe if went for the Bloodwing stand and then the next one should have been Lightning Trunch and just give him a little bit more shield and movement speed to run away from fights, fleeting time into a dominant size in the chip right now, but it's a really hard game to play as chip here.
It's a difficult one. You don't really, you're not getting any kind of place on the map, but I do like the positioning of Drex right now. I think so where he is, that's actually pretty decent.
But even if they fight it, I think they're gonna lose the fight. He just needs to go back, yes, recall, because look how fit they are. 60 is really ahead. He has 3 items. I mean, he has a Blade of Despair. Look at the recall from Say.
He's just trying to, you know, bait someone from running out there and maybe then taking something off. I think so, since for how long Drex has been in the top lane, they could have gone in to go for a clear instantly and then backed off with the amount of vision that he's already providing to his team. Plus, you also have Likey with the Mountain Shocker. He just got the information of where everyone is, so that's why he's just going to go for the clear up top. Say, it's there. This could be the fight that they want to pick. Conceal play on top of him, uses up the shortcut, but yeah, they're going to run back. He tried to make a play, but it did not work out, and I love it that Method Black did not force the fight.
I mean, not much you can do. You cannot force the fight when you're 80,000 gold behind. You don't have enough damage to contest a fight, especially into a Freya Farsack Ranger. I mean, even the Esmeralda does a ton of damage, considering she's gonna get a lot from the hard guy. But look at Bane. 2 shots, half of his HP. Even if he uses Say, he doesn't get that much healing because of the Scorch one. But look at Say, he's gonna provide a little bit of closure. Retribution could go both ways. Shortcut out there.
Shortcut's not yet available. Deadly catch used up as well. 2000 though, 60 will eventually get that one, and now the front line is going to be bursted down. Rex taken out in the open as Likey has the hard guard on top of him, but guess what? There's nothing for him to stay alive on. It should be a wipeout as the fight gets divided in 2 different fronts, and holy smokes, they're just playing with their food. Then that's the game. Glitch Code opening up the mid inhib before the Lord even hops on.
Hey,
there's
5 seconds
absolutely
for Rex,
beauty.
8 seconds for Urek. Maybe they could turn it around. Let's not be so negative. They're 4 versus 2, so maybe it could be turned around.
Happening.
The deadly catch is there. The shortcut is there as well, but they're gonna lock down on the base. The Freya you cannot do anything. The Freya, it's just so strong. Such a strong pick right there. Even though, I mean, it was not expected, right? I didn't expect. You didn't expect. I don't think anyone expected. I mean, look back on the tapes. You could see my surprise on my face. I think even my voice. There's so much wrong in the draft, but it all worked out for Glitch Code. This was game number 1. Who knows? Is it gonna be a sweep or is it gonna be 1-1? What do you think, Scared? You put 1-1. I think everyone put 1-1.
This is one of the big reasons why I told you that Method Black and RK are 2 of the most unpredictable teams in the entire Thunder Division, also now in the promotion relegation. So MEC Fall 2025, it's absolute surprising for me with the way how things are happening. Yes, you could say that they had a good draft too. You've got a Freya on the other side. The best pick is literally the Bane in the gold lane. Deadly catch, disrupt the entire formation, constantly go for the poke and then go for the re-engages. But everything was cancelled out by the Kalia pick. Those big impact plays coming in with the Kalia Farsa combination, it just controlled the entire early to mid game, and then Granger got farmed up and the snowball eventually began.
I mean, personally, just speaking from experience and from a caster pinpoint, I think Benzi is a little bit weaker than Alexis was. You casted it, I casted it. We saw how strong Alexis on that Esmeralda. Do you remember that Esmeralda game he had?
Absolutely.
Just wrecking everything. He turned it around for his team. I mean, maybe it's just the first few games, as is with like Team Bumps, maybe the first game was just a test run to see how strong Glitch Code is, or maybe, who knows. It all could go different ways, but I still think Method Black to turn it around. They played well, they traded well, but they didn't expect the Freya pick, and the Freya was just completely demolishing. They didn't have anything, no damage, no hard stun, nothing really.
That's something I kind of agree. There was nothing to lock down that Freya, and at the same time, I didn't really see any answer to the Kalia as well on the other side. Yes, there was a Kalia Farsa. Now you were running with the Yi Sun Shin along with the Angela as well. I feel. And I'm going to double down on the fact that Angela on the roam is good, but not onto that mid lane. You need someone who can actually deal a good amount of damage. I think so even a Kadita in this game would have worked out fairly decently for you. Or even a Selena in the mid to help you out with a bit more vision to figure out where that Kalia is on the other side though. But the man who's going to be the MVP for this one is going to be Gabri on the Esmeralda, dancing around the entire land of Dawn. 2-0 and 5 with that KDA. He was always on the face of Likey.
I mean, not much you can do. He was everywhere. The chip just gave him a little bit more shield, and just the hard guard as well gave him more damage. Because as you know, if you go to the port slash chip, you get an overshield, you get a hard guard, you get an overshield. There's just so many overshield being passed around. I think the Freya would have been good in both hands, but I think the Esmeralda should have been banned out, because you never expect a Freya. But you expect an Esmeralda, because Esmeralda is really right now, I think, in the dark section of what the picks. She's really strong, but only against specific targets like the chip, like Angela. Anything with an overshield, even a Diggy works well against, I mean, into a Freya. I mean, Esmeralda works really great into a Diggy. These support type heroes always give an overshield just because of the Flask of Voice. Even into a Minotaur, I wouldn't pick an Esmeralda. I wouldn't let an Esmeralda just go, because it's extra damage she gets, extra overshield, extra tankiness. So much can go for her.
I mean, Esmeralda is one of those heroes from such a long time which I've felt has been so valuable in so many different metas. Back when she was released itself, she used to go for the damage build too, and then sometimes in the jungle too, then settling down for the EXP, and is still so viable in almost every type of composition. There's a shield on the other side. Esmeralda is going to be pretty solid out here right now. As we have a look at how things went in the previous one. Again, it was a clear-cut domination coming in by the mid duo of Say into Jwobzi. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Godzi. All right, yeah, thank you for that. Godzi along with Say, they were doing a fantastic job taking control, and then Vlados EQT eventually was able to scale up after the second item. The first one was Hunter Strike, second it was Sky Piercer. He was able to farm up pretty well, considering it was Bane on the other side too. No problems coming in. So yeah, I think so. Method Black would really need to work upon their draft coming into the next game.
I don't think the draft was the issue. I think it was just how they considered with the game, because they had the early game lead advantage, had the Bane, but the Bane didn't farm anything. Should have maybe went for a double in, because the Angela doesn't need items. The Bane needs item. He really tries with items. That's the only reason you pick Bane, because how strong he is in the mid to late game. He can just do so much damage with that Ale, and as well with the deadly catch. But let's take a quick look at the statistics. Vlados the most gold, most damage dealt, Say. Most damage tank, the Uranus being Benzi. Most assists again, Say. Their mid laner got the most damage and the most assists. A pretty niche combo, you know. You do the most damage, you get your kill stolen. I think, you know, if you put two and two together.
Fair. It's absolutely fair. Sandbag being for Benzi out here. Say being the wingman with 7 assists for himself. To be honest, this is exactly what you mentioned as well. The Kalia Farsa kind of combination, it works super well with each other, considering those constant bombardments are actually going to destroy you. And Say, with the way how he was positioning himself, yes, a couple of times there were some questions, but most of the times it was absolutely decent, understandable too. I really thought like he would be able to carry this one game, considering he was going 2-0-3 in the early game. But
he was 3-0 and 2. He was 3-0
yeah,
and 2.
3-0 and 2, exactly. So, but overall, could not really snowball against 6E's Freya. I love the itemization. He was also going for the Berserker's Fury now. My goodness, my man literally wanted blood.
I think it was maybe the Husk Claws, actually. I think it was the Husk Claws, Mr. Scared.
I think so. It's a Berserker's Fury, man. The long sword along with the...
What if it's the Great Dragon Spear to just chase them? You never know. We're not gonna know ever. What if we get him in the interview? Let's get 16 in the interview. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
We want to ask him, what are you gonna build? What Zakota knows is true, or what Scared thinks is true?
What Zakota knows and what Scared thinks. I like how you worded that one, alright? I like that one, alright. But here's the thing. Now, most of the people, yes, for the prediction as well, everyone put that 1-1 for Glitch Code and Method Black. That means we all think Method Black can actually make that comeback now. But 3 new people in the roster, things are not really looking that pretty with them. I think so this could be a 2-0 for Glitch Code.
I mean, who knows? We thought that Team Oblivion was gonna 2-0 Team Bambuse, but you know, it changed. Let's see. It's gonna be broken walls this time. We do it randomly, so it's not gonna be the same game every single time. The only one who didn't get yet is Expanding Rivers, Mr. Scared. But the broken walls we talked about, we saw how some of the heroes work differently there. I mean, same with Flying Rod. I think this one has the least impact in the game. You just rotate a little bit faster sometimes to lanes, or you know, just it's a recall type of. Maybe if you go farming gold lane, you know, maybe if you go farming gold lane, you can fly with the Cloudwards lane. But you know, it's an overstatement. It's a reach. But the broken walls is really hard to play as a jungle. From experience, I'm speaking, because you can race the turtle so many ways. Even by accident, if you're not looking, the turtle can just walk back and walk around to your teammate. It can aggro so many times. But let's see what's going to happen in the draft, Mr. Scared.
Absolutely. You talk about the draft. We move all the way into it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Glitch Code on the blue side right now. Method Black on the red one. So hopping in onto the bans. I think so it's going to remain the same. No changes happening around whatsoever. Method Black knows that there were certain things that they did were not really right. But my question is, are they actually going to ban Freya? I really hope they don't. But with the way how previous game went, I think so they could. Or maybe I don't
think Glitch Code is gonna go for the 2-time Freya pick. I think they're just gonna keep it as a pocket pick, just in case, you know, just in case scenario, like Bear Spray. You're gonna keep Bear Spray, and if you go in the mountains, you don't expect to get attacked by bear, but it's nice to have it with you. But even so, the Freya is a hard pick to play into pro play, especially in these types of games, high This is the peak of Europe. This is the best players in Europe right here. I mean, some of the best at least. But right now, the Freya can work extremely well into no CC. That's what team has. They didn't have any crowd control immunity. If they had like a Gatotkacha or a Fredrin, it would have been a completely different game because the stuns, the taunts are gonna put the Freya towards you, not towards your teammates. You're gonna be taking damage, like you're gonna be the sandbag. As we know, the Fredrin can be a sandbag because of the taunt. The Gatotkacha is a sandbag because of the taunt revitalize. There's so many factors playing into a Freya pick. If you go with a hard crowd control, even a suppress, even maybe if you go for
Franco.
No, Kaja was thinking because even Franco because of the Iron Hook. You know, come on. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you this time. This time.
I mean, there's only another Valhalla who can actually counter one of those Northern Vale Valhalla. So
I mean, if you go Yujon, counter Freya. If you go Fredrin, you can counter Freya. If you go Baraz, you can counter Freya. If you go Gatotkacha, you can counter. I think you can go so many. I mean, Bane is from, you know, Valhalla technically because he got killed by Frank or the other way around, I think.
yeah, he is from the Northern Vale and
Exactly.
It was Franco
So, you know,
who
I'm so good
destroyed-
at lore. I knew he was from a place.
I'm gonna give
But-
you that. It's fine. I haven't been reading the recent lore though. That's
You
the
got
thing,
to,
right?
man. You keep it up, and keep up with the lore. Who knows? Maybe one day we're gonna have a quiz scared, and if you fail, you're not gonna be casting again. You know? Who knows?
What do you mean by that, bro?
I'm gonna know all the answers to the quiz by accident, because I remember a long time ago I did a survey, right? They were asking Mobile Legends question. I got 98% of them just by clicking randomly. You know, I'm that good. I'm that good. It's all skill. But let's take a quick look at the drivers being a little bit out of context. We're gonna see the Kimi, Baxia, and the CC getting banned out. Glitchko is gonna be first pick right now. Second pick seems to be the strongest. All teams that were second pick were winning their games.
True.
Who knows?
And
Maybe it's a sign. Maybe it's a sign.
Maybe that means Method Black could actually close this one out though. But considering the next ban, what is going to be that? That's the main question, right? You banned out the CC. I told you so. I told you so.
I mean,
I told you so.
respect the Freya. Respect the Freya. Respect it.
Respect the Freya though. I have absolutely no idea why though, but alright, we're gonna respect the Freya. And considering Grok performed pretty well, or rather Grok can perform pretty well in those broken walls bans, so he's gonna be banned out this time around too. So that's something we're not gonna see. Last ban, Angela, they're gonna respect the fact that Angela is actually pretty good, but that means Lancelot open, Yisenshin open. We've got Phobius as well, which we've sometimes seen being picked up.
Phoebus, come on. I have to give respect to Warren Phoebus. But let's take a quick look at what they're going to pick. I think they're going to go with the Lancelot first pick because I think 6C plays these dash heroes. He likes to play active heroes, some heroes that don't have that much cooldown. Lancelot with the puncture, you can reset it. Same with maybe the Yisunshin, it can work as well just because of the Mountain Shocker, but I think Lancelot is more of his style, just flash junglers, like Zedel, for example. I think Zedel would play extremely good Freya, or like this active type of hero, because I remember playing versus Zedel on his Link. He was playing extremely, of course, I don't think Zedel won me once, but you know.
the way how you subtly just add that fact, like, yeah, I've been winning against everyone, but yeah, they play good.
I mean, it's the truth, man. I don't play that much, but when I play, I win them. So it's 50-50 chance. If I was in tournament, bro, I think number one.
Why don't you participate in the tournaments then?
I have to cast. I have to support you guys. You know. I'm too
fine.
Good.
It's fine. Good. We can actually call Kronos then off of work for extra time so that we can see you playing Zakota.
I think you know, I proved myself by winning the 2 versus 2 champion. I won it in spirit.
all right.
Let's take again the origami. I mean, I've seen origami play so much Jukshin. I just immediately put one and one together. I thought origami was the name of the hero, Jukshin. Man, I've just seen origami play Jukshin so much. It's you know, been a 1-to-1. It's factory settings. Now I reset it. Origami is Jukshin then. But we're gonna see the Lancelot and the Kalea. The Yisunshin is ready to rock and roll. Even the Fredrin into Jukshin, into maybe another type of defensive-ish hero. Even a Gatotkacha. Fredrin will work really well into a Kalea because you can taunt, you can knock up the Kalea. Or even maybe, if you're brave enough, go for a Hylos peak to completely deny the turn Rose and the puncture from Lancelot. Even the Kalea, you can just run to where she picks off or drops off your teammate. So it could work extremely nice, but it's still speculation, as we know. The drafters are thinking really hard. We're gonna see the Minotaur Akai. I believe this time it is the Akai. 4 picks, 3 bonds, 50% win rate. It's a pretty nice. I mean, even last game if they went Akai for the 7 Metal Black, I think would have been a really good Roamer pick instead of the
agree.
chip.
I agree. Would have gotten that displacement as well, and I don't think so. Glitch Code would have found their own footing because they wanted to, but I'm not quite big fan of the Minotaur being picked up out here right now. I do understand the idea of what you want to do, but now considering that there's an Eve on the other side, that's going to be a lot of poke. You poke down the Minotaur, poke him low enough, and then you just instantly burst him down. I do like what Method Black are cooking up with this part, and they've also banned out the Lapu Lapu just to make sure that it's going to be an easy time for the Eve in the mid lane.
I think they banned the Lapu Lapu so the Lancer doesn't get attacked on Turtle, on the first Turtle. I think that's the big idea. Because if you give a Lapu Lapu to a Juxin, that's going to be an extra frontline, a stun, and something to allow the Juxin to stack more and just be annoying. And as well, if you're an Eve and you ult the Lapu Lapu can just go out with the Bravest Fighter, and you know, with the Raging Slashes, you're just done. He's behind you, you're done for. You're getting assassinated. That's the idea of it. We're going to see the Moscow and Esmeralda getting banned out as well. Respect ban on the Esmeralda, just a lot of shield on that Eve as well. And the support items can work on Kalea, but I don't think people buy them. I don't think people buy Flask on Kalea. I think it's a pretty rare item, but the Orano is getting banned out. Stable bans, stable drafts so far. I think both drafts are even Stevens right now, but I still think that Glitch Code is a little bit in the front because of that Akai Juxin combination. You get thrown up, you get picked up. The Akai, you can throw people to Akai, Akai can just kill 2, go behind you and then push it to wall. It's such a versatile hero, especially with the Juxin. Maybe even go for an Arlot here and you're gonna be set and done. I think the Alice is going to go. But I think they need to go Arlot. I think Glitch Code, if they go Arlot, I think they're winning this game.
I think so. The Arlot is actually going to do a lot well in this one too. Yes, I agree.
Juxin, Minotaur, Akai, so many stuns.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuns, so that means a lot of resets on your Vengeance. But at the same time, I think so. If how are you going to pair this one up though? You need someone who can go up against all of that crowd control that's coming in from the other side. Plus, you also need someone who can dish out a decent amount of damage in that gold lane. I don't know, man. I don't think so. Carry is the right option, but considering the tankiness on the other side, you might have to go with her. But I'm pretty sure I'm leaning in a bit more towards the Irithel right now.
No, I don't think the Irithel is going to be it. I think they need an attack speed-based marksman like a Claude. The Moscow is banned out. I think that's what's going to counter Glitch Code a lot. Attack speed, something with the Demon Hunter sword, with Trinity build especially. That's gonna just complete. Obsidia would work really great here. Obsidia would work really great here. Into an Akai can just go outside the map. Juxin you can chase. They're gonna go for the X-Borg Nathan. First Nathan pick. 0 bans. I mean, the second Nathan pick actually. Nathan pick.
And I like it. I absolutely like it. Considering how everything's been going on. X-Borg, yeah, alright, fair. But that's probably just to try and catch Eve whenever she's in the real world manipulation. Throw out the fire stakes, send out your lasting insanity, and Eve is eventually a sitting duck for you. While on the other side, you're going to make sure that the Nathan has a lot of space to work with. We have a final look at the draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Granger.
Yeah, it's the Granger being logged in as the last one for Urek. I was thinking that since it's Urek, maybe he would want to go in for the Granger for that early snowball. But we'll have to see how that one pans out. How do you think, Zagota? Who's got this one?
It's an even Stevens draft. I think it all depends on how good Benzi is. If Benzi gets a good set with the new Alice, with a new ultimate, a big knockup, I think it's gonna be a big difference. But look at Drax, he's getting so much poked. Godzi is there, just sustaining a ton of damage, not even allowing the Kalea to get the support. But look at the damage. Eve cannot do anything. She can just poke and poke. But right now, I think still Glitch Code is winning the trade-off. Right now, Lancer is going to go for the red buff start into the Cockroach. Same as Akai, but Akai I think is going to go for maybe a little invade. But I don't think he's going to be so daring. However, the Minotaur is rotating towards the bot lane, just giving some vision towards that jungle farm. Kalea is going to sustain a bit of HP by healing herself on the jungle creep, but not much you can do in this scenario, Scared. It's too early to tell. The teams are so even, it's crazy, but Benzi is losing the trade-off to Gabri.
For now, he's going to be, and Gabri is just constantly going to harass him out there. But again, it's going to be a back and forth now if you really think about it. And Gabri, yeah, he's gonna get that creep. Doesn't matter. It's absolutely fine. Benzi actually lost out on a bit of a trade from Gabri though. I think so. Gabri has denied at least one magic minion to the other side. Though here we go, a lovely stun onto the back. We'll take down Say Likey on that Lancelot. We'll catch him out. Rex just needed to face tank everything, and that is the problem with Say. If Otzi is not there, he will be picked off.
I mean, that's why there is 2 tanks for the team of Glitchcode. There's the Arcade, there's the Minotaur, someone for the important teams. Gabri can be on himself, but look at Vlados, he's getting poked out a lot. Ranger is winning the trade-off potential, like the turtle fight is there.
Yeah, the retribution. They messed it up right now as Mpika, as you rightly mentioned, eventually get that one, and everyone wants to run away. Lovely stun onto 2 connects as the Tsunami Slam was onto Gabri.
60.
The target prioritization from Method Black is everywhere, and 3 of the players survive.
Nathan is not here, he's not gonna be able to defend the mid lane. Say is gonna get picked off.
Yeah,
yes,
they stayed. They overstayed out here. Say eventually gets picked off out to Trex. Recalling on his face. Oh my goodness, that is a bit too harsh though.
I mean, Say did it last game today, you know, it's karma. It is karma, Mr. Scared. Right now we'll take a quick look. It's gonna be 1,500 gold difference between these 2 teams. Right now Method Black is in the lead. 3 minutes in, 2 kills, 1 turtle. I mean, pretty big lead. Vlados is there, he's gonna try to get some support from Sixy. Gabri is winning the lane, but he's not as impactful as Benzi is. Because Benzi has a big AoE ultimate that can immobilize and I believe knock up people. So it's a 2-set stun and it's really dangerous. It's really hard to play into. But the Lancelot is there to tie it up, to close down the gap. He's gonna go for the Bloody Retribution to allow him to go for the tank build Lancelot. As well with Sixy, he went for the Bloody Retribution to get a little bit more healing in the fight. Personally, I would have went with the Ice Retribution to try to catch maybe Urek or Benzi down, even Pika. Because of that movement speed you get from the red trees, you get them to slow down. Basically, it's a magical item in one. Likey.
It's fine. It's going to be safe out there up top. No major problems coming in for him out here in the mid though. That's where now we can see Mpika having a bit more fun time on that Eve. He's clearing that out, Say. They'll have to constantly move back now. They're struggling out here if you really think about it. Mpika, Drex, both of them. Yeah, they kind of want to pick off everyone. Fury being used up though. Mpika, he's going to survive out. No problems out there. There's the Tsunami Slam right over towards the other side of the ball as lovely real world manipulation. And Sixy is going to be taken down. He uses up the heavy spins way too late into the game. And with that, that is a big win for Method Black in mid as this will give them the turtle.
I mean, if we look at the prediction, I think everyone went for 1-1 predictions. Also, the game besides Nish, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Nish was the only person who went for a 2-0 for glitch code. You, of course, I know what you went. I know what I went. Synth. No, everyone besides Kronos went for a 1-1 prediction.
Alright.
The big leagues are calling. The big leagues are calling. But Vlados Cutie takes down Urek. Oh my god, that was such a quick fight, allowing the temporal, just the temporal thing coming from Nathan. I mean, the stun, the slow, it's so crazy. It's the weakens. You attacked it as well, but look at Likey just dashing on the minions.
Lovely pick off, Likey, but he doesn't have anything to survive out here right now. But guess what? He's got his teammates, friends, strong together. The big immune as well as the knock-up comes in, but Godzi will have to move back. Lovely iframes coming in from them. And on the back of it now, yes, I thought maybe Vlados QT could eventually carry this one if he gets a good pick, but he has been taken down out in the mid. As Say does not have any Purify left. He will be shut down too. Mpika recalls on his face as they get the tier 1 up top.
Man, what a strong game. Right now, let's... I mean, if you recall, we said that Alice is going to be the main game setter, but I think we just didn't like Drex's pick. I think me or you, I think I said it, that the Kalea wasn't that great here because of the cancellation you can get from Minotaur, from Akai. But I changed my mind, you know. It works pretty nice because you have to go pick off Say. As soon as Say uses that Purifier, or as soon as Nathan uses that Purifier, they are done for. But look at Gabri. Force use the little... Man, this is so
Lasting
hard.
insanity. He wants to run back, but Gabri's got nothing. Flicker used up though. There's gonna be the Death Sonata, but
It's
doesn't
just
really
to force out
matter.
the flicker. It's such an even game right now. It could go both ways. One
Oh,
team
pick out here in mid, into the real world manipulation as well. Say wants to survive out here. There comes
Urek is
Urek
there.
to help his team. Godzi taken down. And there's the tower. It's been picked off. Say he can't kite away as he falls down. Double kill for Urek.
I mean,
Instant trades.
the only thing I have to say, if Urek's aim was this good in Valorant or in CS, I think it would have been a different player. But right now we're seeing him only being able to hit shots in Mobile Legends. The first turret is gonna go in the third turtle is going to have Metal Black, I believe. I thought Glitchcode got one turtle, but I think I'm seeing things from Mr. Scared. Look at the lead. It's not that far. It can work. It's 5,000 gold. It's one team fight. And he can be turned
it's a-
around. Just Vlados needs to lock in, farm a little bit more minions, and 60 needs to get a stun. The Akai here was such a risky pick. He went for the cursed helmet as well, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a really risky thing to do on Akai. I personally would like to go Warax, because you get more basic attack damage, it's texture passive as well, so it's, you know, it's a better thing to go for. Warax is gonna take out that bot lane turret, just allowing the minions to shove a little bit more. All turrets are in the favor of Method Black. The Lord is up in 80 seconds. What can they do right now is just try to lock in and let Valados and Say to farm, even 60. But
Another big
allowing
pick
that-
coming in.
Rodzi.
Yeah, with the Tsunami Slam as well. And a big change around to the backline is Benzi. Just make sure that no one can actually catch up to them. As Say wants to take Urek down, but he will be able to kite him for a while though. As 60 gets a pick on Rex. And there's the heavy spin. It will take all of them down as Gabri gets a pick on Rick. Ladosi as well with a constant poke damage though. Likey was not in the fight and they lost every bit of it.
Man, it's a 2-4-1 trade. I mean, 2-4-3 trade actually. Really good in the favor of Glitchcode, but still the gold gap is not closed. It's still 5,000 difference. The Lord is up in 30 seconds. Purifiers have been used, Retributions have been used, but look at Benzi. He's gonna get punished. Vlados is there, no ultimate. But 60, if he hit one basic attack, I think that would have been over. We're gonna see the Alice also going for the cursed helmet build to clear a bit faster. Finally. Man, let's just take a quick look at this fight. Godzi is going in with a Minon Rage, getting a few nice knockouts, but look how aggressive Say is. He just went in with that Butterfly Goddess. I mean, what can you do, man? She does so much damage with that ultimate if you're close. You can punish enemies extremely heavily, but right now we're gonna see an even Steven game. The Lord is up, the Retributions are up. Only some spells are missing. I mean, especially from Benzi and from Drex. The flickers are missing. What makes their kit whole? Because with Alice, you can maybe catch them by surprise by using the skill too, but you need that flicker to extend the range just in case. Same with Drex. But the level gap between the junglers is huge. It's 2 levels, and especially versus Lancelot, if he does it correctly with the Thorn Rose, with the Puncture stacks, it's gonna be a different world. But right now, they're not even gonna try to contest the turtle. I mean, the Lord.
Yeah, they can't really at this point. Look at the damage coming in from the other side, so they've just decided not to go for it whatsoever. That's the big thing, right? I do understand that Nathan kind of needs that concentrated energy for a bit of the region back or the spell vamp, but at the same time I feel that it should have gone in for the Starlium Scythe.
Starlium Scythe into Nathan is currently really bad because it doesn't activate after every skill. It's 6 seconds cooldown. That's why I don't build on Joy anymore.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's kind of fair. Now that nerf eventually has hit a bit more bad out there with the knock up in the back line. Godzi taken down. Benzi soaks up every piece of that damage, but finally will be shut down on the other end. And this is going to be the Lord defendable maybe, but they will lose the inhibitor up on top. My goodness, Likey's damage on 60 is just so much.
It's just a fat Lancelot. He went for the, endless battle. War Axe, Queen Wings, that's all adding up damage and more penetration for the true damage. And as well, the Brute Force also adds some physical damage. I think 8% per stack, mistaken, or along the lines, or I think it was, no, 3% per strike, but it stacks up 5 times. Yes, that's it. I mean, oh, wait, he actually went for that damage Lancelot, for a glass cannon Lancelot. This is pretty uncommon nowadays. Or... yeah, he went for a glass cannon. He went only for the Brute Force for that extra immunity against crowd controls, but the Queen Wings are such an underrated item on him. It's so strong because you reset your Thorn Rose all the time, your Puncture gets resetted also. It's that 40% cooldown that just saves an assault most of times. from experience I'm speaking. Whenever I play Lancer, I try to maybe go for the Queen Wings early to get an advantage. You get damage. It's basically a War Axe but tanky, and you don't get extra true damage. But it's along the same line. Even on Phobius, I like to skip War Axe and I go directly to Queen Wings. I think most pro XP laners do that as well. But let's take a quick look at Eve. She went for just full on penetration. Not much you can do. 2 tanks on anything. Cursed Helmet into actually Dominance Eyes for that. It's an odd Akai build. Honestly, it's a really odd Akai build. Maybe instead if he went for that Radiant to get that extra magical defense. But look at Laiki is trying to get a pick off but doesn't succeed. High Pika is there, ready to rock and roll. And as well, I think this is the flower thing. They're putting mages on support when mages are supposed to do damage. That's, I think, the biggest mistake.
At this point,
Trex?
I think they're gonna make sure that they take this one slow approach now. That 5,000 gold lead has been increased to 8,000. The only good thing for Glitch Code that I can see right now is the fact that they've reached that 32k gold mark. That means at least their carries have got the items that they need, right? And that's why Vlados C will have the concentrated energy. He will also have the Wind Talker. But now here's the thing. Just a couple of Radiant Armors and his entire damage is going to be nullified because he does not have the Holy Crystal. He doesn't have Divine Glaive.
I mean,
Now,
technically you don't need Divine Glaive because you already have it from, say, if I'm not mistaken. So that's gonna stack up with your passive as well. And with the passive of Akai, just degrading the magical resistance from the passive of Cursed Helmet. And that's gonna help a lot. So I think maybe you should go for Wishing Lantern to get extra damage on tank heroes like Benzi or like Drex. Even on Laiki, because Laiki is a little bit tanky as he goes for his last item, being the Queen Wings. They are full build. The Lord is marching down the top lane. Bot lane is gonna be cleared out by Benzi. In the mid lane right now we're gonna see a little slower clear just to sync up the waves. I mean, just allowing them to push naturally, I think, has been enough. But even so, looking at the Lancer, he's going to go in a prima position. He's going to try to maybe go for an inhibitor, maybe even for a game. And right now, we're going to see a nice synchronization of the waves. Vlad is going to try to go and clear that Lord instantly, but not enough damage. Dawn Rose is there.
Oh, yeah, and the bottom, they really want to go in for this one inhibitor, but they can't really abuse the fact that there's not a lot of range out here. They will have to move back up. Now the wave clear is actually pretty good from Glitch Code.
It was a flawless base defense. A little bit of poke on the turret, but look at Lancer is gonna go in. Dawn Rose is there, forcing out Vlados's Silverman to clear, but look at Godzi, he fell down. He got picked off by the Kalea. Oh my god, save!
Oh, a big play coming in this time from Say. Picks up 2 out there, but the lasting insanity does not catch anyone as the entire backline has now been taken under the pressure of Benzi. There should be another pick coming in. The X-Bog does not survive. Killing spree for Urek. It was indeed a flawless defense initially, but after that, everything started to fall.
RWM is ready. Lancelot is ready. The waves are ready. I mean, Kalea is ready as well. Just try to go for Vlados, but look at Pina coming from Dakai.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that everyone else gets deleted. At least the backline though. Lovely damage from Ladosi, and Laiki has been shut down. This man single-handedly wants to make sure that Kronos' prediction stands true. He is not giving up on this Nathan.
I mean, that shield got used, alright, the flash passive got used, that saved him and resetted his skills a little bit just to save him from the Lancer, but the Lancer didn't have any puncture that he went in trying to end the base, but still it was not enough. Oryx gonna take that red buff now. 47 stacks, 582 passive stacks. I think it was lower than Nicky's. And Nicky's game was 12 minutes in, he had 600 or so, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, it's a pretty even Stevens game. 1 kill for 1 inhibitor turret. 60 finally got his Cursed Helmet fully built. Lord up in 16 seconds. Everyone is up, ready to rock and roll. Spells are up. I mean, this looks like a fight that Glitch Code could technically win. Everything is in their favor. The spells are in their favor. The ultimates are in their favor. Only thing that's not in their favor is the positioning. We're gonna see that Winter Crown getting picked up by Godzi. He's gonna go with a Minoan Rage. Flicker forced in. 60.
Yeah, that's a lovely pick on Urek as well. Instantly, Blood of Sea able to take down 1, and they are following up with every single one of them. 320 with that bounty. And that is a big pick now because Laiki needs to run back to safety too. That is a massive game turner coming in from Glitch Code, and a lovely sidestep from Say. will make sure that Likey has to move back from just one inhibitor standing now in a prime position to close out this game. The goal lead is only of 2,000.
I mean, they're gonna be possibly able to end. Only Lancelot and the Kalea is there, but Vlados is there. He can just end. He can melt the base down. But I don't think they're gonna be trying that. I believe the Lancelot did sell. I mean, he did not sell anything, but I think he should sell the Malefic Roar to go. Maybe, I mean, a tank item would really help him. Maybe even a Freeze or a Radiant Blade.
Yeah. Radiant.
Rose
That's
Gold
something
Meteor as well. I mean, it's so many things that could go in his favor. I don't think Bendy got any sets.
At this point, you know, just Vlados is gonna free hit every single one of them.
That's why I need to go and punish him first. That's why I need to have the eyes in his face.
He's always had the Purify whenever he's actually going
Kalea
in.
with
There
a
we
pick of
go.
Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, that's gonna be Godzi's when eventually taken down instantly. But
Vlados.
Vlados gets the answer on the other side. Safely
Benzi.
shut down from Rex again. It's Benzi alone between three. It's both the frontliners
my
being
God, the
falling for
damage.
both of these teams, and the damage is impeccable from Vladosi. The inhibitor is standing for now, but not for long. And the only thing that's been helping out Method Black right now is the bottom
Drex.
lane wave.
I think Drex needed to go and punish the Nathan. The Granger revealed him. But, I mean, you bait out the Purify, you bait out the Nathan entirely because he cannot escape, even if he uses his ultimate. Right now, I think Drex did a really bad misplay. The Entropy was not available at the time, so he could have went maybe towards Urek. But look at that double RWM. 60.
You want to catch all of them though, but everyone will move back to safety out here. Vladosi as well, 5-1 and 5 on this Nathan, and this is the reason why I told you, Nathan is actually pretty good if played well in a proper position. Because once you get into that late game, he just has so much damage, he can absolutely obliterate you.
I mean, 7 stacks of Sky Piercer in the hands of Sei. I think the Granger also lost. I believe he has 23 stacks or 30 stacks on the Granger. If I'm mistaken. No, 42. He got one more stack in the defending base. Yes. But even so, it's a really hard game. Gabri finally got his Antique Curious, but he's going to get picked off Kalea with a Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, it's Gabri out here.
Frag Armor is
Still
still
getting
active.
a lot of HP. Oh my goodness, how can he survive for so long? And now Rex, he's out there, left on an island alone, will be taken down instantly, but that's the immortality falling now. The entropy comes in, and Benzi is getting instantly destroyed, uses up the Thorn of Ruin, but doesn't matter, it's an unstoppable for Vladosi QT. It's a 2-4-0 trade right now as the mid lane minions will finally make their way, but the Lord is going for glitch code.
The game just completely turned around. Metal Black had such a big lead, but one time the Nathan got a really good fight in. Killing that Lancelot, shutting him down, getting that gold from shutting him down just helped him boost his economy extremely well. But even so, the Lord goes unchallenged. 60 gets that retribution down. Rock and roll. He's not even going to give a chance to the Lancelot to maybe steal it. He's just going to use the retribution instantly the second the bar appears. But right now, I think the best thing for Metal Black to do is go for full Radiant defense and maybe try to punish down Vlados. That's the only thing. Maybe if Alice goes for... What could work for her? Nothing really. Athena, Oracle,
Blade
and
Armor.
Radiant. Blade Armor, it would be a waste, I think, here. Because the Nathan is going to overheal with Concentrate Energy. And it doesn't really repel magical damage that well. But look at that, Minoran Fury.
Lovely Impika out of the mix itself. Yes, there's the Winter Crown used up by Benzi. Doesn't matter as the crystal is open. And that is a 2-0 for glitch code against Method Black. And that too, once they lost every turret apart from one in the mid lane.
I mean, I think it was Chronos Curse. He got 2-0 prediction. Man,
He's
it
the
was
only one who
such
actually
a
got that
hard game. But what could you do? What could you do in this scenario? Not much you can do. Personally, I mean, the fight they did on the defensive side, on the top lane, when Lancelot died, I think that was the moment they turned around because he underestimated the Nathan damage.
Yes.
The Nathan defended a lore, defended minions, they just allowed Nathan to get hit. They should have ended it early. And that's the issue. Why the Granger did work there is because they didn't have attack speed. But if they had attack speed, they could have maybe pushed down 6. They might have maybe tried to escape Godsey. But Granger does just damage, doesn't do well with attack speed items. He's really well built for pure damage, not for effect damage. And that's why like maybe a Cloud would have been better here just to burst down that Akai, maybe burst down that Minotaur, even go for the backline for the Juxin. There have been so many opportunities for different teams. I think still they played it extremely well. It's you know, you cannot do a lot in that scenario because as the second Nathan got first protected, he never died. He got items built. Even though the Minotaur was feeding technically in kills and in deaths, he was doing a really good job at setting team fights up. All the time he did extremely good team fights. He got at least 2-3 knockouts per fight, and that really pushed the team forward a little bit. Just give space for Vlados to farm. That's the big idea.
I agree. The Vlados was the only man who was farming up throughout the game, and the entire team was creating that space for him. And that's one of the big reasons why that Lord was also defended, right? Because Sixi was there, standing up as an Akai, using the heavy spins to make sure no one can actually reach Vladosi. And that's when you could see the Lancelot try to go up in front, up forward, eventually gets taken down instantly as well. And more than that, you know, I think so one of the big reasons why Method Black could not close out today's game was a lack of synergy between the players. Like, even in the very first turtle fight, when there was a chance of picking 3 people, they decided to individually target all of them rather than focusing on one of them. And that was one of the biggest problems which I noticed instantly for Method Black, that they are not prioritizing a target. They're just trying to pick off whoever is closer to them. And that kind of gave Vladosi that opening because no one was coming close to him, as everyone was making sure that the front-to-back lineup is there to help this man out. 6-1-6, MVP of the game. He literally carried in terms of damage.
I mean, I think he just carried in terms of push as well, because the second he got that lock on the base, it just disappeared, you know? It's such a strong hero for pushing, because he does double basic damage on, like, objects, on turrets, on lore or whatever. His attacks hit twice, so that's gonna be faster, push faster, and you cannot react to that. It's just gonna end extremely fast. You go for attack speed items, you go for these type of heroes, and you cannot really defend it. That's why I think Granger, yes, he is a great hero, but I think more attack speed would have been a little bit better. In the first minute of the game, he got a nice pick off on top. You know, just giving Likey a lot of farm. He got all objectives, all lords. Some lords didn't even try to contest. But the second, look at Nathan, where he is. He's just farming, not even trying to come towards the team fight. He's gonna maybe go for double lane, take that shield down. Because they're fighting, you know. Gabri is there, Gods is there, forced to flicker out, forced to flicker away. Maybe even try to save them, but look at that. Not much, he played perfectly, positioned himself perfectly. He did some mistakes, yes, but they were so minor, I don't think it mattered. Like, sometimes maybe he didn't rotate to fights, but he just stayed on farm. Like here, look at Godzi, he just pushed back so far, and Urak forced to flicker, and just the Nathan's damage coming through, just pushing down Drax, 60 just pinning him as well. It was a pretty even Stevens game, and Vlados kept pushing, because he had someone to always front for him. That was the big mistake with Metal Black. Benzi didn't really do anything that game, if we're being honest. He was trying to go for sets, but he never hit one, from what I'm seeing. Even here, look, he only got Vlados. Vlados was staying in the back, and no one was near him to try to complete that set, because if you try to go for a set, you need someone to back you up. That's the big idea of it. And here, Benzi goes in, forced to flicker away, and the Lancer is gonna get a free death here. He goes in, tries to kill him, but look at the heal coming through. The heal from Minotaur as well, you know, the Flask of Oasis. So much healing, you cannot shut him down. And that just turned it around completely for Vlados.
And as I said, it's again the exact same thing, right? Likey trying to make his own play, individual play, while rest of the team is busy picking off the Akai. That's again, it kind of falls down in the same category where they're not trying to prioritize the right target. If Akai is trying to send out the minions here and there, you try and find the opening on the Nathan, try and force him back in the tower, because either ways the top lane minions were there. So they could have ended the game right then. But a lot of mistakes being made from the side of Method Black, which eventually were capitalized on by the other team. So yeah, Glitch, they made sure that they are controlling the entire game later on. Vlados QT is going to be the rich guy, along with the carry being Pique. Alright. It's
Pika with the carry. I mean, pretty
Pika,
obvious, but look at...
Why is his name written as Pick A here?
Pika.
It should be Pika. It should be Pika. Yeah, right.
It's Pika.
129,000 damage being dealt by him, Pika. It's just insane.
The Eve, the Wishing Lantern, so much damage coming from that, as well as
Exactly.
60, so much damage taken, 182,000 damage, of course, on the Akai tank jungler. And Rex with the most assists. He was playing really well in the early game, but I think the XP really was a bad pick. The Alice was great, but he didn't use it to its fullest extent. He never really went for sets because he went too deep, and his team couldn't catch up to him. They couldn't close the gap because they're getting pushed away by Akai, getting pushed away by the Xborg, and he was just alone in the backline. He just needed to maybe wait for the enemy team to use some abilities and clamp up together. Just call, hey guys, don't fight them, just don't go in fully, don't fully commit, just fight a little bit poke. That should be in the call, and maybe try to go for a big ultimate, you know, just trying to knock him out, immobilize, because it has a huge AoE effect. He had the flicker, he had so many skills available to do something. But I mean, it's still, Alice is still so risky, it's so new to the meta, it's just recently worked, so I understand some people who struggle with the timing of the combo. I mean, personally, when I played it on Roma, I struggled a lot, but then I just got the hang of it because 20-30 games, of course, you're gonna learn it.
She's more of a competitive and VC playing hero, right? You have to decide when you're picking those fights. You can't really simply go for a skill 1 dash because now it has got a very long cooldown. So you've got to try and, let's just say, you have to time it super well with your ultimate as well. You throw down the skill 1, you go for the Thorn of Ruin first phase, then you tap your skill 1 so that when you land, you're actually on the other team. Flicker, yes, it's there as well. So if you don't really have your skill 1, that's when you go in for those flicker ultimate combos too. But yeah, mostly I still feel that it's going to take a little bit more time for every single one to finally get used to how things are going to happen with Alice. But on the other end, every other stat, if you really look at it, it was favoring Method Black on most of them. But still, after all of that, Glitch Code were the ones who eventually took that game. And that was the strength of their composition, playing for the win condition, and that was Vlado CQT.
I mean, same as Tiny Bamboo say. You heard Danzo, he said, guys, we try to protect our Granger a lot. We try to protect Nikki because he was the carry of that game.
Yeah.
Same with Vlados. They just protected Vlados. Vlados was playing extremely safe in base, just farming up, getting items, getting anything basically in his favor. And then the team just plays for Vlados. They play for the carry. That's what the difference between Assassin jungle and Tank jungle. Tank jungle, you help your team. Assassin jungle, your team helps you. That's the big difference.
True.
That's the biggest weak points and the strong points of each of the meta. With helping your team, you're gonna lose out on farm, you're gonna lose out on possible objectives, but you're gonna, in the late game or in the mid game, you're gonna have a little bit more advantage because you fed your team, you help your team get fed. For assassins, you have to get fed, you have to do something, and you have to just take advantage of your silence. You have to take care of the XP, you have to take care of the jungle. There are so many things you have to do, and it's...
I agree. And yeah, I think so. There's a very big dynamic change in general as to how things, you know, they were supposed to work out versus how they are working out, Zakota. But here's the big thing, right? This match is over. It is a 2-0, and Glitch Code finally performing up to perfection. But the next one is going to be Arcade taking on Big Mistakes. And, you know, it's going to be Synth who'll be joining me for the next one. Zakota, is there anything that you want to say before we hop off?
I can't wait to see my team playing, you know, Big Mistake. I like to see Dingus on that mid lane. I mean, I like to see Vlad finally proving his worth on the roam position. Steely, he's been like making some improvements on his jungle, but you know, it's left out to be seen. I'm really excited to see how they're gonna play. I wish you guys good luck with the next two games. I hope they're gonna be really long. So, you know, you're gonna have to talk about something.
And I really hope they hit their retribution so that I don't have to say what you asked me to say. But ladies and gentlemen, all of that said and done, the first two matches are over, but half of the day still remains. We have got the next game. It's going to be Arcade taking on Big Mistake, and the one after that, it's going to be Fake Time taking on Memento Mori. All of that will happen after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. all need the punctuality from everyone. So here we are back again. Just 10 minutes of break, and we will have been beginning with the RK and Big Mistake matchup right here. We've got Synth with me. My man, you were there for the pre-show. I know you've got a lot of things to
We
discuss
back.
upon, but
All I have
yeah,
to say here is we back. We back.
we
And
back,
I
my
thought
man.
it was an amazing game. Like you said, in 10 minutes we're gonna jump into the other game, but we can expect an interview here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the big thing, right? Interview with one and only Say, my man. Hi, how are you doing, Shay?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing absolutely good, my man. First of all, congratulations. A 2-0, not expected by anyone. But how is the team feeling after that big win?
We was practice a lot, so we didn't feel any risk in the game, or we felt that the game will be hard. We was know that we're gonna win and we're gonna beat them 2-0. So there wasn't any problem with us.
All right, all right. Synth, over to
Interesting.
you.
Yeah. So I just want to say, last game I saw some great resilience. I would say a lot of people, expected Method Black to win. They had a really strong early game. But how did you come back? It seemed like, at some point the Nathan just got fed or something. What was the turning point, in your opinion, about the second game?
About how we come back. We have Nathan late games, so we don't need to fight. So we was keeping farm until the third Lord, I think, and then we fight it, and then we beat them. So because we got the farm, we was played safe because we lost the early. Our heroes wasn't good at the early game, but we back stronger and we beat them. And GG for them.
Yeah, interesting. And I just want to say, what was your opinion? What was your preparation coming in here? You're playing against Method Black, right? How did you train before this matchup? Did you look at any specific drafts, or how did you prepare? Obviously, you did something right. I mean, 2-0. I have to give respect. Right? You're the first team to 2-0 in this tournament phase. Just want to give that respect. And but how did you prepare? How did you prepare for this game?
About how we trained,
Yeah.
it was like we just take like 2 weeks, and we was specify just a little heroes for every rule. But
It's okay, it's okay. Continue. That certain disturbances, ignore all of them. Yes. So, what were you talking about? How did you guys prepare?
Yeah.
how what?
How did you guys prepare for this matchup? The question that Synth asked. How did you guys prepare?
We prepared for this. I don't want to say that, but we didn't play any game before the tournament.
Okay. And I just want to ask another question. Obviously, you have new roamer, Drex. Also, rumors say it's MPL professional. And I like to think it's true, He has a lot of experience. How does he come into play? What does he do in terms of shot calls, in terms of the experience he brings? What's the difference now when you're facing against this Method Black? Is it any kind of difference? Because he's, a lot of people expect the Method Black to win just because Drex is kind of professional in MPL. Did you feel any kind of pressure? You're going up against MPL player. How do you feel?
How I feel? Seriously, I didn't feel any. Didn't feel that the game is hard. The game was really kind of easy because I have trained with my team a lot, and we already was sharing a lot of experience together as an MBL player in Argentina. My rotation, my calls, there was good with my team, and it was like an easy map, easy rotate, easy cover, easy fight. So we have shared a lot of experience together, and me and my team, and that's why we are so strong and beat them like 2-0.
Yeah, extremely convincing, I have to say. Especially that first game, but that second game showed great resilience. Yeah, I have any
The
questions?
second game,
I mean, yeah, that second game was absolutely mind blowing. Now,
the
just
second
one
game it was
last.
like
Go ahead.
kind of hard. Second game was kind of hard.
Yeah, it was. I mean, 8,000 gold lead for Method Black. Losing the game from that point, it meant that you guys did everything right and they did everything wrong. But coming back to the one very last question, Shay, I just wanted to ask, what's your take on the Alice pick in the EXP lane? Was that surprising for you? And did you like it? Or you're like, nah, Alice is not worth being picked up?
Well, when they make Alice, I said to my team, it will be a so hard game because Big Alice is so hard, and it's not easy to kill it.
Mhm. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, continue.
Please continue. Please continue.
Okay. So it was like hard pick for us, but Vladowski was very good. Nathan, he do a lot of damage on her, so he make this pick so useless in the game. I didn't feel it because we have Nathan. Nathan was so amazing in the game. So
Fair.
late
Also,
game we didn't feel balance.
I think also another thing that was very strong for you guys, I have to give respects to Gabri. You know, Gabri was playing good on that XP, rotating very fast. So I
Yeah,
have
Gabriel.
to give respect to Gabri. Yeah.
He was doing a phenomenal job in that game. All right, Shay, that's about it from our end. Now, tomorrow, if I'm not wrong, you guys are going to be playing against Fake Time. So, any message you want to give to Fake Time or any message you have for your fans who are watching you?
Good luck, guys, and enjoy the match. We're gonna beat you 2-0 again.
Let's go. I love the energy. Let's go.
That's exactly what we all need, man. That's exactly what we all need. All right, Shay, thank you so much for hopping in. You can take your leave now. It was a pleasure watching you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Well. We're going to be hopping back up onto our two-man desk out here. But, my man, Synth, we have the
Yeah.
interview. We had the interview, and
Okay.
Shay was looking so confident.
Yeah, definitely. I think definitely, and he has the right to, right? He's starting off very strong. No matter if the second game was close, he still won it. I think the second game even shows more than the first game, just because they don't give up. They still, working for the comeback, still, working together as a
You
team
can say
Yeah.
this is
game
all
against MTB. So I think the second game was really strong. I think Shay has definitely earned to be convincing and be very, out there with his predictions. 2-0, he's saying 2-0 tomorrow. I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it. After I see how they play like that.
Unfortunately, I've already submitted my predictions for tomorrow, so I can't really change it. But with the
Me
confidence
neither.
that he's
Don't get it
saying,
wrong. Me neither. But
Yeah.
if I could change it,
I
maybe.
agree, man. I agree. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. But now, since we'll be starting with the second half out here, Ake versus Big Mistake. Synth, what's your take on that?
My take on that is that first of all, this is gonna be a very close match. I don't think that this is gonna be an easy win for either team. I think Ake has unfortunately, dropped down from the first stage of the tournament, but they still very strong team. Big Mistake, another strong team that is kind of on the up. Ake made some changes. They changed the jungle. They went down a little bit, you could say. Maybe not too much practice. Now, Big Mistake, they're coming up. I don't know. I'm expecting close games. Zakota said Big Mistake is looking very strong. I have to see, then we can judge. But Ake, definitely strong team. I think it's going to be close. I think I said 1-1. I'm sticking with that prediction. And yeah. Other than that, I'm just interested how the draft phase are gonna work. I mean, there's no Maku on the side of Ake, on the other side of Big Mistake. If I'm just gonna be honest, I only know the XP very well. I know Vlad a little bit, but I don't know how they draft. I don't know how they rotate. I don't know much about that team actually. So yeah.
I would actually really love some help for the pronunciation of the names of everyone out there apart from Shrek and Vlad. And Silly's coming, those three are understandable.
Definitely.
But you rightfully mentioned, right, the changes in Ake's lineup itself now. The jungler is something they're gonna have the new man. I think so. Maku, yes, he was there, he was doing his job, pretty decent man. But when it came down to that hero pool, right, that's where we actually found those problems. Yes, the Hellcut was pretty good, but apart from the Hellcut, they were not really looking that pretty with any other jungler. So that's something which I think so they would now want to change up. It's going to be Kyusen, Toby, Nandayo, Sirius, and Astra, all of them playing up in this roster. The fun fact is, it's a broken wall for this game. So
Yeah.
I think so the Grok can be a priority.
Definitely. Toby looking confident on 2 heroes, specifically on drone. Number 1 is Grok, number 2 is Badang. Badang is not usually banned. I'm expecting Grok to be banned though. Interesting first ban lands. Angela, I would say, is kind of standard ban, even though we didn't see it too much so far. Lance banned, maybe respecting the jungle of Big Mistake. And even again a YSS ban, so really respecting the jungle, I have to say.
Yeah, I understand those two bans as well. It seems like they don't want to go it for themselves, and they're like, we're fine banning it away. That kind of gives me the idea that now if they want to go for the jungle, maybe they can pick up the tanky jungle route for themselves too. Grok is open, perfectly mentioned, should be picked up instantly. But they actually lock in the Kimmy. All right, understandable.
Interesting, yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I thought they were gonna go for the Grok. I'm pretty sure now that Big Mistake have to go for the Grok. They can't leave the Grok and the Kimmy. Surely not. So I'm expecting a Grok pick here. Maybe you can go, I don't know, Lapu, just to fill that XP, stable XP, or you want to pick Eve maybe. Just why pick Eve? Maybe not to reveal other picks yet, and also you keep it in this kind of section before it gets potentially banned. So those are the two theories that I have for Big Mistake.
Yeah, and I think so for Eve, it's actually a pretty good pick even against Kimmy, because you can keep yourself far away, clear the minions too, and then drop in the real world manipulation whenever you want to go in for the fight. You decide when you want to go for those fights. So I think so that could be a pretty good idea. As for the Grok, I agree. Can't really give the Grok away itself, so you can try and prio those two picks. Apart from that, is there anything else that we can actually look at? That's the question. Maybe an early Joy in the jungle to be locked in, since no Lance, no Yisun Shin.
Could be, but I think it would be a mistake, because if they lock in Joy, they leave Hayabusa. It's kind of like it wasn't really needed. They don't really need to go that route yet. Maybe they should pick a jungle. That doesn't say that they shouldn't pick a jungle here. That just said maybe they should wait with one jungle, at least one pick. Okay, so they went for the Grok. Love this Grok pick. They can't let the Grok and Kimmy. And here we have Arlott. Was surprised a little bit with Arlott pick. Maybe I expected Lapu, but Arlott also, if he feels confident, why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's an instant displacement with the final slash, so I'm absolutely on for it. But immediate answer on the other side. Okay, locking in the Garrod Kacha as well as the Alice, so it's going to be the Roam and EXP. Who is going where? That's the bit of a question, but pretty sure it's going to be the Alice into that EXP lane. But we've got a Joy pick early on coming in now. Yes, the Hayabusa was open, but now it should be banned out.
Potentially, yeah. I think more than the Haya, maybe you should start thinking about Roamers, Badang maybe. Yeah, but Hayabusa is also, it's okay banned. But maybe on Big Mistake you should maybe think of... sorry, Gato was already picked there. Didn't notice that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the draft can go any way. Maybe ban mages that can threaten Alice. Maybe, I would say maybe like Eve. I still think Eve is pretty strong here for that range. Lunox can also bring a little bit of pressure. Not necessarily winning 1v1 against Kimmy because of like range and stuff like that, but you can still kind of burst the Alice. So Kagura is interesting ban. Never seen a Kagura ban before in tournament.
I mean, we actually saw quite a decent amount of Kagura bans in the Thunder division early on, man. And yes, that was as surprising for me as you are surprised right now. Because we don't really see those. Yeah, we don't really see these Kaguras being picked up. Farsa as well.
Yeah, this draft from have to say that this draft from Ake seems to be more of a we know what you're gonna pick and we're gonna ban it, like more specifically towards the players, not necessarily what's popular. Here we see the Eve pick. I'm really glad I see the Eve pick. I think it's a really great pick for them. Keep that range. You have to keep range with Akimi because he can instantly burst you if you get super close. And yeah, just poke the Alice as well. Get that glowing wand, wishing lantern, good combination on Eve. You do a bit of damage. Won't say a lot of damage, but a bit of damage, and you can definitely wear down the tankier heroes here.
Yeah, and that constant poke is eventually gonna let the way for Joy to move in with the electrifying beats and then take down that backline. Plus,
Yeah.
yeah, with that real world manipulation, you have got that kill box set up. Final slash is there to keep everyone in. If it's somewhere around the walls or the jungle, good luck surviving the tectonic charge. I think so. They can wrap this one draft up pretty well with a Claude or something that can actually dive in the enemy backline. If they don't want to go for any of that route, it's absolutely fine. I think so they can lock in the Granger if they're feeling very comfortable with it. But I think so the Claude would very well round up this draft.
Yeah, Cloud would be interesting, but I just have to say I noticed a little bit of a draft mistake from Big Mistake. There's no reason to ban Fredrin, especially because they can never pick Fredrin on the side of Aki. It's way too tanky, they will lack damage, and especially if you knew you were going to pick Eve. So maybe one ban was unnecessary, but that doesn't mean the game has gone anywhere. We see the Cloud. You spoke of the Cloud, we see the Cloud.
Okay.
Definitely, Demon Hunter, Golden Staff coming through, Corrosiant, and Alpha, I don't know when's the last time I saw Alpha, but look at this. Iritel, we see the draft completely now. What can you say about these two drafts here?
Interesting to see the Claude being picked up by Ake. I mean, Claude would have worked very well on both of these sides. So it was a Claude and Erythiel trade-off for both of them. But the Alpha now being picked up, right? When was the last time we saw that? You asked that question, and I'm going to say months ago. So
months.
I do understand the idea. There's a bit of a tanky lineup up in front of you. You want to burst them down instantly with the Alpha charge and the Force swing to constantly deal that true damage. But how are you looking to catch that Joy?
Yeah, I think the Joy here is a little bit of a comfort pick. Have to say, don't think it's necessarily the best pick here, but look at this now. We have the full draft. You spoke a little bit about Alpha. I think Alpha is going to get absolutely bamboozled once he makes that charge on any of really Big Mistakes heroes.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious about this early game, right? Because they have Kimi, who is obviously a very strong early game hero. And on the other side, you have Eve and Grok. How are they going to utilize this early game for both teams?
It's going to be the big thing, right? It's literally an early game snowball up against early game snowball, ladies and gentlemen. We're already in the land of dawn. Ake up against Big Mistake. One team that was playing in the Thunder division versus the second one that wants to rise up to that division. All the way up in front of each other, and we back into Toby. Forced to use up early Revitalize. That means he will not have that up for the next Turtle fight.
Yeah, big mistake from Turtle. Sorry, I'm using big mistake on the pun, but it was a mistake from Toby, definitely, to get poked for free. He doesn't have that Revitalize, like you said, but Alpha is going to get level 4. Maybe they can put a little bit of pressure on the Iritel. Maybe Cloud can rotate up them. Let's see. These next few, I would say 20 seconds is going to be extremely important. Maybe Alpha will even give that Turtle. We don't know yet. He's looking kind of late. And that gets me worried, scared. Because Iritel should have seen him. And he's going to have to pass through here as well. It's not a good position.
It's a bit of a tough one out here, though. We have a look at the predictions pretty quickly. Me, Synth, as well as Nish, we all went for a 1-1. While there was a 2-0 by Kronos in favor of Big Mistake. No, it's Ake. He went in 2-0 for Ake, while Zakota went in 2-0 for Big Mistake. Alright, so some things being put in, though. Final slash instantly onto Nandayo, who eventually moves back. Toby also poked up. Now they're joining it, but a lovely stun from the Thorn of Ruins coming in. Astra is the first man to pick up that blood. Instantly a serious sets things up well for his team, and what a start for Ake.
Yeah, this is crazy from Cyrus. I mean, this flicker combination with his skill. Really, I thought Nandayu was gonna recall. I said he's over with. He's gotta recall. Look at this. Joy tries to retreat. Maybe he's dead even. Shrek is too late. He's gonna try to run. Is he gonna survive, scared? What is this?
Yeah, he kind of wanted to out here. He's gonna run back to safety. Silly wanted to go for the electrifying beats as well, trying to catch in, but Toby with the AOG pushing him all the way back now. That early turtle fight being won from Ake, they've got a pretty good scaling in the mid to late game. I think so that is the key for them to start the snowball.
Yeah, and it was just such a weird fight because we'd seen Astra dive in. He didn't get anyone. Grok wasted that flicker. Then Nandayo got kind of low. Then all of a sudden the Alice comes from nowhere. Gets, catches Eve, catches Grok. He's catching a lot of people, and that's the damage is being dealt there, which eventually leads for a free turtle on the Ake side. So really, really nice play there from Alice. Have to show that love.
I mean, just a game before, me and Zakota were talking if Alice is actually a viable pick or not. It's a surprising one, yes, a new one. People are learning how to play this new Alice, but man, it's absolutely bonkers at this point if you think about it, right? Because Shrek on the alert cannot do anything. He will be out-rotated by Cyrus, and look at where he is playing right now. He's gonna force the retribution from Silly.
Yeah, and I would say if the blue was up here, maybe they could invade, but there's no blue up yet. And I'm looking forward to how is this Eve gonna come into play. We didn't see no real-world manipulation yet, just yet. Maybe in the future, Alpha goes a little bit too far. You can catch him, you know, with Eve, with that ultimate, but so far hasn't seen too much from him. It's leaning a lot. Look at them. They're leaning towards the goal lane. They're trying to take this position, not necessarily to gank the Irritel, just to hold for the turtle. Right? The turtle's coming up in 5 seconds. This is extremely important if you're on the side of big mistake. You can't give them free space for free.
Absolutely, but they're going to take that all away right now. Alice is also joining the fight out here. The AOG connects on to no one. Silly's the first one to be picked off. There's the real world manipulation. The final slash in the back line. No one to support Shrek. So he has to flicker back to safety. The Thorn of Ruin connects on to 2. That's just Aki who wants to run back. Nandayo moving a little bit too closer. He's got to run back to safety as well. But the dust settles. The tier 1 on bottom falls. And the turtle will go for Ake.
Yeah, but I just want to say Ake is should be extremely happy with what they got, you know, that turtle, of course. But Eve was so close to killing 3 of them. I mean, if he would get all three of those kills, he would definitely get a different game. But now Ake just seemingly snowballs, goes back to lane. Cloud is gonna farm. I have to say Ake right now is looking really smooth. Haven't faced too many issues so far in the early game.
I was thinking maybe the coordination is going to look a little bit lackluster in the team. But it's been looking really good, rightly mentioned as well. And this is the strength of the Alice, right? Can rotate way too quickly in that lane thanks to that skill 1 as well as the Thorn of Ruin that can act as a surprising factor in those team fights.
Definitely, and I think we can't understate so far the impact of Alice. He may only have 1 assist, but it's not about the assist, it's about the position and the space that he's creating. But look, Joy is trying to defend this alone. We've seen that so far Big Mistake is 1 tower down. So if you're looking really how Aki is playing, they're not really leaving someone on that bot lane to push necessarily. They're throwing Alice in there to push when he can, and then they're going 5-man fight. This is a good tactic from Aki. Obviously, they're in the lead. Why not try to brawl it?
Oh, the AOG. Almost used a nice pullback from the Kimmy, and with that, the Blazing 2-8 catches 2. It's a lovely pick off in the bottom lane. And 2 for 0 trade. Phenomenal.
Yeah, Toby is looking like an MPL player. I mean, sign him, someone pay him. I don't know. This is craziness. But look at this Joy though. This Joy, can he defend? Can he defend? No. I don't think he can defend. I don't think so.
Whoa! Surviving by the skin of the teeth as Cyrus's flicker Thorn of Ruin gets wasted out in the open. And he just survives by the skin of his teeth, but his purple buff will not. And that would mean less farm for Silly. We're gonna have a quick replay of what happened up top. Holy!
Look at the cloud damage. He's completely like unprovoked, nothing. He just bursts out damage. But I have to say, you know, these kind of like small mistakes are actually really big. You know, they lost the tower on top. Two of them died. This is now completely Ake's game. The next Lord so far should be Ake if they don't make a mistake. But what do you think? Are they gonna make that mistake, Scared? They've looked pretty smooth so far, have to say.
100 seconds for them to try and keep the cool, calm, composed, collected play, which they've been showing up. I think so. I think so. It's gonna work fine. I love the fact how Astra is also going in, clearing out those bushes, making sure they've got the vision of where everyone is. And right from the 3rd minute or 4th minute mark, Ake were the ones who were constantly clearing every single part of the map. So I think so. Maybe Kronos' second prediction is also going to come true today with the way how they are playing, at least in this game.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, all respect to Kronos, I don't hope his prediction comes into because then I'll lose my first spot. So I think Kronos started off last spot prediction, but then he went off the bunkers. He said this is gonna be 2-0, this is gonna be 1-1, and he's been, you know, so far he's been right. So can't knock that. But look at this though. I'm so engaged in how Aki is playing. The kills 4-2. You know, you look at the kill stats. You say it's not that difference. But the way they've been playing, invading that blue, not giving him any farm. Look at this. The map control is absolute there for Ake. They have no problem in map control.
Oh.
None.
Pushing up even further right now. The final slash comes in though, but that's not the initiation. You would want the AOG to push everyone back. Yes, there is absolutely the RWM only to be cancelled out. Shrek out left on an island as the Blazing Duet zones every single one who wanted to show the backup. Picture perfect play from Ake in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And didn't even lose a single member. Even if they only killed one, you know, Shrek in this case. No, not needed to kill anymore. They got the mid tower. They're about to get this Lord. Life is good, like we like to say. 5k in the lead. This is looking like Ake's game. Now the question is, we have to be honest, can Big Mistake still come back? Anything is possible. They still have that Irritel. Does a lot of damage. Eve, there's damage there. Even Joy, there's damage there. So they have, you know, a damage kind of draft. The damage is there, but they don't have any farm. Aki still needs to make some kind of mistake, Scared, in order for Big Mistake to come back. You know, how can Big Mistake provoke that mistake? That's what I want to know. Which kind of fight are we gonna see? Maybe Toby overextending on this Lord? I'm not sure.
One of the big win conditions for Big Mistake right now is the Irithel. Harsh Claw into the Berserker's Fury, first 2 items. You're getting that early piece of damage along with a bit of sustain too. And with that Fury Hammer, I think so he's going in for the Malefic Gun. So that needs to be the main win condition. Holy Crystal soon going to be picked up by Silly. So once that is up, that's when they can actually try and burst down Houston once he jumps into the Blazing Duet. Apart from that, I don't see anything happening for them right now.
And I just have to fill you in there. Another win condition, obviously, is try not to lose any inhibitors, because you're gonna stay probably another 10 minutes. Look at this though!
What a final slash coming in, forcing the fight instantly in that tier 3, and that's the first pick onto Toby. Massive play by Shreko. And the fun fact, he did not even use up the flicker.
Crazy. This is the kind of thing that I was talking about. Maybe Aki is gonna make some kind of mistake, maybe feeling too ahead of themselves. Great initiation by Shrek. He took the game to them. But look at this, the fight's not over. Look, it's 5v4.
Yeah, they still wanted to go in. They wanted to go in for more, but Cyrus was able to move himself back to safety, so it's absolutely fine. Only losing the passive out in mid and bottom, I think so this is a very solid defense coming in from Big Mistake. Not making any mistake at this point.
Definitely. I think that defense was extremely good, and also they have all of the key components except the gold in order to come back in this game. They're only lacking the gold now. The Lord is going to come up in another 1 minute. You still have 1 minute to farm. But look at this though, Ake, they're saying, no, we don't want you to farm. We're going to freeze that top lane. We're going to freeze that bot lane, and even mid lane is frozen. So we're not seeing too many minions flow towards Big Mistake.
And that's all the more reason for them to try and give the farm to one of their member. And they're making sure that it's Aki who's actually getting all of that farm, right? He's already built up the Malefic Gun as well. So he will dish out a decent amount of damage, considering there is not a single blade armor on the other side, apart from just a couple of dominance ices. So he's going to make sure that he's being one of that annoying person out. So some key items being picked up from Big Mistakes.
This is a little bit of a small detail from Aki, but they actually have made a build mistake. Gato don't need the dominance ice here. They're running dominance ice both on the Alice and the Gato Kacha, but so far they're winning. So who am I to judge? Now look at this, the Lord coming up though. Is Big Mistake gonna try to do something before this Lord? I don't think so. I don't know what they can do, but maybe they'll try to push something.
I don't think so they're going to focus on this Lord. Maybe it's just going to be in the fight itself, considering Shrek has got the Flicker final slash available. And they've got a very good wave clear if you think about it, right? But Bayaza has also got...
Definitely.
I hope I did not butcher that name. So the Eve also has got that real world manipulation. You've got Silly on the Joy who can clear out with the electrifying beats too. And just Aki, the heavy crossbow. Well, guess what? It deals the splash damage. So pretty good for clearing out those waves.
Definitely. They definitely have a good wave clear. Also, another underestimated hero that's going to come into play is obviously the Grok. He can put down that wall, right? Make it a little bit slower for the Lord
Yes.
to come up to the base. But I'm expecting here, I have to be honest, I'm expecting an inhibitor to be given. And if only one inhibitor is given on the side of Big Mistake, especially that mid lane, I would say it's a win for them. Because they're still alive and they still haven't given up any other inhibitors on the sides. I think the sides are the most annoying minion clears you have to do in late game. So if they only give the mid lane here, I would say it's a win. But who knows though?
That's the big one. They're going to focus down on those sides instantly, which you rightly mentioned as well. No minions working up from there. So Arcade, their wave management hasn't been that pretty now. But now the Lord's going to hop in mid. There's the Blazing Duet into the back line. The Winter Crown comes in. Oh my goodness, the Thorn of Ruin in the back. The crystal's open. You give the mid lane. That's absolutely fine. We take the game from mid lane.
Dang, that's
My
unexpected.
God.
Scared, completely unexpected. They started marching down that mid lane. I said, okay, the tower is, it's gone. But then they started going. I said, yo, how much more are they going? They just took the game. Absolutely intense, gameplay from Aki. You can feel the tension. They're playing extremely strong. Have to give respect to them. Wow, what a game.
I mean, big one at this point, man. It's absolutely insane seeing how that one game happened. And now, since it's Ake who won the first one, and in the words of Zakota, Dingus and Zakota have got better retry than Silly. So he asked me to say that once Silly missed out on the retributions, right? So he did miss out on one of them, so I have to say it out here. All fun and games. So now, coming back into this one, yes, I mean... Mid was the only turret that they took, and they ended the game instantly from that. So that was actually a pretty solid way to play from Ake.
Definitely. And what can we say about this game? I mean, obviously, Toby with Tagato Kacha had a really good pressure. Also, another one that was really good is Cloud. Cloud kept farming. He didn't give up the farm. No way. I mean, overall, it's hard to say, pinpoint every specific player. It was just a good teamwork, I feel like. It was just a good teamwork. The communications was there. The junglers was really rotating along with Toby, along with the mage as well. They made an invasion on that Joy. It was just extremely different from Ake. Really interesting gameplay, I have to say. True. Interesting gameplay.
Let's be honest, Kronos was the man who always was a believer of Ake. He's always been saying that this team is very clean when it comes to those good games. Yes, there are certain times when they eventually drop the ball, but everyone agrees to the fact that once Ake are looking in form, they're so good that it becomes almost impossible for you to bring that game back. And that's exactly what happened to Big Mistake. I did not see any problem with their win condition, but man, Astra with the Alpha 2-0-5, who would have thought?
Yeah, definitely. He started off extremely strong. I mean, he rotated. He made sure that the goal lane was good. I mean, he just played. Everyone played really good. But I have to give my respect also to the Alice. Alice, made a really good rotations. I mean, this was just a teamwork game. Feel like he got the MVP. Definitely deserve it. But everyone got the MVP for me on the side of Aki. Just want to put that out there. Just insane gameplay.
And just to add on to that fact, I'm just going to explain what happened in that very last fight itself, right? Which you rightly talked about it too, but just one last piece of puzzle which needed to be added up as we are having a look at the highlights with the way how things started. It was impeccable from the side of Ake, and it kept on falling down like a snowball. In that very last fight, on the left-hand side of the crystal, you have the Blazing Duet in the Winter Crown by Kyusen. So he stands up there, which eventually flushes everyone towards the back of the crystal. And that is where you have Cyrus with the Thorn of Ruin. He stuns all of them instantly in that position. To dodge that, you either have to move right-hand side, and that is way too far away from either the Lord or the players of Ake, or you've got to go back into your fountain. And that's where Irithel found one pick. Apart from that, nothing. They could not do anything.
Scared, I have to say, absolutely spot on that analysis. It felt like they almost left the base. They said, you take it. But actually, there were so many details that, like you said, the Winter Crown on that cloud during the Blazing Duet. They can't go against that. Another one, Alice coming from the right-hand side, they're forced back. I said the Eve is kind of strange positioning. He should be a little bit more upfront already from the inhibitor. Poke that Lord. Then once the Lord gets to the base, then it should be low. But here, look at this though. Look at this. This is what you're talking about though.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you're talking about. Look at this. Space from Alice.
It was just perfect. 3 people not even being allowed to participate in the Lord fight. And that just basically means you're done for. RK all on top in every single stat. It's clean full house. Qsin with the rich guy, Nandayo as well as the carry. Cyrus on the sandbag, Toby on the wingman. Every person did whatever they were supposed to do.
Definitely. And like I said, it's a great game from Akin. Now, I predicted 1-1. What does Big Mistake, in your opinion, have to do for the next game?
Change of the draft. You
Yeah,
can't
look at
really
the
let
draft,
RK roll like that, man. It's the draft, it's the mid-game, rotations. Everything that RK does, it just turns into gold at this point.
Definitely. I think the draft I underestimated the alpha pick here. I said I hadn't seen it. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit difficult to play because once you commit and you commit wrong, it will cost you. Especially because that Eve real world manipulation, also the Grok, and also the final slash.
True.
We saw some potential coming in from Shrek with that final slash, but again, they were too late once they started, I would say, to wake up. And look at this now. Dangerous grass. Does it make a difference? Maybe some teams prefer other kind of maps. Now, on this map, obviously, you see more bushes. I think this map is extremely good for the ones that have really high burst and low, low range. Sorry. Lunox extremely strong on this map.
Kadita.
Beatrix is also strong, but I think let's go to the draft. Scared.
Absolutely. I kind of want to see a Kadita being picked up in this one, man. Like show me the potential. Show me those annoying rank game Kaditas that have been hopping in my nightmares constantly. But here's the thing. Right now, 1-0 RK, they've been looking perfect in that, and I mean breaking out that red side curse as well, winning out on that blue side. Picture perfect performance from them. If they continue like that, I can just simply say that RK are looking like one of the strongest contenders for this entire promotion relegation event right now.
Definitely. Can't argue against that. Not from the first game that I've seen. Now, a Big Mistake need to make a change. Something was wrong. I think initially the fights was strange. They overcommitted on Nandayo. Then they took for granted that Alice had a slow rotation. Obviously, Alice have a really extremely fast rotation. He came into play, and that was the difference maker. They allowed, right from the get-go, Ake to snowball with a fight that didn't really need to happen, I would say.
I agree. It was right from the first minute. It's the rotations coming in from the Alice. I think so. It should be respect banned out, if not picked up. Alice is also turning out to be one of those annoying picks which you can't really let go of in these situations. You either pick her up or you should ban her out. There's no proper way to play around with it apart from picking up a Nathan and stuff like that, which we saw in
which we saw. I mean, definitely. Vlados picked up that Nathan, just to summarize, and for Benzi was completely, I have to say, irrelevant on that Alice. I mean, there was too much damage. He got bursted very quickly, but yeah, they're not banning that Alice, so maybe saying we'll pick it up. Maybe.
Probably it's going to be a Kimi first pick in my opinion.
Could be, definitely. It's hard to know.
And apart from that, there's nothing else that is actually left open, right? These are pretty decent
Grok,
bans.
maybe. I would say maybe Grok.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's the Kimi pick. I think so. The Grok Farsa or a Kalia Farsa. Kalia would work so very well in this one.
Maybe, but I say if you're on the side of Aki, you have to pick up the Grok. You can't allow the combination between the Grok
side,
putting exactly, especially early game. They'll freeze you to death. This is gonna go back to Ice Age, so you have to pick up Grok here. Another hero you can pick up. Maybe you want to pick up the mage. Why? You can wait for the other heroes like XP. You want to see what do Big Mistake have in the back. So I would say go for Grok and pick maybe Eve and wait to see the other sides. what's the reaction gonna be? Okay, Alice.
Okay,
Interesting.
Grok Alice, alright. Interesting. That indeed is interesting. They instantly secure that Alice pick, which worked out very well for them. But yeah, that could also mean that the Kalia is still left open and Big Mistake can pick up Kalia if they want to. But yeah, there's still a lot of options available out there. But what do you have up for that Alice in that EXP lane, man? That is the big question. How are you gonna tackle him? Cyrus was making
interesting.
so good plays.
You have two options here, I would say. You could go for you could try to tackle him, or you could try to ignore him. But what I mean by that is you could pick an Uranus. You could pick an Uranus just to cut the lanes and try to rotate faster. An Uranus can't die from an Alice. He is too much HP. So maybe that could be a choice, but I would say it's very early to commit into that because you would have to see a little bit more what other picks. Seems like Lapu Lapu. That's what I was gonna say. I think Lapu Lapu is not that bad against Alice. They're not necessarily winning, especially not late game, but it's definitely has the potential to rotate fast.
That's fair. I agree. Can rotate fast as well. A Suyu being picked up early on in the jungle now. That is interesting to see. It's still going to be an alpha picked up. There wasn't... I don't know, man. I'm not really liking the draft that's coming in from Big Mistake right now. The Suyu being picked up early on. There's a lot of tanky heroes on the other side. And you need an early game snowball. Apart from that, nothing is going to work for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Big Mistake's draft here is kind of, it's either gonna work or it's gonna be absolutely crushed because Suyu pick I never seen. Lapu against Alice is interesting, but you can't depend on that Lapu is gonna even win this lane. So, and also Kimi is interesting, but what do you combine it with on the side of the roamer? I mean, do you go for a Kalia? But you can't even burst. Like, it's extremely hard to burst. They got Alice, they got Grok, they got Alpha. So you have to be extremely careful here on the side of Big Mistake. The next phase is going to be determining if this draft is even playable, I would say.
I agree, and that is one of the big reasons why they're also taking their own sweet time in terms of going for the bans. I like the Gato ban coming in. Something that can actually dissipate this entire, line of fire. It could be that AOG. So they banned that one out. It's a Franco ban.
Interesting with the Franco ban. Not necessarily that it would be a good pick, but definitely has its reasons. I mean, combined with Kimi, maybe you can try to burst someone. I don't like the Franco ban, especially because
it's the overgrown grass, so that kind of pairs up. Franco can be in any damn bush, and with a fleeting time Winter Crown build, you know that you can't even target him when he's going in for the bloody hunt.
Definitely, but I was gonna say that maybe you can cancel him. You do got, Alpha, you do have that one charge on Grok as well, so but it's just different ways of playing. If they're afraid of it, why not ban it? I get it.
Now it's gonna be the gold lane thingy, right? Claude been banned out, Moscow been banged out. That means an Irithel is going to be picked up pretty soon. You mentioned about the Lunox. Works pretty well in the overgrown grass. It's gonna be picked up instantly. Not the highest of the win rates though, but it's only Ake who normally picks up the Lunox.
Yeah, definitely. I really see Nandayo play a lot of Lunox. I think Lunox is good in this kind of bush, so why not try it? Do you need Lunox here? You could pick Lunox. I don't see the really tankiness. They haven't picked Uranus. They haven't picked this kind of tanky composition. Lunox is extremely strong against tanky composition, but of course it's playable also against Squishy.
True.
Yeah, maybe I would go Eve just because I'm a big fan of Eve, but what do I know? I'm dealing with professionals, so I gotta, be humble, like I like to say.
Even though that is the case, man, you have got the highest correct prediction rate out there. So that's one thing that actually shows that you do know what you're talking about. All that information that's been stored up in your head. I do like that, and that's why I think some of the big reasons why they did not actually go for Eve or Farsa was because there was a Lapu Lapu picked up already. and then you also have the Suyu, right? So if you're a standing target, that means Lapu and Suyu will jump on you instantly. You will not have a chance of surviving. But to pair up all of it off, Mathilda with the X-Borg.
First of all, interesting. X-Borg, they're going obviously X-Borg against Alice. This can be risky. The reason is because once X-Borg goes for that insanity, I think it's insanity rage,
Yeah.
Alice can really dodge it. If you've ever thought about it, if the X-Borg commits, Alice can dodge it with that skill 1.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if he dodges it, you can get caught in no man's land very easily with X-Borg. But look at this though, Granger I think is a really good picker, I have to say. Reason is because he's got that dash, he's got that mobility, and also got that rage to check the bushes with. But yes, Scared, what do you think of the draft? We're going into the second game. I'm hyped. But what can you say about the draft, and how are we feeling going to the second game?
It's going to be a big one out here, specifically for Big Mistake if they want to make it 1-1. They do not want to give this point away out here right now, while Akia is searching for those 3, ladies and gentlemen. One last opportunity for Big Mistake to hop back into this game and not commit the ones that they did in the previous one. But here's the thing. With a Kimmy, with a Mathilda in the mid, they will not have any priority against a Grog and a Lunox.
They won't. Look at this though. Alice is taking a lot of space so far. Lapu kinda low. Okay, they're rotating into mid now.
Lapu can't really do anything out here. That's the big thing. Like, yes, you can try and take those waves until you're level 4. There's nothing that's gonna work for you, and that is one of the big reasons why Akia are going in for that early game full-on press.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that Big Mistake is running this kind of double fighter. I instantly don't like it. I have to say, I think here you have to kind of work with a marksman. You have to scale a little bit more, because the scale on Aki's side is absolutely insane. They have Alice for that late game. They have Lunox for that late game. And even Granger for that early game, you may not even do as much as you think with these 2 fighters. I think it's gonna be a big mistake in terms of draft. It's not pretty good.
I agree, and that's one of the big reasons why we are seeing the early game loss coming in for now, at least for that bottom side, right? You can clearly see that difference in the EXP lane, and if that kind of continues, it's gonna be problematic. But
yeah,
right
look
now,
at this positioning from Big Mistake.
Yeah.
They got interesting positioning. They're utilizing these pushes pretty good. But also, on the other side, Aki is utilizing their position in a different way on mid. But look at this.
Smart. Shrek actually stole that one away, so that one extra buff can eventually help him out. Maybe win out in this fight right now. Instant delete on Silly. He's been taken down. Shrek answers back on Astra. Takes the turtle as well. And that is going to be Nandayo falling by the damage of Kimmy. Even though Cyrus is there, answer should be in the form of Kyusin. Rhapsody to take one down as Shrek is still ready. Cooldown still up right now, so he can't really go in for another fight.
Look at Alice.
Sure he holds it down right. Actually want to take the Kimmy, and Bayazna will be finished off. And now we finally have another Raging Slash being cooked up. Silly hops into the fight. He was the first man to fall, but this sustain is insane from Cyrus. He's taking so much damage, and finally Shrek shuts him down.
Yeah, finally, I have to say that Alice sustain is crazy. But what a fight, though. What a fight. I mean, I don't even know how to break this down. This fight was about 30, 40 seconds, and both teams could definitely have won it. I think what made the difference is just that Lapu obviously coming into play and doing extremely good. I think he killed Astra and Nandayo, so extremely good on Lapu. And yeah, I mean, so far, I have to say, the export didn't even come into play, but didn't need to as well. Patrick Yusuf was later with the Granger, so definitely, 4v4. They're utilizing the draft so far pretty good. They should go for these brawl. They should go for it, because they have the kind of early game with the Matilda, I feel like, and the Kimi. They have a little bit better early game. And yeah, they should aim for this problem. Look at the wild charge, though. Scared. Wow.
Massive tectonic charge, instantly deleting both of them. Now here's the thing, right? Yes, you've got the Mathilda. Yes, you have got the Kimmy for that early game. But who's gonna open the bushes for you, man? There is no one to face check even single one of these bushes. You try and go for it, you'll be deleted instantly. And that's the
true.
exact burst which we saw. Now that next turtle is going for Ake and all the gold lead as well.
Absolutely true. Look at this though, no hesitation. Look at the Lunox here as well. So much damage. There's just so much damage here. You're absolutely right. They don't really have a bush checker, especially not when it comes. Like maybe Exborg later on, but he plays the goal lane, so it's kind of strange. But look at this Lapu. The Lapu goes in. Shrek goes in. Where's Shrek going? Looks like he's making conto.
Fight's been divided into two different parts, but that's the big CC coming in from the ultimate of Kimmy. Instant pick off on Toby. And now Cyrus wants to run away with that flicker, though. Another shot in. He's fighting with the minions. But the stun connects perfectly. The circling eagle on top of Astra as he still goes for the first swing. Does not get enough damage. A double kill for Silly. And that brawl which you mentioned, that brawl is what's helping out the flicker from Kyusen. A basic attack on top of that. I have no clue why Vlad went up top, but I have no clue why Shrek is standing here as well. Almost catching Nanda out here. Toby survives through all of that chaos and we finally catch another break.
Yeah, definitely. And in those fights, I think on top lane, the mid lane was taken. So far, we're seeing the goal lane on the side of Aki win pretty convincingly, but also Aki is down on that mid lane, so the goal lane has to work overtime. Patrick, you gotta start farming, and you cannot die. It's extremely important that you cannot die because he's in the lead right now, and while they're losing, he's in the lead. So if he dies, it might be over for Aki. I have to say, gotta stay alive. But the goal lead is kind of similar though. You know, Aki got 200 more gold, but it's not really of relevance in that amount.
One of the big things out here,
yeah,
which I noticed was the fact that during all that fight, we'll talk about that, Shrek just shredded instantly on that Lapu. My man can't even he can't catch a breath, he can't take a break. As soon as Toby sees him, he goes in for the tectonic charge out there. Kyusen, finally, you mentioned about this man to stay alive. Silly just destroys him instantly, but guess what? He's not the only one to fall out here. Thorn of Ruin used up, just Aki still up in front, trying to face tank all of that. Goes in for the lasting insanity. Only catches damage and now is left alone on an island to fight for himself and to fend for himself. Astra still trying to sustain through this. The Landshaker coming in. He wants to move back, raging slashes just to zone all of them off. Nandayo did use up the brilliance, another stun, but Nandayo is able to steal away that purple too.
Yeah, and I just noticed another big thing in Big Mistakes draft. They're lacking CC. They don't really have CC, depending on Kimmy too much here, and I don't really know how to stop, you know, Lunox from just bursting. I don't know how to stop the Alpha from coming in. There's no real CC, and yeah, I don't know if they can even win a team fight because at this point, you know, Toby is having an extremely big impact while on the other side there isn't much crowd control, initiation. I don't know. There's not much going on in terms of their team fight capabilities. So maybe they should stick to this split pushing the side lanes instead, and maybe that would work better.
Probably. At this point, yeah, that's probably the only thing that I can see. Here's the thing, man. It's all falling down to that team. Even though they had a pretty good early game, they had early fight in the hands of Shrek, but they could not really translate it into anything later big wins, and that's why Ake right now have the control. They can move in every single bush, whichever one they like.
Yeah, definitely. And I thought that with like a 4v4, except if you ignore the goal lane, I thought that maybe Big Mistake has an advantage. But including the Granger and you have the Exborg, I think now the Ake has much better teamfight possibility, especially because of the space they can take. Granger can sit back comfortably. Lunox can sit back comfortably. You don't know where you can go as Lapu. You may overextend very easily here. You know, so it's kind of a weird game where also Kimmy doesn't even have that much range. So, yeah. Like, look at this.
Circling Eagle all the way over towards the back. No one followed up on that. Apart from the Xbox, it's gonna be taken down instantly though. No opportunity for just Taki to survive. Out there inside the tower, should be a pick on Cyrus. He sustains through all of that burst. And now you can't really do anything if you're Shrek. He's just being shredded instantly. Did not even use up the raising slashes. Massive performance by Ake.
Definitely, and it's looking like it's falling apart a little bit from Big Mistake. I wanted to believe Zakota when he was marketing for them so good, but at this point, they're not really doing much. I'm not sure. The draft is definitely strange. I think the draft here is to be honest, a little bit terrible because the expert should never be picked 1v1 on that goal lane, not against Granger, especially because the Granger early game can just easily, freely poke, and he has that mobility as well. So it's not like you're going up against, I don't know, a fighter on that goal lane. Your export going up against a marksman who can easily poke you. It's totally crazy. And Patrick has a lot of space. I assume he has a lot of farm. But again, you know, the game is not over. It's just a little bit disappointing that they don't have a goal lane. They have that Kimi, but there's no goal lane. So I think that is what is lacking so far.
I think so if they really wanted to go just for a fighter, maybe they could have gone in for a Bane or a Ruby. One of the disengage tools, because they don't really have anything to disengage either. It's like if they go for the fight, and if Ake decides to fight, there is no one to break that fight off.
Yeah, definitely. And not only that, there's no one really to engage as well. Ruby can also, you know, these kind of disengaged heroes are also kind of can work the opposite way. What if we engage instead? What if we work with that flicker to kind of try to pick someone off? But in this case, they don't really have. It's strange because they don't really have an engage. They don't really have a goal lane to depend on that late game. Only that Kimi and Matilda, but they don't have a push checker as well. So how do you create space? How do you get crowd control? Where do you get damage from? It's not really sure. I think this is why it's fallen apart so bad. I think on the other side, you see Ake doing what they should be doing. 11 kills at this stage, I think is pretty good for them. You know, they're not forcing the kills here. All of the kills have been relevant, especially when the objective is coming up. Now they're just waiting for maybe what could be the last objective, because I didn't expect them to finish on the Lord last game. And look at this, we see the gold, kind of 9,000 those. It's pretty, it's a lot. So, yeah, do you think, I'm going to rephrase my question, do you think they will finish here? They did finish last game, but now the heroes are different, obviously. So, what can we expect from this lot?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to actually end up right now because Beza is the only man who everyone is relying to deal that damage on that Kimi. But Ake have got 3 Radiant Armors. So what's Kimi going to do against a Radiant Armor? That too with just a Glowing Wand and a Sky Piercer. And that's exactly as I said, nothing.
It's going to do nothing. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, not bashing him or anything, he's been playing extremely good. Just the draft has left him really on an island alone to do something. And it's, you know, it's a hard ask on anyone. Now, the Lord is going to march down. Can Ake finish this? Absolutely, they can finish. There's potential here. There's a lot of goal difference. The heroes, you know, they're not facing a marksman. They're not facing a kind of a fast clear, I would say. I think it's going to be a finisher.
Unless Shrek can actually land in some nasty land shakers. It's a preparation. It's a preparation to try and siege away the top as well as the bot, as both of them are synced up perfectly well. There we go. Shrek wants to jump in. Oh my goodness! He jumped in and he then vanished in the eternity. Cyrus forcing out the lasting insanity as well from Shrek. Guess what? Every single trade that happened was in favor of Ake.
Definitely, but keep in mind of this though. Where's the Lord? The Lord marched down on bot lane. Sure, got an inhibitor, but we're still alive. This is what Big Mistake should be thinking. But maybe they're not alive though. Maybe I should rewatch what's happening here because they're pushing down mid lane, and I want to be optimistic. You know, I'm for the entertainment, but I can't bash what I'm seeing right now. Ake is looking like they're gonna finish on any of these waves. If Big Mistake even comes outside of the base, they will lose this game. I'm telling you.
They're entirely caged in as well, and you don't even have your inhibitors to try and help you out for the next 2. It's only the top remaining, and the next slot that's going to hop in the next 70 seconds. Good luck trying to farm up till then, because yes, Beza has picked up the Holy Crystal, but you really need a Divine Glaive at this point if you want to sustain, or if you
Yeah,
want to burst.
yeah. The Holy Crystal looks cute, has a lot of magic power, but all that magic power is for nothing. If they're just running, I mean, if they're just running Athenas and kind of magic defense, what can you really do? Now, Big Mistake is still alive. They're down 10k in gold. But it looks like Aki is gonna say, okay, we're gonna approach it a different way. We're not gonna force our issue. We're just gonna try to wait 30 seconds for this next Lord. Then you'll have a real problem to try to survive the Lord. I don't know if that's even possible, but looks like Aki is just gonna be patient here. Almost playing with their food, you know.
I love the build of Toby, right? Because my man literally picked up the blade armor and the radiant armor, the first two items. He was like, alright, Beza, you want to pick up the Kimmy? You guys on Big Mistake want to put all eggs in the basket of Kimmy? Good luck. Kimmy is actually going to burst himself down if he shoots the Grok. And Grok is going to face tank everything.
Definitely. There's no fear from Toby. If I know this guy correctly, he doesn't have fear to begin with, but especially not in this game. This is his. He can go everywhere he wants. There's no fear here. A question is, how is Big Mistake realistically gonna survive this? First of all, there needs to be a big mistake on the side of Ake. Somebody needs to be an imposter. If nobody's an imposter, this is gonna be over with. If they just march down like they are and nothing is gonna change, this is gonna be over. Look how many minion waves there are.
Yeah, the bottom's not going to be cleared up though, but this is how they ended in the previous one right now, getting ready to set everything off. The Alice uses up the Thorn of Ruins as well. The Brilliance comes into play to try and take them down, but Sirius is the first one to fall out here. Lord still up and healthy. Toby moves back, no support whatsoever as Shrek will have to move back into his own prisoner too. Nandayo gets to the first one. Qson answers back on the other side, and instantly the HPs are not just there. Beza gets another as Toby's immortality will be popped up, but Qson constantly doing that chip damage out here. The Winter Crown by Toby just gives enough time to Qson and Nandayo to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, that looked a little bit promising from Big Mistake. They were holding on for life, for dear life, I have to say. You know, looked a little bit, maybe they would survive that Lord, but then again, we underestimated how well disciplined Aki is, because it didn't seem like they were really forcing the issue. They just wear them down. There's new waves coming. And at that point, I mean, how much more can you expect from Big Mistake? The situation is already bleak as it is. If I have to say something scared yet, this is I don't know how to put this in a good way, but this is definitely a complete draft difference. This is not even close. This is like when you play rank and you play epic rank and you just ban out completely. You get all of the top heroes. At this stage, I mean, the export was so useless. I have to say, I have to be honest. I can sit here and say good things about the export, and people are gonna call me a liar, but right there, I think the expert was the bad pick. I think he played as good as he could play, but the pick was terrible against the Granger, especially that you're not seeing the opponent's marksman yet.
I think so. You might have just swapped in Lapu Lapu and Xbox instantly in that lane. That could have still made decent amount of sense, but I agree. Putting up every egg in the basket of Kimmy and hope that Kimmy is going to carry the entire late game, that is not really the proper way to go, because now you not just want to play in a front-to-back composition, you have to face tank everything that's coming in front of you. And the fun fact is, there is an Alice on the other side who can ignore every single one of your being and can just hop in the backline with a Thorn of Ruin and take down Kimmy. That's exactly what was happening in the game.
You just said something extremely important. Wasn't that expert picked for Alice? What is he doing even on gold lane? Why not go 1v1 Alice against expert? Maybe you have the advantage. That's what you were picking it for. And on that Lapu, you don't necessarily need to win, but you have that mobility, right? That's not going to be a problem. Now, we got to speak of man of the game or man of the match. Both games he played extremely good. But man of the game definitely here, extremely good with that Grok. They had no bush checker. He was always there. They had extreme fear when they played against his Grok this game. And Nandayo on that Lunox, right? We pointed out Lunox extremely strong in this kind of terrain. Also combined with Grok, extremely strong heroes. fast burst. They had no conversation, even checking, even trying to figure out what's inside of the bush.
Yeah, that's the big
Now we
part.
see
Which
some
you
of,
right
look at some of
mentioned, yeah.
the highlights here. Alpha committing early, but Alice really doing the difference. But look at Shrek though. Shrek is still alive. Look, he's going for Nandayo. He kills. Sorry, Kimi kills Nandayo, but he does make a lot of space here. And then Alice comes. But look at this though. Wild Charge coming in here from Grok, killing the Kimi.
Yes. But then, again, it was the Lapu Lapu's play, man. I was talking about it. Both were absolutely insane. But we did see a lot of sustain from Cyrus out there. He could have walked away back to safety too, but he was just stunned up in that position. And talking about stunned up, that tectonic charge in the mid bush, absolutely insane. Zoning everyone off from their own bushes and then going for a full-fledged fight. And it falls down to the same category. Xbox was just not able to rotate.
I have to say, Scared, once, when it was in the early stages and it was like a 4v4, ignoring the goal lane, when you couldn't depend on either of them to rotate, I think it looked pretty good for Big Mistake, because at that point, they have the Lapu on XP, they have the Kimi, ignoring the goal lane, I think the 4 against 4 looked promising for the side of Big Mistake, but adding the X-Borg, adding the Granger to the mix, I think this was totally Aki game. These kind of things make, people say, oh, it's one hero. This kind of one hero can make a whole draft be completely different. And this is what we saw. Everything went bad once that X-Borg was picked. And again, we have to reiterate, we expected the X-Borg to be picked against Alice. But to be picked against Granger to me is kind of craziness. So interesting choices here by Big Mistake. I would say they have a lot to improve on here, especially in the draft.
I agree. And to be honest, with the way how Arke were answering back to them, that was impeccable. Pretty solid stuff being done by all of them. And at the end of the day, it was the big man Toby with his own grog to eventually close that one game out. But ladies and gentlemen, since we are talking about the man himself, we're going to bring him up for interview too. We've got Toby, who is rock and ready, rolling with his grog, the MVP of the previous game. We'll be helping him out with we'll be sending our questions to him. And first of all, how are you doing, my man Toby? How are you feeling after winning that game? You're muted on the Discord though, so we can't hear you, and I love the cat.
Yeah.
Hi. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself, but yes, it's everything is thanks to that special guest of mine that
it's the cat.
That really doesn't want to be on the camera. But yes, it was all thanks to her. But anyway, let's let her go and let's hear your questions.
Yeah, so first of all, I have to say, both games, I mean, to me, it wasn't even close. I think, initially, first game, you guys were kind of, checking each other, but later on, I think, with this Astra playing Alpha, he played Alpha both games, played extremely good. What can you say about Astra? Because for me, it looks completely different from when you had Maku. I mean, here it seems the call, the shot call, the rotations, everything is on point. From my perspective, these first 2 games.
I mean, I can completely understand that perspective, and I completely agree on that. That's what we've been looking for. That's what we've been expecting from our lineup to perform, to deliver. And I'm really happy that we delivered. After all, that it's 2-0, not 1-1, not 2-0 for the enemies. I mean, enemies. Our beautiful opposite side. Okay, let's say it like that. And I'm really happy that it worked out. And in the first game, I must say I felt a little bit like in the MPL Indonesia or MPL Philippines rather, because it was impeccable game. I must say, there was so few mistakes from both sides that I really agree also on the part of testing each other, because we wanted to see what they are capable of, what they will be bringing to us. And well, they've met our expectations on how they perform, and we just delivered better, I would say. And yes, first game was stunning on that part. And the second game, well, we did mistake on the first turtle, but we recovered and we again suppressed the push from the Kimi and stopped the Matilda. So yeah.
And I just have to say, on both games, there was a trend, I think, in how much space they gave you guys. It almost felt like they stood there, but once you pushed up, they kind of moved back. Were you surprised how easy it was to take this space? I mean, even Turtle, they weren't even looking competitive. It almost looked like, okay, you guys are going to have it. Maybe we'll play for late. I don't know what they were doing. But what can you say about the way they were giving you guys space, or were you taking it? What really happened in this kind of scenarios?
I honestly must admit that I don't know how they think, how they operate themselves, but for what it looked for me, it was mostly about not being sure what to do. They had the problem to decide whether they want to push, whether they want to fight, or what to do next, and we just capitalized on that, and we just pushed on the top lane when they were all in the bottom lane. After the turtle, we did fast rotations towards mid, towards top, towards X, and they were still in this one big chunk, and they didn't respond as fast as we. They just, as you mentioned it, they were leaving a lot of space on the map. They were completely unaware what it gives us when they leave that much space.
Definitely. And I just want to talk about the drafts as well. Both games, the draft was kind of similar, but there's a lot of mind games being played in the draft. I see, you're testing them. Do you want to pick up the Grok? We got the Kimi. It's kind of a lot of things going on in the draft. You put them, I think both games, both drafts, you put them in the same scenario. First time, I think they picked Grok. Second time, they went for Kimi. You went the other way around, and you still won. Now, they left still the Alice. We were talking a little bit, this Alice being left, maybe for them it's not as smart, especially they don't have any options to deal with it. We thought the X-Borg last game, they picked X-Borg, but then we see the X-Borg going against Granger. He's not even playing against Alice. So I just want to talk a little bit about the drafts. So this was obviously not even close when it comes to the draft. But what a draft! Who's drafting for you guys? Crazy.
Myself, and also
Really?
we draft. All of us draft. It's not just me. I do the most of the work, but we draft all of us. We are the not the single person that is doing everything. We are just a group of people that talk ideas, and then we decide whether this idea is good or not. But honestly, when it comes to draft, I'm sorry, but I can't do it with a straight face. I honestly was kind of disappointed because, yes, as you also mentioned, I wanted to test something. I wanted to see if the draft will go the same way when we do what they did. So in the first game we took Kimi. In the second game we let them take Kimi. And it kind of worked for them in the early game when we made the mistake on the first turtle. But honestly, I believe that this change from going Grok Arlott as they did to going Grok Alice was a crucial one, because Arlott, for them, especially in the first game, Arlott wasn't giving space. Arlott wasn't giving opportunities, and Alice for us, on the other hand, was.
Definitely.
And that was the biggest game changer, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. Also, another thing that I was thinking about is now, obviously, you got relegated to this kind of, this kind of phase of the tournament. I would say it's a lot more inexperienced teams, but how do you, that's just from my experience, that's just from what I'm seeing. But this is obviously a lot different teams. How would you say, what's the difference now? You played against the first team, big mistake. You used to play against Minerva Fury, used to play against Jackpots. I mean, how different does it? Are you surprised? Now you're the big dog, you're the favorite, you're the people expecting to win.
Well, honestly, I don't want to put myself and my team in the spot of being a big dog, being a big fish in the whole sea. But I consider us a little bit superior in terms of game style, let's call it, because we had this, let's say, opportunity to play against the best in Europe. We had the opportunity to see how it is. We got some experience from that. And the people who played in the Rising and now are trying to get to the regular season by Relegation-Promotion, they also aren't bad. That those teams are as good as the teams we played before. And that's what I wanted to mention as well, is that we do our preparation. We do check what they play. We do check how they play. because it's not like we did that in the last week of Thunder Division, and that was our biggest Achilles heel in the last week. So we did a preparation again, and yes, as I said, the teams feel as good as they were in the Thunder Division, but I'm really surprised how the draft looks after the games today.
Definitely. I mean, it feels like a whole different. If the drafts was a match, you totally crushed it from the beginning. So just have to give respects. It was a big mistake. I mean, I hope they learned something. So scared. Any words for Toby?
I mean, that's just about it, man. You asked almost every single question. Toby, before we let you go back, Alice, does it deserve to be sit in the banning section, or it's still fine letting Alice?
I don't think you can.
100%. Yeah, 100% is a ban section.
I knew you would think that. But I wasn't sure if you would say that, but now you said it. So
what's better than asking from the players themselves, right? So because everyone's been picking up Alice and she's been working pretty good. All right, Toby, any last few words for your fans or the teams that you're gonna play tomorrow? Because you will play Eternal Oblivion tomorrow. Any last few words for them or your fans?
Well, Eternal Oblivion, be prepared, because we are prepared and we're coming for you guys. And also, I wanted to say to all of the viewers that were watching on the stream and also in the private sessions of watch parties, I'm really happy that you do that and you support us, and I'm really glad, as well as the whole other team. So yeah, thank you very much, and yes, that would be my message.
All right, Toby.
Thank you so much.
Very much. Absolutely. It was one of the most fun interviews that I've had. Thank you so much. Congratulations for the win and good luck for the future.
Thank you very much.
My God, he's such a sweet guy. And he's
what a great guy.
Vocal. I loved it, man. I love that interview.
Absolutely. He's not only vocal, he's a great player as well. I rank him top. I rank him one of the best roamers right now, especially, not only in this phase, but maybe overall, especially with that Grok. You can't leave his Grok open, or if you have to pick it. But yeah, what can we say, Scared? I mean, great games from Aki. Really proved themselves completely dominant here. Big Mistake wasn't even on the map.
I agree, because it's just as Toby mentioned, right? The Alice was helping them get so much space to work with. It made things easy for Toby to eventually set his team up for success. I was absolutely enjoying it. That's why he's got the Sandbag as well as the Wingman for his team. 116,000 damage taken, 11 assists for him, while the carry is going to go for Husin for that goal lane. Picture perfect performance from all the members of Arke working in unison. Even though they dropped the ball early on, they picked it up in the mid to late game. And so good itemizations too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, here, obviously, we see the Genius one coming in from Luna. I mean, all the itemizations is good. You mentioned Blade Armor right from the get-go. Picks up, I think it was Blade Armor, and was it... Which other item was it? It was...
Blade and Radiant.
Radiant, sorry. And that was completely nullifying Kimi. I mean, great games from Aki. I think the draft, more than anything, was a big showcase from them here. I think, they did kind of do something similar in terms of drafting in first and second game, but I don't know why Big Mistake allowed them to go there again. They did play a lot with that Kimi. They did play a lot with that Grok. You want to pick this, I take that. You want to take Grok, I take Kimi. So I think that was really what Big Mistake was stumbling on, because you couldn't allow both. But Scared yet. I think we're going for a pause. We need a pause before the next match.
I mean, after that fiery note, everyone needs a small break out here, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? After this one, you've got Fake Time taking on Memento Mori, two of the most amazing teams out here, which a lot of people have been waiting for to see. All of that after this short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Fake Time versus Memento Mori. A game everyone's been waiting for, and Synth, I can see your smile, my man.
Yeah.
Talk to me about these teams.
Yeah, first of all, Fake Time, obviously, Ukrainian team has a lot to prove. A lot of people saying it's great. How great is it? We're about to find out. Memento Mori, obviously, last EMC, they won that last EMC. Intense, gameplay from them. Last tournament, now a lot of change though. They changed the lineup, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this team, to both these teams actually. But how is Memento gonna perform? They have one of the first females, I think, in this tournament, and yeah, apparently she's very good. I've heard about it, I've seen it. I'm looking forward to how she's gonna match up against Fake Time though. A little bit about Fake Time. I don't know, gonna be honest, I don't know too much about the lineups. I know Garmadon is a really good goal lane. I know Lager plays really good on jungle, especially Joy Hayabusa. And yeah, this is gonna be a very nice game. And this Memento Mori right here, yeah, what can we say about them? They weren't invited. There was a lot of disappointment, but maybe it was better that way. They have to show. They changed the lineup. Can they perform? I'm looking forward to this game. Can't lie.
So it's going to be a big one, man. I agree. It's going to be a big one. But what map are we going to go on is going to be the big question. Will it be the Broken Walls, Dangerous Grass, Expanding Rivers, or Flying Cloud? That's also a small question which everyone would ask. And here's the answer. It will be Broken Wall. So again, you've got picks like Grog. You've got picks that can move around the map very quickly to be picked up instantly out here. And we've been discussing about both of the lineups, Synth. You've already mentioned Fake Time, a new one, Lager, Hinokami, Gorange, Jungle, Garmadon. They also have Suli as their substitute as well. So we're going to have to see how well they are going to perform. While the lineup of Memento Mori, again, one of the biggest names out there in the European entire leagues, and we've got all of those boys finally hopping back in out here with a new roster entirely. Dracy, Noel, Fushi, Warpath, Don't Panic. It's going to be, let's just say, a big task for them to stand up on the expectations of their fans.
Definitely, but I still think, they have Warpath, who obviously was CL. He was part of that lineup from the last tournament where they won. And Noel was always scared. Remember, Noel is always relevant in these tournaments. Extremely good. In my opinion, best jungle. He's just had such an amazing run. He's only getting better. And yeah, like we always mention him as a big playmaker when it comes to these kind of important tournament games. Now we see Grok band, interesting. Kimi band, Angela band. Very standard, I wouldn't say standard band, but very obvious kind of heroes that are picked usually first.
Normally we see the Yeast and Shins as well as the Lancelots on those banning phases itself. Baxia, fair enough. It's also the Kalia though. I kind of like the idea, since there are a few extra spaces between the walls to work with. The Kalia can actually utilize that fact and move around the map a little bit more. I think so even in the overgrown grass, Kalia is pretty valid. CC left open, and Fake Time did not waste a single second. Locked her instantly.
Definitely, but maybe there's reasons for that. Right now, maybe there is still kind of, you want to go for kind of Eve maybe on that mage, still maybe go Alice, even though it gets countered by CC, still it can be a big threat just in general on that XP lane. But like I said, right now, Memento, they see the CC, obviously a very stable pick here. Can't argue, I would probably pick CC first pick as well. How do they answer? I mean, they can really go anywhere. What do you expect here?
Something that can actually be flexed in one of the other lanes. Maybe you pick up an early Gato for yourself, and as you rightly said, lock in the Eve if you want to. Just to have that kill box composition being prepared early on, and the Gato can be a big question mark. Where is going to go? Maybe in the EXP, maybe in the roam. That's going to be a big question mark, and I think so you can also pair it up with a Uranus or a Hilda pick later on in the first picking phase. Or maybe if you want to go and pick it up early on, it's going to be the Lunox picked up along with the Gato. So, alright, I do understand the idea. An early mage pick in the mid lane though, so that kind of worries me.
Yeah, a little bit worries me as well. I'm not sure. They picked the Lunox obviously, but it doesn't need to be picked this early. I'm not sure. YSS being picked, Farsa being picked. This is looking like a very stable draft from Fake Time. While on the other side, I have to be honest, Memento Mori, I'm not sure where they're going with this. Gato being picked, you mentioned it, extremely good, extremely solid pick with Gato. Lunox being picked, maybe too early. Now, we don't know how it's going to finish, though, in this stage of the draft. How are they going to, maybe they'll pick Hayabusa just to annoy the Farsa? The YSS really can't go against the Hayabusa as well, especially 1v1. It gets totally crushed. Maybe that is the point. Lancelot, definitely. I think Lancelot or Hayabusa here.
I think the Lancelot becomes the simplest pick out here. You've got a pretty easy target in terms of the Farsa as well. Hayabusa, I would say, could be a decent case. He's actually picked up Hayabusa. Seems like he's more comfortable on that. The only thing is that he becomes super viable after that level 12 mark. Before that, he literally needs to find isolated heroes to take them down. And those need to be squishy. Otherwise, he's not getting a lot of value from the Oogie Shadow Kill. But on the other end of the spectrum now, if you really consider and look at the macro spectrum of Fake Time's draft, you've got a Yi Sun-Shin in the jungle. That basically enables CC to go in the gold lane too. That means the EXP is still open up.
Definitely. And look at this though. Memento knows this. So what do? They ban the Arlot. They say this is still potential for this to be played in gold lane. Chip being banned is extremely good because if they're gonna run those double fighter compositions, this is gonna be extremely brawl heavy. And they're banning the Chip. They don't want the rotation coming in that fast. Harriet being banned, Lapu being banned. Good bans. I think good bans, but Harith is very specific. Maybe, from what I know, could be a target ban.
Could be, but also at the same time, I just feel the reason why Harith was banned out was just to make sure that there's no one with the hard CC to stop Harith in the Zaman force. So they just wanted to take him away. There's still a possibility of a Granger to be picked up already for Memento Mori. And I think so that would pair up pretty well with their composition, right? You just have a Granger for the early game.
Definitely. But this is really interesting because this is what I was talking about when it came to this Alice. I saw the Chi-Chi. I said maybe Alice will be picked. Not necessarily that, you win the lane, but he can always be relevant in those team fights like we saw in Ake when Ake used that Alice. They used it to perfection. Now, Alice being picked here, very interesting. They have to commit. Now Fake Time has to commit. Where do they go? They go Granger. Like you said, Granger is extremely viable here. Has mobility, has that Death Sonata for that poke. But what is the question is?
I was about to say, what if that Lunox actually goes into the gold lane? And then we have a space open up in the mid lane, but that would mean a lot of magic damage. So guess what? They just put the Lunox up in mid in the hands of Fushi, and Racy picks up the 1-1. One of the first 1-1 picks out here in Promo Relo. So we'll have to see, ladies and gentlemen, how this one follows up through, as it's the last match of the evening. 2 more games to go. Fake Time taking on Memento Mori.
Definitely, and really interesting draft. I like the 1-1 here. That says to Hylos, you can't enter our kind of space. If you because that crossbow tank can be activated, and if it's activated, you have really squishy heroes. But look at what are you doing with this? He completely overcommits. But look at Granger though. Garmadon rotating much faster than this 1-1. Interesting first blood.
Yeah, here's the thing. Oh my god, the Inspire already used up, so Garmadon will have to use up his own Flicker too. Now, this is one of the big things with 1-1, right? People say that Clint and Granger, they eventually counter the 1-1 instantly. You wait up in the bush, you get your Inspire ready, you instantly force them to use their spells, or if they don't, you will put them low enough so that they will have to play backwards. And that one wave is what creates the difference in the gold lane. And right now,
the way Granger counters 1-1 is due to that poke, because 1-1 is very squishy. Now, if 1-1 can find herself in positions where she plays close range, she has that Inspire, she's gonna have a lot more damage output. Now, Noel is level 4. Even though he died, he's still level 4. He has no blue, but they're looking to start this turtle. This is extremely risky. I can't understate the risk. Look at Wyses though. Wyses makes a mistake though. He should have focused down on that Lunox, but he uses his ultimate to catch Gato Kacha. That's a little bit of a mistake. Maybe auto aim.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe a bit of an auto tap out here, thinking that it still would go on Fushi since he was low on that HP. Now Noel quickly hopping in, but there we go. The ultimate comes in, lovely dash away from Lager as he secures the turtle as well. Don't panic, needs to panic. He needs to run away as the Chaos Assault comes in. 1-for-1 trade, Oogie shadow kill for the answer. Lager gets taken down. A 2-for-1 in trade of a turtle. Memento Mori getting the consolation.
Yeah, consolation, I would say, is a pretty tough word considering Fake Time is still up in gold, but they did get something in return. Now, this looks still anyone's game. I just have to highlight how patient Noel was with that ultimate, right? He waited. A lot of people would have probably ultimated the turtle, but he kept waiting until he caught the YSS alone. So this is what I was talking about. Gets that free pickup, really. Other than that, look at the Alice, though. Alice getting poked down by Chi-Chi. This is what I was expecting. I expected him to kind of be losing this 1v1 lane. But again, he's more relevant in that team fight. I'm expecting Alice to do much more when he gets that Winter Crown and goes into those team fights. Look at this, though. Farsa, what is Farsa doing?
What?
Wow.
I mean, I'd have to say Hinokami kind of ran away from Gorinich.
Yeah.
If that was not the case, I think so the ultimate would have shifted from him. Yeah.
Not only that, I'm gonna make the situation even worse. He has Revitalize, so why is he even running? Not forget that he could still get tagged, but he has the Revitalize. He would impossibly die. A little bit panic right there from Hinokami, but yeah, I mean Noel still getting a lot of farm here. You don't want to give Hayabusa farm, especially because he's, like you said, maybe he's more viable at that level 12, but he can reach that much quicker once he gets these kind of kills.
Absolutely. However, one big thing that's working out well for Fake Time is the fact that in the bottom lane, Garmadon is just making sure that he's constantly poking down Dracy and he is farming up. Now, if the scaling is on the same level, 1-1 is not as viable as Granger, even if it's a later stage of the game. Because then comes the Winter Crowns, then comes the Wind of Natures. That's when everyone tries to run away out here right now. There we go, another Mountain Shocker coming in and a lovely Curtain Squall to hold down. Don't panic with the Flicker coming right on top. He takes down Hinokami. Lovely answer back with a re-engage coming in as the AOG connects. And two of them in the back line are now just left wide open as Lager runs back to safety. 1-for-1 as Jungle answers back. But apart from that, there's absolutely nothing that they can do.
I know definitely that Fake Time got baited there because they were all waiting for that Alice to enter that bush. If you looked at the positions of Memento Mori, really waiting outside of Alice. Now, Alice does find three people. YSS is there, I mean, Hylos is there, Farsa is there. But they're not paying attention. Where's the Hayabusa? Where's the Lunox? Lunox goes Flicker, Ulti, Ruby Didi, as we like to say, kills that Farsa instantly. Farsa overcommits, goes airstrike too fast. You know, with this kind of draft against the opponents, when you play against Hayabusa, when you play against Lunox, and when you play against Gatukacha, you're kind of you don't have much mobility with Farsa, so you can't commit any time.
Exactly. You've got to be very careful in terms of where and when you commit. Out here, though, over towards the top, Tier 1 being taken down, easily forced up. The bottom Tier 1 is also going to fall since the rotation of Noel is a lot better on the other side. And here's the thing. Gorinich can't really open up the one for Englebush. Here we go. Don't panic. Picked off, finished off as well. But look at the back line out here. Hayabusa jumping in the Revitalize to help them out here along with the Glorious Pathway to stop the run around of Memento Mori. No way for Dracy to run up and open up the crossbow of Tang. Everyone just running back. And this is one of the big plays coming in from Fake Time.
Yeah, everyone was kind of low, but there was no crossbow Tang, like you said, activation. A little bit missing there. Now, they did give a kill. However, Memento Mori should be pleased with the position they find themselves in, right? They're still up in gold. There's still good times here. Speaking of good times, look at this. Lunox overcommitting, maybe. Trying to kill the YSS. Okay, they're both just going to disengage. Maybe a good choice from both teams. But yeah, Turtle coming up here in 10 seconds. Obviously, YSS is going to get that red. Now then he's got to rotate. One was got to rotate as well with lanes being pushed on bot side. Both teams, maybe just Memento Mori is going to get this Turtle for free.
Yeah.
I mean, YSS, they've seen him, right? So
exactly. He doesn't even have a lot of HP to try and commit for that fight too. So They're just gonna try and slow it down, committing with the ultimate as well. That's a big one to the feathered airstrike as Fushi gets taken down and Hinokami falls off in that trade. A 1-for-1 coming in. Lager out here, ready with the mounted shock already used up now, just waiting for the perfect stun opportunity. Will eventually land it.
Look at Noel. Look at Noel.
Gets taken down, and yes, that's Noel. He will shut him down too. The fight's been divided onto multiple fronts. But only a slither of HP is keeping Don't Panic alive. But the fact is, he still survives.
Yeah, this is the power of Alice. We saw it first match with Ake, right? Now we're seeing it again, just how strong. Toby said, and I agree with Toby, you gotta ban it. You gotta ban it. Maybe not against Chi-Chi. Maybe you could find, okay, there is reason not to ban it just because how good Chi-Chi is on that laning phase. But if we look at it, Alice have had insane impact. Now we see items, right? We see that first item, Glowing Wand, from the side of Lunox. We see Hunter Strike. Items looking pretty simple. Interesting item, though, from Alice with that Cursed Helmet.
Yeah, just to make sure that he clears out those waves quickly out there. Warpath gets taken down. No chance to let down the AOG, though, on the other side. Revitalize instantly helping them out. Don't Panic will be stunned up, will be taken down. Garmadon shuts him off. And on the back of it, Fake Time get a couple of picks.
Yeah, definitely. But it seems like they get these picks, but how are they going to utilize this position? Look at how spread out Memento Mori. As soon as they get those picks, 1-1 goes to push the bot lane. Then he goes into mid, right? He's got to defend. And there is just no impact here from... They're not utilizing the position they're in. Right now they have the advantage. It's a 5v3, but they're not utilizing that advantage to push anything, really. Maybe they should have focused down on bot side instead to try to force that tower. But now they're playing kind of safe, playing around mid.
The big question is always going to be Noel at this point. Already level 13 has hit his own power spike. That's the biggest thing for a Hayabusa. That is to receive that early power spike right now. Oh my goodness, they want to chase them down so very deep. The feathered airstrike being committed as well right before the Lord. And now they can't go for it again.
Yeah, this is really bad. Look at Noel. Noel, like Memento Mori, is having a absurd calmness around their gameplay because they're not stressing the issue. Noel just pushed bot lane. They got the minion waves pushing. He took the blue. He's waiting. Where should I commit? Meanwhile, the whole team of Memento Mori got extremely calm. Look at this. He's committing.
Wow. Holy smokes. Instant delete out here as Gabadon falls on thanks to that Lunox. And on the other side, Gracie gets a double kill. And that is the big fight Memento Mori were looking for. As Hinokami is on that Farsa, he cannot reveal his face.
And this is it's just an absurd calmness. I'm not sure. Like when I was looking at that situation, I said, "Where's this gonna go for Memento Mori?" But then all of a sudden they pounce. Noel goes in. Gato Kacha goes in. Lunox does the damage. At 2 seconds, it completely flips. It's almost like they're playing this game at their pace. Right now, Fake Time is trying to force issues and really take the game to Memento Mori, but Memento Mori is having an easy way to really bounce, to really repel their attacks. So it's really interesting.
Oh, Beauty picked up. Beauty picked up by Noel. He's now going to take down every single one that he eventually finds out. Another Oogie Shadow kill between all 5 of them. That's a bit of a
stretch, I would say.
a bit ambitious is what I'm going to call that. So it's fine. It's fine.
Definitely. But maybe they're not even going to force the issue with this Lord. They're going to give the outside towers, but maybe they feel like inhibitors. We can try to aim for that.
Hello? Wait, what? Hinokami out in the open, in the wild, gets absolutely deleted by Warpath. And
Hinokami caught naked. Yeah. He got caught naked on that bot lane. But look at, this is what I was talking about though. They're not really forcing this inhibitor. They picked him off, but still not force him. But look at this Alice though. Where's Alice going? Alice, you need to go back. You need to go back, but you're going home right now. Crazy pickup from Garmadon. You don't want to give Granger stacks. Obviously, it's coming up to the late game. Granger is a little bit falling off, but still, you can't make mistakes if you're on the side of Memento Mori because the game is definitely not over. That was a big mistake right there.
I agree. Scaling is pretty decent on the other side though, but even after all of that, you can't really give it all up now. We're seeing Claw being picked up along with the Malefic Gun too. I think so you still need a Berserker's Fury to pair up so that you can utilize the Claw's passive really well. Right? I understand the idea behind getting a bit of that extra HP back, but once you pair it up with Berserker's Fury, you're gonna melt down Goronich as well. So that's gonna be one big thing now. Sea Halberd being picked up early on for Garmadon. It's interesting to see he did not go for a Wind of Nature, considering there's a 1-1 on the other side along with Noel on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, and look at his conceal though. I'm interested to see where's Noel gonna go. Who is he gonna pounce on? When does he feel like he's found his opponent? Because at this point, look at this. This is what we were talking about. Look at the Garmadon almost gets picked off, but then the Farsa gets tagged. You see these kind of small details, but makes a lot difference. He came a little bit late. Now, you know, Memento's just growing that goal lead. At this point, they're gonna wait for this Lord. They're gonna push the bot lane, then they're gonna go all 5 on that Lord. How is Fake Time gonna...
Look at that damage right now. Dracy wanted to get at least one of those weaknesses activated. Could not really get it instantly at that point, but it's fine. Still was able to do a good amount of damage on everyone. And on the back of it, as you rightly mentioned, Memento Mori are trying to now force certain fights, which they should not. And they've been punished for it a couple of times. But on the back of it now, they've got a lot of map space to work with. And interesting to see Goronich finally picking up the dominant size too. So that's going to at least lower down the number of hits he will receive from Dracy.
Yeah, definitely. But again, the farm here is going to make a big difference. I mean, there's 7k up in gold lead. I'm expecting Inhibitor at least to come off here. At the least. Especially with the Hayabusa, you know, as Farsa, as Granger, you can't stand really ahead of the tower or even behind it. You got to stand extremely far back, not to get picked off. Because if you get picked off, you can still lose this game. Now they're trying to sync the lanes. The lanes are kind of synced okay, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe it's just free push on top and mid. It's just the bot tower that is relevant. I would say its lanes kind of synced is not that good, but yeah,
waves. Yeah, I agree. So that's the top and mid. They were actually synced up, but apart from that, nothing. Now the Lord is going to march down towards bot. Once again, to get that one hit, see Halbert picked up by Dracy now. There's the AOG coming in, everyone separated out here, but a big catch coming in on that high loss. Should be taken down, the Revitalize, not yet enough. The even Vengeance is out there, but it doesn't matter. Inside the fountain is where Dracy tries to catch all of them, but everyone will fall. Wow, the Wind of Nature comes in. Recall on the face as it's a double kill shut down by Hinokami. But guess what? He is no god at all, just being burnt alive in his own fountain as the crystal will fall.
Wow, absolutely. Great gameplay right here from Memento Mori. I mean, what can we say about that? Look, both teams kind of initially started strong. I think Fake Time didn't really do something bad early game, but then again, the Hayabusa started picking off YSS. He started getting fed. And at that point, it seemed that Noel made a big difference. Looked a little bit promising for Granger early game. Got a little bit poke on 1-1, even though he wasted Flicker. At some point, I would say Noel really took that game home. And Alice did a really good job baiting the opponents as well.
And at the same time, I'd have to say, you know, Hinokami was so over-aggressive and over-eager at certain positions. The punish needed to be there. And it was there every single time. You mentioned about Noel over-farming early on. The very first pick out there in the mid lane when Hinokami was eventually caught in the Ugi shadow kill. We both said that he needed to move towards high loss. He needed to move towards that revitalize, but tried to run away, isolated himself, and that gave the early snowball to Noel, on which he eventually followed up and was able to take the game home. And I agree. This is one of the big things that we've got to focus down on early on, though. But a lovely play from the side, specifically Noel, making sure that he was farming up on that Hayabusa, right? Because it was interesting to see. He did not go for a Joy pick, did not go for any kind of fighter jungle pick or even the Fred Drain, maybe some tanks. Went in for the Hayabusa instantly.
Definitely, and this is what we were talking about. If you're Farsa, you need to be careful. And now he really deleted that Farsa. Another thing I want to say is the playstyle of Memento Mori. Not really rushing. You see the important moments. They're taking their time, even though Fake Time is kind of going ahead, trying to provoke. They're trying to provoke. They see the Hayabusa on the opposite side. Memento staying extremely calm. Farsa, we saw on Farsa once that load came up, he wasted that airstrike very early. Didn't have it during the fight. It's almost like Memento Mori is playing their own kind of game. Very calm, cool, collected. Nice call out. This is the Gato Kacha though. Gato Kacha played really good. We have to say those ultimates was always caught Farsa. He focused down the Farsa. Farsa was stationary. He was, when he was stationary using that airstrike, he always got jumped though. He almost got bullied.
He just made sure that he was always landing after Alice was making the plays. And that's exactly what you mentioned too, right? Alice did a fantastic job in baiting everyone, and then Warpath was there to either set his team up for success or just force everyone to run away just so the Hayabusa can pick off those individual targets.
Yeah,
I think
look at how
the heroes.
Look how long Noel saves his ultimate. You would think he wasted his ultimate, but only now he starts wasting it. Not during the turtle fight. And look how calm they are. They're extremely calm. They're making Noel make these plays. It's almost like nothing is happening, and they're just look at how calm they are during these kind of scenarios. They're farming. Absolutely. He's still farming on that blue buff. Only now they're going for this fight. 1-1 still hasn't moved. And imagine, they will win this fight. You would think, how do they win this fight? But just keep on looking. Alice making space. Noel catching one. He catches the Granger. And this is what was really impressive. This exact scenario, I think, was extremely impressive. Because even now, Memento is going to win this fight. How is it possible? I don't know.
It's just the timings that they eventually know onto their picks out here.
Look at the Gato.
Absolutely.
You always see the Gato Hacha there. The AOG.
Super perfect.
Absolutely. It's crazy.
But towards the later stages as well, once all those fights were over, they made sure that every single one on their side was surviving out there, while the other ones,
look at this.
Not so much. Holy, the damage was
look at this. Look at
insane.
this. They just appear out of nowhere. It's really impressive to see. They turn it on any time. Like 2 seconds, the game, you need to be completely careful. The game is totally shifted. The fight is totally shifted. Looks like, okay, nothing is happening. Then bam, Hayabusa goes in. AOG comes in. 1-1 comes in. I mean, it's what we're seeing right here.
That's one of the biggest part as well, right? Which you rightly mentioned. The AOG along with the Chaos and Brilliance coming in at the same time. Those are some of those combinations which you cannot really work around with. You will be deleted instantly. And those are certain problems which they definitely did encounter out here. Having a look at the stars of the match right now, Rich Guy or Rich Girl.
Or Rich Woman? Rich Girl?
Exactly.
Okay.
Rich Girl goes to Dracy, while the carry, it's going to go for Jungle. It's absolutely fine. On the other side, he was doing a pretty decent job on the East and Shin.
100%.
But then Warpath, again, being the sandbag for his team. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive game. Really, really impressive game. I think the draft worked well for the side of Memento Mori. On the other hand, I think Fake Time draft wasn't even that bad. I think it was just they weren't ready for the game style and the kind of way that Memento played.
Yeah.
And here we see stats. I mean, obviously, not many deaths on two of the heroes of Memento Mori. I want to highlight the 1-1, only one death. Also, Noel, only one death. Everyone else doesn't really matter. Fushi trying to pick up the Farsa, then dying for it or something. It doesn't really matter. It's got 2 deaths, but really impressive gameplay, I would say, from Memento Mori. On the other side, you have to highlight as well. We're talking about the Y set. He was putting in damage. Garmadon also. Granger was putting in damage, but even the Chichi, I want to go as far as the Chichi, but it was just the team fight was different. The team fight was the big difference maker. A lot of people say, this game is not built on individual skill. 1v1s doesn't really matter because at some point you're going to go for 5v5. In the initial stage, it matters. Chichi won Alice. I do believe that on the laning phase. But I remember what I said. Alice is going to have much more impact if played correctly during that team fight. And that's what happened.
Impact into the mid to later stages of the game, impact in those team fights. I agree that those were the main causes by which we eventually saw Memento Mori calmly take that first one, but That's about it for what happened in the previous one, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving on to the new one, and it's the Flying Cloud. I really wished we would have seen those expanding rivers as well, man, because I kind of enjoy it. You've got a lot more space to run around with, but it's going to be the Flying Cloud this time, and one last chance for Fake Time to probably prove the predictions right of the ones who basically picked 1-1. That's me. Please win this one. But Memento Mori, they're definitely looking forward to try and steal this one too.
I think you went with all your predictions today 1-1. If I do remember correctly, yeah. You wanted to go maybe politically correct, or maybe you felt like that was the way it was gonna go. I said 2-0 here. I do. Yeah, you're gonna hit a few right when you go 1-1 at least. Again, we see Angela banned. Will we see Grok? Will we see Kimi ban? It's kind of interesting. We do see Kimi ban. Again, it's same ban as last time they had the bans, so maybe a repeat.
No changes.
Yeah. Again, we saw
the Baxia as well. Maybe the Kalias, if you don't want to pick her.
Or Zuxin. Maybe if you don't want to pick Zuxin or Grok. Depends what you want to first pick. What you're aiming for first pick. Zuxin being banned. They don't want to play against that. Maybe they want to pick up Grok being banned. So we're seeing the reactions from Fake Time, I think, coming out here pretty good. I think the Grok should be banned there. Now I'm interested to see what are they going to ban. Last time they banned Baksha. Are they going to swap it up now? Maybe they can pick Baksha. We don't know yet. Let's see.
Keep it open maybe. So that would be one opportunity. Yes and Shin as well as the Lancelot, both of them are left out open too, even this one. It was interesting to see that Memento Mori did not really prioritize the Lancelot whatsoever. They were like, it's fine, we either way just are happy with the Hayabusa.
I think the Hayabusa has a more secure way of reaching the Farsa. I think the Lance is more, of course, it's not better or worse, it's just different. It's just different. And I think Hayabusa is more reliable with his shadows to just go ahead and go somewhere close to the Farsa at least. Alice being banned here. I think Alice is pretty good ban. This is the reason maybe why Memento banned Chichi. They said, we want to pick up the Alice, you have to react now. They go Baksha. Baksha I think is pretty strong. We saw it banned for them. We saw them ban it for Fake Time. Now they have the opportunity to pick it, they pick it. Just shows how much they value Baksha.
I was about to say maybe a Fred Angela combination, but then the Angela is banned out already. So, and Baksha is also going to be either in the jungle position or the roam position. So that's a flex pick coming in for your side. Answer back instantly by the same Farsa Garot Kacha combination. I really wish Kami to play it a bit more passively, right? Instead of being very aggressive on the Farsa.
Yeah.
They need to get that combination right on them. I do like the idea of Gato. Again, a big question mark. EXP lane, roam position. You have no idea where he's going to go. So I do like that, but Memento Mori now. I think so. It's fun time to lock Reese and Shin.
I think the Farsa maybe was too fast, because the reason is because there's still Hayabusa. They have to ban maybe Hayabusa here for the next stage. They picked up the Lance. Okay, so now they're gonna have to ban it. If not, then I don't know who's drafting for them, but they need to change. We see the Matilda. Okay.
Alright.
They think maybe the jungle is the Baksha. I don't think the jungle is the Baksha though.
Could be the roam. Map will be opened up pretty quickly. But on the back of it, I don't know. I kind of agree with the point we mentioned, right? I don't think so this Baxia is actually going in the jungle. I think that this is going to be a roam Baxia, and Fake Time are
He's gonna roam
probably
around.
playing in the hands of Memento Mori right now.
Definitely, because if you look at it, the draft, they don't need to use the Baksha here as jungle. That would be an overcommitting on kind of wasting potential on Assassin. They can have the Baksha combined with Lunox to rotate around the map, make it annoying for Farsa. That's the only thing he needs to do, really, and have that anti-heal going in those team fights. But other than that, you don't need Baksha here as the jungle. Go for an Assassin pick. You see the Farsa, you see the Great, you see the Lancelot. Why not go for the Hayabusa again?
I think so. I'm on board with that idea as well. Picking up the Hayabusa, just like how you did in the previous one. You've already got the Lunox as well for the gold lane. Guess what? A 1-1 could eventually work even in this game if you actually want to
Or
go
Irithel. Yeah,
Irithel
definitely.
is the best pick. I agree. Irithel is the best pick, but they're actually going to go for Moscow and Joy.
Yeah.
I'm on for it. I like it.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I don't think Haya must be necessarily better than Joy. I think it's just different. Now, we see the Esmeralda coming in here. Obviously, a counter matchup against Lapu. Should win 1v1, but
Against
it's
a
not really.
Baxia and a Lunox?
That's the thing, though. Maybe so here they pick the Esmeralda because they want to make sure that Lapu matchup is won. Now, if I continue to speak, I would say this is not a smart pick from them. They made the same kind of mistake. Not the mistake with the Chichi pick on the first. Of course, it's a good pick, but I mean they made the same assumption that the laning phase, doesn't necessarily mean that it transfers on that team fight potential.
True.
Here, I think Esmeralda has no team fight potential, and on top of that, I don't even think it beats Lapu that hard. I have to be honest. Definitely wins on that lane, but it's not necessarily crushing. Lapu still rotates. He rotates pretty quick no matter what. Overall draft here, what do you think?
It's a bit
Stuart, what do you think
difficult
of-
for me.
yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking, right? I was processing. It's a bit difficult for me to judge. It's like my personal hate against Moscow is stopping me from picking Memento Mori, while at the same time I want my prediction to be correct for Fake Time to maybe win this one and end the series at a 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. But will that happen? We will find that out in this game itself right now. It's Memento Mori taking on Fake Time on blue and red side respectively. Just one win separating them from either a 2-0 or a 1-1.
Definitely. And I just have to say, in my opinion, even though you got the hatred for Moscow, I don't. I have to say the draft favor here is in terms of Memento Mori. But look at Fushi though. Fushi, what are you doing, Fushi? You can't get picked off like that. Hinokami starting the game off on a completely different note from the last match. Looks good with that parcel so far.
For now, yeah, I agree. And to be honest, on the other end though, I'm gonna have to say Warpath just making sure that he saves that entire way for Fushi to eventually pick that up. So even though that one kill was found for Hinokami, did not really translate into any major wins for the other side. So on the other end of the spectrum too, you've
definitely
got...
not. But the most important thing here, Scared, is this Lunox going to be level 4 once that turtle comes up? If not, they made a big mistake by allowing himself to get killed. Because if you miss level 4 on the mage, on the turtle, I don't think he's going to do it because I see the XP. But if he would have missed the level 4, it was completely over for this turtle.
Oh my god! Lager could have got that pick, but he missed out the phantom execution. Fushi just dodging it away by a minuscule margin.
He dodged it away while not knowing that he dodged it. Actually, he was moving around in front of the bush. Oh wow! Look at Warpath. The Warpath gets picked off. Now I see a little bit, Baksha getting poked. He got poked that initial stage on that level 1. I think this is why they picked up Fushi. Now he dies again here. Two mistakes, I would say, so far.
And both of them have been punished out by Fake Time for me. But the thing is how well they can continue to grow on it. That's the big thing. Because that golden matchup for Granger is not going to be big. And there we go. Instant retaliation in mid.
Again, it's Hinokami. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he tried to enter that mid bush and then just gets picked up. He needs to be careful. He's Farsa. He can use that bird and fly through the bush of the red buff. The red buff. Why is he going through the mid lane? I'm not sure. But look at this though. Like once Lunox gets this kind of space, it's extremely dangerous because he has time to farm, and his items here are gonna be the difference maker. He's gonna crush absolutely everyone once after he builds that glowing wand. He's gonna build a holy crystal. He should maybe build, I don't know, lightning trench is potential as well. So we're gonna see a lot of damage here from Lunox late game. It's gonna be, Fake Time gotta be careful.
Very careful. Because even in the previous one, you could see every single one's damage was visible, and then came Lunox. You would not see that Ruby DD combination on your face. But once it lands,
do not.
that's when you know that, all right, it's a GG. We can't survive whatsoever. So you've got to be careful
Yeah.
right now.
Look
As
at
you
Warpath
technically
here.
have-
Warpath
Yeah,
is dancing with the devil right now. Ooh, look, he doesn't even go to check. A lot of people would go to check that to make a big mistake, but he doesn't. Now, Noel
Yeah.
needs to get his blue.
Absolutely. He
Doesn't.
tries to get that one instantly with electrifying beats and runs back to
Oh, he
safety.
does.
Will get his own blue. Yep. That's a big one
Extremely
coming in
good
for the
there,
man. On the other side,
definitely.
12 seconds for the turtle. I think so. Both the junglers don't have the red tree, but it will be up at the exact same time for them.
Yeah, I mean they went for both. They both went for that retro or that blue buff, but Noel eventually got it. Now this turtle is gonna show us who's really in the lead in this game, because watching this, sure, you could say Fake Time is in the gold lead, but they're not really winning so far. Look at Esmeralda. Esmeralda commits fast. Farsa goes in very
Absolutely.
nice from Farsa.
And lovely set coming in instantly by Jungle. Make
Look at
sure
Lapudo.
that he gets every single one of them. As Fushi tries to run away with the flicker, but eventually will fall. A 1-for-1 trade down in the bottom, as well as Don't Panic needs to panic.
Yeah.
He's got to run back to
Definitely.
safety out here too.
Scared yet. I'm gonna break down that fight and I'm gonna tell you why Memento Mori had such a big issue. First of all, I think that Lapu made a big mistake. He didn't even rotate. I think Esmeralda was there and initiated. That should have been Lapu instead for Memento Mori, but he waited way too long. Doesn't rotate. He should have left the minion wave and tried to go and help the team for the turtle. He doesn't. Now he's gonna get picked off again. Look, he doesn't wanna steal the kill, but there is no other one to get it. Ooh, nice kill from Lunox here though. Joy picks up that turtle. This is the potential we're talking about. Every time we watch Noel play these tournaments, he's always doing these kind of things, right? Brings the game back. Look at this. No way he dies though. Okay, stays alive.
It's absolutely fine. He's a Joy. He's going to do his own thing now. There's not a solid stun on the other side that can actually stop him. You need Hinokami to land in his skill 1, skill 2 combination to try and maybe have a chance of catching Noel. And if you do that on him, that means everyone else is free to run all over on you. That's exactly what Don't Panic did. Forced out that Purify, or rather, the wings by Hinokami. Bit of a problems coming in for the side of Fake Time out here. They had the opportunity to steal away the orange buff as well, but Lager eventually messed the timing up for that. And then messed up towards the turtle as well, as he thought he'd be able to dash in and out while putting the retreat on time. But again, it's just the Chaos Assault that's always coming in for Fushi, as he almost catches Jungle out there. But he will survive on that Esmeralda. But the skin of his teeth though, but up on top, Noel, he's going to run back to safety.
You see the flicker being forced out from Granger, showing that he made a kind of positional mistake. Now he's still alive, should be happy about it. Maybe Lance can push this next wave again, force someone. Lapu needs to answer this, and at that point maybe he should start rotating back, because he's way out of position here.
He's gonna run back to safety. It's absolutely fine though. Noel wants to
What's
catch on
happening
to him, but lovely position from Lager. Waits for all the dashes of Noel and then just stands around the wall to dash away. I absolutely like it.
And now I think, obviously the turtle is coming up. This is obviously in the favor of Fake Time because of the goal lead, but look at the Lapu though. Lapu goes in. Lapu is way overextended. Lapu needs to go back. He flickers back. He can't risk it. Revitalize being popped. But look, Lunox is still active. Noel is still active. The only ones that are not active is really the Moscow and the Rome, but they have to give though. They have to give. They can't risk to dig themselves even more. And so far, it looks like Memento is saying, "Okay, we lost this early game. We're gonna give the turtle, but we do believe late game we're gonna win just because of that Lunox burst, maybe."
I think so. That's fair as well to assume. You've got the Moscow with the Trinity that activates in the mid to late game, and then you also have Fushi with the Ruby DD after the couple of items, specifically Holy Crystal. That's when you start to actually hit those damage numbers, specifically to Garmadon, to Hinokami out there, up in the open though. A bit of an overextension by both Fushi and Warpath as they get individually picked off in mid. Now that means the mid lane tier 1 is open for business.
Definitely. Fake Time utilizing this lead pretty well, pushing down mid lane. They should kind of try to push bot lane. while the Lance has some kind of push on the top side. Because it's not necessarily important to get this tower, but remember they have that Farsa airstrike. Maybe they can pick up something. They have a range as well with Granger and the Death Sonata. So if Memento makes a little bit of a positional mistake, they can easily get picked off.
There's also the 4,000 gold lead coming in for Fake Time, so that's what's going to help them
helps.
with that damage department.
That helps as well. Now we see Genius One coming in here from Fushi. These items on Lunox are extremely important. He needs to build penetration next. Now on the side of Joy, I guess he's going to go Holy Crystal. So they're getting their items. Now, we can't deny it right now. Fake Time is in the lead. They look like they're going to take the load. They're going to leave while on the other side, Memento is going to say, maybe we'll give the load. We must get to push. But look at this though. Lapu gets picked off.
Big catch instantly on Don't Panic out here right now. And they make sure to punish him out here. One more second for the Lord. That means it's going to be a free Lord coming in for the side of Fake Time though. But here's the thing.
Should push this. Tracy should push this. She has a free push on this bot side. It's the only thing they got going on.
I won't say a free push either ways, because there's still jungle who was rotating down at the bottom side to make sure that they don't really get that free tower. It was only the lane pressure. But all in all, absolutely fair assessment coming in now. An early Radiant armor being built up just to sustain through the magic damage. That means now you need to prioritize either the blade armor or the dominance ice. You cannot sustain the Trinity damage of Dracy. She's almost about to pick up the Demon Hunter sword as well.
Yeah, and Moscow getting the items is extremely dangerous, especially because the wave clear of Moscow now is more relevant than ever. Look, the Lord is coming down, but Dracy has that spear going through, that penetration. They're penetrating one basic attack, penetrating all three of the minion lane. So they're gonna look to defend this. Can they defend this? I think definitely Lunox has a good defense. Moscow is extremely good. Also, Noel can kind of go for a engage if they overcommit.
Yeah, alright, I like the idea. Don't Panic just jumped onto Hinokami to make sure that the feathered airstrike was cancelled out, while he kept his bravest fighters ready to run back to safety out here. But still, Inhibitor up, open for business right now. There's one cannon minion that's going to finally march in. The will be cleared instantly. Memento Mori, after everything, 6,000 gold deficit, they're still in this game.
Definitely, and I think they're even, out of all the bad positions they could be in, I think this is the best position, because the towers are still left. Speaking even of the towers, I mean, they even got the passive of the towers, but look at this, Warpath going in though. He baited a lot, he took a lot of damage, but still, Fake Time is saying, okay, look, you're gonna go in, and the Memento says, I don't think so, and then they just disengage.
Here's the thing. I want to have a look at the itemization one more time, right? I want to see why Warpath is being destroyed instantly. There's an Athena, there's an Anti-Cuirass as well. So he's technically got everything that he needs to sustain.
Definitely. Those two are the most important.
But here's the thing. There's a Divine Glaive on the other side and the Malefic Roar as well. So even though he's got 1 defense item for each, he's not able to sustain through any of that. Let alone Don't Panic. That man has not even built up a dominance ice till now.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is a goal lead, a heavy goal lead coming in from Fake Time, 7,500, and the Lapu being 5,000 only in gold. Even way back behind the Roamer is making me concerned. This is not normal, especially because the Lapu should put a lot more pressure now. There's much more pressure on Baksha to kind of deal with the attack, the damages. And we see him getting, he's really dealing with it for now, but he's taking a lot too.
Finally picks up the dominance ice as well though, but here's the thing, that's only to add into the effect of the anti-heal. The Granger and Hinokami will still burst you down. There's the feathered airstrike and it's so far back, but I still feel that's been baited out a bit too early out here.
Yeah, way too early.
Yeah, Warpath's still going to be choked up early on, so he's going to be moving back. Electrifying Beats used up too. That means now the slot is going to be up for free. Lovely play from Fake Time, man. The way how they just waited. It is beautiful.
electrifying beats for Joy signalizing to Fake Time that we're actually gonna give this and there's gonna be no contest. So they're obviously very comfortable in picking up that Lord. Now, I have to say on this second Lord, giving one inhibitor, which is that top inhibitor, if you only give it, I would say it's a good defense. Now, it seems like the lanes are not synced properly. Maybe only the bot side, not even the bots. There's no lanes. There's the Lord coming down solo. So it's going to be easy defense. They're going to defend this mid side. They're going to defend the bot side. Then they're going to look for this top side. If they only lose the top side scared, I think it's a good defense.
That is a big if out here right now. But this one extra wave popping in just a few seconds ago, it's basically given them enough time to actually sink all of the waves. Now the inhibitor on the top is going to fall. And now their focus is going to be on that mid while everyone else tries to clear that Lord. So it's two inhibs already falling. Yes, they actually want to go in for the chase as well. Low HP on their warpath. He's going to be taken down as Don't Panic is the first man to fall. Only giving enough time for his team to finally clear the Lord out in top. But that still means that mid lane inhibitor is pretty low in that HP, and now the focus will be on the bottom one.
Definitely, and something we have to say is that taunt from Gatukacha made a big difference. Look at the airstrike, look how much space he's giving. Garmadon just hitting this. Look at the flicker, look!
Whoa! The SOD connects as well as Garmadon finally falls on the other side along with the Ruby DD coming in from Fushi. That flicker Ruby DD from Lunox, you never anticipate that happening, but once it happens, that's when you get taken down instantly. As Warpath, Toys for Chance is going to help them survive, not for long though out here. Lancelot still trying to sustain through all of that. Don't Panic wants to jump in, Lunch Shaker is ready, but he cannot go any further. Decides...
They need to do something.
Yeah,
they
he decides
kind of
not to do... Oh my god.
No way, it gets finished though. What I was gonna say is, it looks like right now they've obviously lost all inhibitors. They need to kind of farm. Use this time to farm. You have another 50 seconds, okay? Get Tracy on that top side. Push. Go. Start moving around the bot side to push as well. Because once this 40 seconds, if Fake Time gets this load, it's completely over.
Until and unless they can potentially get some kind of pick. But here's the thing. Fake Time has got a proper idea, but guess what? Racy wants to run away, but where will she? The AOG connected as well, and now that fight is broken out up on top side. This could actually be pretty good for Memento Mori, as they're all chipped down in one part, but Don't Panic is the first man to fall. Can't really tank up. There's the Spear of Misery jungle all the way back, but Racy gets taken down. It is absolutely over. No chance to survive. A double kill for Hinokami. All the mistakes that he made with the far side, the previous one, they've been corrected.
Yeah, they've been corrected, I have to say. And I just want to say also, I don't know, that last fight, I feel like they didn't need to fight there. They were down in gold. They were always down in gold. But to see that fight, Lapu obviously getting picked off a lot of times, these mistakes matter. And obviously, Fake Time there showed, actually have to give respect. They showed a great game. Garmadon playing extremely good. Even Gatukacha. Did you see that Gatukacha catching Dracy? They were way overextended. Dracy wastes Flicker. Now, the Flicker doesn't initially matter because she's still alive. But then again, Lance comes in, picks her off. So, like these kinds of fights from Fake Time, I think this last game was really coordinated. It looked like it was a different Fake Time. And
True.
And yeah, I think I have to start with the Gatukacha right there. Extremely good AOGs.
Yeah, I was loving it. I think so. It was the Gato that eventually made the entire difference in the previous game versus the Swan as well. That's why they prioritized the Gato as well as with the Farsa. At the end of the day, I think so. It was as good as it was the retaliation from Fake Time. That read as to what Memento Mori might want to do with that composition, considering the Lord is down in the bottom side. They would want to push up top. They would want to pressurize that top lane. They anticipated that happening, and they positioned themselves in a way where they can actually catch Dracy. Now, even though there was some support coming in from everyone else, it was just not enough because there was, what, 8,000 goal lead in favor of Fake Time. So all of that compounded up into a lovely end coming in from their side.
Yeah, and if I want to be, fair, I think this this one was lost completely because I think the XP, I think the Esmeralda, I underestimated the Esmeralda pick here. I knew he would win in laning phase, but I said surely he's not going to have that much impact in the team fight. He had that much impact in the team fight. Not only rotating, but also nullifying the kind of gold. He nullified the gold from Lapu. Lapu had 0 gold. He was even behind the Baksha in terms of gold. So overall, I don't know. I think Esmeralda was really good. But speaking of really good, here we see the Gatu Kacha. His AOGs. First game, it was Warpath with those AOGs. Second game, I have to give it to Gorincha. I think Gorincha is correct. I have to give it to Gorincha.
Call him Gori.
Yeah, Gori. All right, let's call him Gori. I have to give it to Gori. Not only is he utilizing Gatu Kacha good because of the AOGs, but also the taunt, right? They have that joy. He did get taunted a lot of times. Look at the highlights here. So obviously this was a huge mistake. Fushi still has Flicker. He doesn't need to die here, but he doesn't want to give up the wave. So I think that was a big mistake. Warpath get poked level 1, forces Fushi to go. Look at Esmeralda. Look at the Esmeralda. Where's Lapu? Lapu is only now starting to get engaged. And now that the fight is over, he's still wasting Flicker on that Farsa, wasting a lot of utility. Now Fushi alone. Fushi completely alone. And look, this is the next fight. So we jumped 6 minutes until the next highlight. So that highlight really gave them a good lead. Now let's see this Farsa come into play here.
You know what? Hinokami eventually started as a baiter for the team. He would just pop in the feathered air.
Look at the taunt. Sorry, look at the taunt here. All 3 of them.
Absolutely on point though. That taunt literally got 3 of them, and on the back of it, yes, everyone just got picked off. Those were the big reasons why in this game we could see Fake Time making that comeback. But here's that big Ruby DD play along with the Spear of Destruction one as well. Catching out Garmadon off guard, did not really realize what's happening to him. But doesn't really matter, right? Because after that, you still had Lagger on the Lancelot. He was making sure that he's running around every single way. And then this play over towards the
this play. This doesn't need to happen. So just to reiterate, they don't need to die here. Lapu gets picked up. I don't know why. He should know that they shouldn't fight here. Because they're still down in gold a lot. They're down about 10k in gold. Now, the Moskov dice here shows that the game is going to be over. They could have defended. Now, I do think, obviously, they're still in a losing position defending, but they have to think, okay, let's get some kind of items more. But right there, Lapu get picked up. Once Moskov dies as well, it's completely over.
And at the end of the day, it was probably the idea that they did not anticipate how much damage Hinokami would have on that Farsa, even without the feathered airstrike. That was something that caught them off guard. As we have a look at the stars of the match, ladies and gentlemen, Rich Guy and the carry, it's going to be Garmadon for the Rich Guy, Hinokami with the carry for this game. So a big leap in terms of how the man was playing versus how he eventually played. And then Warpath being the sandbag for the side of Momentum Uri as well, doing a fantastic job. Gorinich or Gori being the wingman. Man just was there with every single person of his team. 10 assists coming in from him. So you could clearly see that it was a well-knit effort by the entire team.
Yeah, it was the entire team working together. I do think Garmadon played really good. I think the whole team played really good, especially the Gatu Kacha pick showed really good in that draft. I think maybe the Joy was... maybe the Hayabusa was better, but yeah, that Esmeralda came into play. Overall, really good. Can't really pinpoint everything that was going on, but extremely good game from Fake Time. It was a test, considering not only did they lose the first game, but they also haven't played before against Memento Mori. Now they played, they took back 1 game. These are the stats. Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably be nitpicking out here because every other item looks pretty decent. Now, considering there was not enough gold for Warpath and Don't Panic, they don't really have a lot of those items, as their main aim was to try and stop Hinokami from snowballing on this Farsa, who eventually got those early first 2 picks in the mid lane itself. But going over towards the end, Racy prioritizing the Wind of Nature first, apart from the Malefic gun. It kind of showed that Lagger was actually getting to her. Garmadon's bullets were getting to her, and that was creating certain problems. Now, That definitely means if you want to try and overcommit, or rather if you want to commit to stopping the Farsas for that airstrike, you're also leaving your own backline open, which was utilized very well by Lager.
Yeah, and this whole game with fake time worked perfectly with the help of Farsa. First game, Farsa wasn't activated. Now this game, Farsa was utilized. They did a lot to protect the Farsa. We obviously saw that. The Gato Catcher threw himself ahead. Esmeralda threw himself ahead. And Memento wasted a lot of resources trying to move forward. Instead of trying to maybe push the side lanes, they have the Moscow maybe get that Joy on the other side lane. Try to move around the sides a little bit quicker. Maybe that would be a little bit better. Farsa played really good, not only because he was used as a bait, but also did a lot of damage actually. You know, if you're Moscow and in that team fight, you gotta move back. You have to. You know, not only the AOG, but the Farsa airstrike coming in, game over. But yeah, I think Lapu, in this specific draft, Lapu has to do better. He has to do better.
Hi. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, I mean, I agree.
We have an interview.
Yeah, we have. Guess what? Lager was so eager for the interview, my man did not wait for us to announce. But Lager, my man, how are you feeling after winning that second game? Tell me, how's everything going with the team now?
I'm good. That's very great for us. Yeah, that's an important win for us, and I think we will be strongest.
Perfect.
Nice. Good to hear. So first of all, I just want to say that first game, the second game when you won, it looked completely different from the first game. What went wrong in that first game, do you feel? We started talking a little bit draft, but also the team fight didn't look so strong together. What do you think was wrong?
Yeah, our draft was strong, and I think that we have bad position versus Hayabusa, because he can always make one kill, like Fasa or me or Granger, and we can't continue the fight. So we have mistakes also with team fights, because Hayabusa was, for example, bot line and split. We can start fight 5 versus 4, but we have no calls in voice chat, and that was our mistake.
Would you say the rotation early game was mistake as well? Because Farsa really left alone, and the Gato Kacha rotate against the 1-1 to he was more on the gold side. He wasn't moving too much on the mid side. What was the rotation? Do you think the rotation also was a little bit bad, or was it just the team fight, the positioning on the team fight?
I think that mid lane is more important in the game, that god lane can farm. Just stay passive, and when we have information about Hayabusa, we can rotate to gold lane, our roamer, and he can just save. And in mid lane, we can always poke the match, poke before the turtle, and that's a good strategy, I think.
Yeah, and second game, obviously you win. I think you win pretty convincing. You very calm game, not too much stress, not too much nothing. You play your own game. But how was the shot calls in the voice chat? Because it seems like you guys pretty calm. Moving up the turtle, moving up to mid lane, it's no force, but they have to move. You up in farm, you're taking the jungles. How was really the communication? And what do you think was the difference in that second game?
Also, I think that we have no heroes like Hayabusa that can kill our core heroes. Joy was, but Gato Kacha can save us with second skill. And the difference was also like we have to make base calls. We can just invade enemy jungle, just poke mid before the turtle, and I think that our opponents make a mistake with mid lane, because a first rotation mid lane, first pack was bad, because Lunox dead, after this one dead Baksha, and we have good start. That's like tempo draft for us. We were talking about how easily Hinokami was moving around the map. Baksha got poked very fast. Lunox obviously making mistake. This is causing very nice early game for you guys. And I want to say, was this what you expected in preparation? Did you expect this kind of draft? Obviously, they go Lunox, they go they went Baksha, ban first game, then they pick Baksha. And we see both games you ban Kimi. So how is the preparation in the draft and what you're expecting? Also, Kimi is very good meter with strong damage, and this meter can play in all. For example, Jushin, Fasa, also Eve, and Kimi has a very good damage, like start. He can zone packs, he can poke all of enemies, he counter mostly roamer like Hylos or the gacha, and we wanna not all just play versus Kimi.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
But I think we will pick, but not today. We will pick maybe next time.
Yeah. Maybe we'll come out soon. And I just want to say as well, obviously, you are I would say the second Ukrainian team. Like now we have Minerva Fury. Now you're the second in this tournament. How do you feel? You know, you're representing, I guess, Ukraine. A lot of Ukrainians watching this. Dazai watching this. How do you feel to represent Ukraine and really you, along with Minerva Fury, making a statement here in Europe? You know, playing really good. Have to be honest. We saw really good gameplay here. How do you feel?
So that's cool. And last time we have contract to make with Ukraine Federation. So the director is Ruslan Hwan, and they make for us some paying for our trainer, and we just improve last 2 weeks, and we are we say thank you for all this of them, and we can improve now more. And will be good game made. Yeah,
and I just wanna give you guys respect as well. It seems like you guys improved a lot. You know, you weren't one of the winners when the qualifiers happened, but you still qualified. But now the gameplay seems changed a lot. You know, Memento Mori came second. People were speculating that they were gonna win, but your gameplay has increased a lot in the last few, I would say, weeks. What has changed? You said the coach, they start paying for the coach. What more has changed? You're playing a lot more, or what's going on? Draft changing? What's happening? How have you improved like this?
Yeah, we have draft changing, and also we have another gameplay like macro games, like macro moves. We wanna now play not like 1-to-1 and play like team, and have connection with our buttons, and that's the reason, I think.
Amazing. It's good to see you here. Scared, any questions?
That's about it, man. You mostly covered all of them. My only one last question, Lager, for you is going to be that tomorrow is going to be another big game. It's going to be against Glitch Code, and the fact is Glitch Code actually surprised all of us by 2-0ing Method Black out here. So, any message for them or any message for your fans which you want to give?
Okay, I want to say good luck for us tomorrow, good luck for all teams, and we will see us tomorrow. That's all.
Right, anything for the fans, maybe in Ukrainian, or you can say anything. You're on the air right now.
Okay, Boleti is a fake time. What can I say?
Yeah, let's go. Dazai is you guys' biggest fans, so he said a lot of good things about you guys. I know. But yeah, I think that's it. Amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, scared it. Anything else?
No, that's all right. Thank you so much for showing up here, Laga. It was a pleasure watching you play out here, and good luck for you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good luck.
Bye.
Good luck. Yeah. Bye.
All right. That's about it. My man cleared out every single thing that we wanted to talk about. And Synth, my man.
Yeah.
How was your day one out here in Pro Morello? Because it was surprising for me.
Yeah, I think I only casted two matches, but I watched all the games. I think a lot of surprises happening right from the get-go. I mean, Method Black getting 2-0 by Glitch Code. Have to give respect to Glitch Code. They activated. Then I think, if I remember, we had Eternal Oblivion, are they called right now? Or Eternal? Yeah. I think Eternal Oblivion, Xeon team with Origami and against Bamboozle. And they also, surprised me. I thought first game Eternal Oblivion won convincingly, but, Bamboozle really showed up on that second game. I think, if I remember correctly, if my memory is, still doing me favors, they picked Alice. Bamboozle picked Alice on that second game, came into play. Now, Ake, obviously, big mistake. Also, Every game is surprising, but Aki being surprising for a different reason. They changed the jungle, looks very strong, very clean. Big mistake, and draft as well. Big mistake got deleted right there. Fake time against Memento Mori. Memento Mori, I expect this to be a 2-0. I said Memento Mori has more practice in terms of experience. They've been here before. Especially, I know all of the players. I say maybe they, because of their experience, that they would win this. I hold players like Noel in terms of jungle very highly. So I said maybe it's gonna be it for them. Again, fake time surprising a lot. They said they put in a practice. They got that coach. Shout out to the Ukrainian Federation, the sponsoring. We like to see it, Scare. The sponsorship's been paying off. And look at these picks, though. We can summarize. I guess this is under a longer period of time so far in the tournament. This is the picks. Chichi being picked a lot. Obviously, YSS. You guys read it. But what can you say about these picks?
It's falling all the way from the Thunder division itself, which we saw, and now towards the promotion relegation out here. CC has been prioritized in the EXP lane, but now we can see that changing up. We can see some of the Alices being picked up as well, since everyone's been comfortable. Out in the mid, it's always been the Kimi Farsa meta. It's going to be exactly the same. Lancelot, he sent into the jungle, exactly the same. Gato comes in as one of the best flex pick for everyone. Mostly played in the room, but can be put in the EXP, so he's always going to be up there, along with the Harith and the Irithel. Now, I believe it's a close matchup between Irithel and a Granger as to which one of them will get picked up, but Harith also falls in the exact same category, so top 3 golden.
And we have to mention all of this time during promotions and during the Thunder division. This is a lot of I think a patch happened during this time. With the maps being changed, a lot of things happened during this time. We had a two-week break. So when you see, for example, this amount of times, you gotta say this is during a longer period of time. Baksha being the most banned. We saw last game Baksha was picked from the side of Memento Mori, but honestly, I have to say Gatokacha looks more relevant in terms of the impact that I'm seeing just in general with games than Baksha. So maybe Baksha shouldn't be there. Maybe he should. But Gatokacha is really impactful in all of the games we're seeing. It's really amazing.
Yeah, once Basha is not there, that's when Gato eventually hops up out here, right? But we're seeing Zush and Angela 1-1, all of them in the ban section, so it's absolutely fine, ladies and gentlemen. Having a look at the standings out here for both A and B. Arke, again, 3 points for them. Bamboozle and Oblivion, since it was a 1-1, it's going to go back to 1-1 for them. And big mistake, they lost their games, so no point for their side. While on the other end of the spectrum, exact same scenario for Group B2.
Yeah, and this is a little bit surprising. So remember, Method Black was one of the invited teams. Now they lost, they got relegated. Now they played against Glitch Code. Glitch Code wasn't even invited. They was in the qualifier. They got deleted by Glitch Code. So we see some teams maybe come down, other teams maybe come up. What do I know? Method Black still got to prove themselves. They got invited, but now it's a different, it's a relegation promotion stage. Some teams gonna get promoted, other teams gonna get relegated. And now on the other side, we see, Memento Mori playing 1-1 against Fake Time. This is still obviously up for change completely. There's gonna be a few weeks coming, and there's a lot of adjustments that can be made from, I think, all of the teams. I think there's something to learn in here for everyone, even if you win, for example, like now Glitch Code did. There's draft opportunities that could have been made. There is, for example, Aki, maybe they saw some rotation. That you should go back and watch your match if you're one of these teams and see what can you do better, because teams are gonna look at this. Now, for example, Fake Time is gonna play against Method Black. Fake Time is gonna review what happened to Method Black and maybe take something from that. So yeah.
And that's something that they have to do out here, though. And also, they need to prepare for what's going to come tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Arcade taking on Eternal Oblivion. Bamboozle up against Big Mistake. Method Black will face off Memento Mori, a big matchup for them. While Fake Time will face up Glitch Coin. So some of the table toppers facing the people who are in the mid of the table now. And both of these groups are individual groups out there. So all you have are 6 games in your backpack. 2 of them are already over. So yes, it looks dire for a couple of those teams. Big Mistake and Glitchcoin really want to, or rather, Big Mistake and Method Black want to see them step up tomorrow.
Definitely. And this is the reason why I didn't send in my predictions. I wanted to see what was going to happen on day one. Now I know you can't count out some of the things that I've seen today. So this is the schedule, guys. You got to show up tomorrow. Intense games.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what more can we say, Scared? I mean, the games we've seen today is only going to get better and better, because now, for example, Method Black, they gotta prove themselves. You know, once the setting has been, you know, initiated, or how can I say, like, once the first game is off, the tension rise. Okay, now we're leading. Okay, now we're winning. Now we're completely losing. We have to win. You know, what I want to say is these teams now find themselves on a leaderboard, and this is gonna be extremely important in terms of the tension. They have to start realizing it now, because if you dig yourself deeper in the grave, you might get relegated. So Method Black need to pay attention now. They gotta recover instantly tomorrow if they wanna, you know, not dig themselves even deeper, for example.
True. Method Black as well as Big Mistake. These are the two teams who are now in struggle, ladies and gentlemen. But what's going to happen in those next few games, we will witness that tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Make sure you tune in to the stream at the very same time. This was Synth alongside me, Scared Yet. We also had Zakota up with all of us. So make sure you follow us on our socials as well, and subscribe to Surge Europe so that you do not miss out on any of these upcoming events as well. We'll be catching you guys tomorrow at the same time. Till then, have a good night.
Yeah, see you, everyone. See you.